welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. Winter nights hold a mysterious allure, especially when the fog blankets the world in a hushed embrace. In my cozy study, wrapped in a woolen blanket, I gazed out the window to see the landscape vanish into a shimmering mist. The soft glow of my lamp cast comforting shadows on the book-filled walls, creating a dance of light and dark. Amidst this serene scene, a peculiar object caught my eye in the glass reflection. A small, dark wooden box with intricate carvings that seemed to shift with every glance. It felt both unfamiliar and strangely known, perched on the edge of my desk like a silent sentinel. The wood's grain appeared to pulse faintly in the dim light, hinting at a hidden vitality. Standing up, the blanket slipping off with a gentle rustle, I approached the enigmatic box. A nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, stirring up forgotten memories from my past. Running my fingers over the warm surface, I marveled at the ever-changing story woven into the carvings. Scenes morphed from moonlit forests to stormy seas to starlit skies, painting a tale of endless transformation. As I sat back down, drawn closer to the lamp's warm glow, a disquieting realization dawned on me. This box, with its shifting carvings, had visited me in dreams multiple times in recent weeks. Each dream setting was different, yet the aura of mystery remained constant. In the quiet of the room, the grandfather clock's ticking slowed, as if time itself paused to witness this strange encounter. Shadows danced wildly across the walls, their movements growing more intricate by the moment. Lifting the box, I was surprised by its weight, sensing an importance concealed within. Despite lacking a visible lock, I felt a certainty that something significant lay inside. The carvings on the lid began to converge towards the center, forming a pattern unknown to me. The wood hummed with a subtle vibration under my touch, mingling scents of beeswax and an elusive fragrance shrouded in mystery. A melodic hum emanated from within the box, lulling me into an unexpected drowsiness. The soft, pulsing light of the lamp synchronized with the hypnotic sound, leading me into a deep slumber. When I awoke hours later, still seated at my desk, the fog had dispersed, revealing a starlit sky outside. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the desk's surface, as though it had always been there. Puzzled, I inspected my hand and discovered a faint carving resembling those on the box, glowing softly in the dim room. Since that fateful night, the box has continued to haunt my dreams, evolving in its attempts to convey a message beyond my grasp. Each morning, the carving on my hand evolves, hinting at a revelation yet to come. I ponder if others have encountered this enigmatic box in their dreams, bearing unseen marks of a shared mystery that unfolds in the realm of slumber. The line between dream and reality blurs, suggesting a hidden connection waiting to be unveiled. The scent of beeswax lingers in the air, signaling that tonight the box will beckon once more, unveiling new secrets in the tapestry of dreams. Story 2. The snow descended softly on that winter night, draping the windowsill in a whisper of velvety white. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the snowflakes pirouette in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the brew embraced me, a stark contrast to the chill creeping through the aged wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking painted the night with a hypnotic melody, akin to a lullaby. It was in that tranquil moment of serene quietude that a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Among the swirling flakes, a faint semblance of a face materialized. Not entirely distinct, it possessed an otherworldly essence, as if sketched by the mist of my breath on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, were vividly defined, profound and dark, gazing at me with an eerie familiarity. Rising from my seat, the floorboards groaned beneath my weight as I approached the window. The apparition in the reflection seemed to dissolve, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The aroma of the tea now intertwined with a delicate hint of jasmine, a fragrance previously unnoticed, evoking hazy recollections of a summer evening long past. Returning to my seat, my gaze continued to search for that enigmatic face in the glass. The pendulum of the clock swung on, its ticking now murmuring unintelligible whispers. Retrieving my weathered journal from the nearby shelf, I absent-mindedly flipped through its pages, a repository of years gone by. Inadvertently, a photograph slipped from its confines. With trembling hands, I retrieved the aged picture. Though faded and time-worn, the image remained discernible. A group of individuals smiled at the camera in what seemed to be a summer picnic. A photo unfamiliar to me, yet each face bore an uncanny semblance of recognition. One figure, in particular, seized my attention. A young woman in the backdrop, slightly blurred, locking eyes with the camera, mirroring the deep, dark gaze from the window. My heart fluttered as I scrutinized the photo. Clad in a white floral dress, the woman held a bouquet of jasmine, her smile gentle and wistful. Flipping the photo over, elegant handwriting adorned the back. "Don't forget me." A sudden gust of wind rustled the curtains despite the sealed windows. The fragrance of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle embrace. Closing my eyes briefly, fragmented memories began to resurface. A tinkling laughter, the distant echo of a piano, the whisper of a white dress amidst a garden's foliage. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow fell serenely, the reflection now showing only my weary countenance. Yet, as I placed the photograph back in the journal, I sensed that haunting face would accompany me in slumber. Not a menacing presence, but a soft melancholy, akin to a forgotten melody resurfacing. Draped in a cozy blanket on the couch, the pendulum's sway persisted. The scent of jasmine lingered in the air, gradually fading like a memory dissolving into dreams. Drifting into sleep, thoughts wandered to the myriad buried memories awaiting rediscovery within the recesses of my mind. Perhaps, I pondered, certain faces are destined to linger, gentle phantoms safeguarding veiled memories. Entwined in the embrace of slumber, the crystalline laughter still echoed faintly, carried by the wind alongside the dancing snowflakes of the night. Story 3. The gentle rustle of paper whispered through my fingers, a soft melody in the quiet attic. Sunlight filtered through a dusty window, painting the air with shimmering golden hues. Amidst the ancient family documents, a weathered envelope caught my eye. Its yellowed paper, sealed with faded red wax, bore my name in a script unknown to me. Settling onto a worn wooden chair, the scent of old books and aged wood enveloped me, carried by a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves of a nearby tree. The envelope felt weighty in my grasp, as if holding secrets beyond mere words. Delicately, I broke the aged seal, the crackle of wax echoing through the stillness. Inside, pages as thin as veils awaited, adorned with the same elegant handwriting. The date atop the pages harkened back 50 years, a time before my existence. The initial words seized my attention, my dear future grandchild. As I read on, the ambient light dimmed, yet I remained captivated, untouched by the encroaching shadows. The pages seemed to emit a soft, ethereal glow of their own. The letter unveiled the tale of a mysterious woman, my grandmother, a stranger in blood but not in spirit. She revealed a familial gift, one that transcended time and space, bestowed upon select individuals under rare celestial conditions. Only on certain moonlit nights, when the wind whispered from the north, could they glimpse the veiled realm of the future. Not with clarity, but through fleeting sensations and blurred visions, akin to reflections on rippling waters. My grandmother recounted foreseeing my existence, envisioning me in that very attic, deciphering her words. A chill crept down my spine as her narrative unfolded, growing more intimate and personal with each passage. She detailed her attempts to harness this gift for the family's protection, a noble endeavor fraught with a heavy toll. Each glimpse into the tapestry of time exacted a piece of her vitality, a sacrifice she bore in solitude. In the attic's hush, time wavered, casting elongated shadows that danced with the echoes of bygone memories. The letter foretold events in my life, some already etched in the annals of time, others awaiting their moment to unfurl. As I delved deeper, the handwriting subtly shifted, wavering in its resolve, as if each word demanded greater fortitude. The final page, a tapestry of uncertainty, held her parting wisdom. My grandmother spoke of a pivotal choice looming on my horizon, a juncture where the gift would stir within me, beckoning me to embrace its enigmatic call. Lost in contemplation, I glanced towards the window, where the nocturnal sky unfurled its darkened canvas, the moon emerging from behind veils of clouds. A gust of wind rattled the panes, heralding the imminent descent of rain. Returning to the final page, her parting counsel gleamed as if freshly inked. When the call finds you, your path shall illuminate. Embrace the gift as a sacred duty. Just as I have guided you, pen a letter destined for another's eyes, a missive unsent but fated to reach its recipient in due time. Reverently, I folded the pages, nestling them back into their ancestral envelope. The wind, now a tempestuous force, urged the floorboards to groan in protest. Standing, I approached the window, my reflection blending with the moon's silvery glow, a spectral dance of light and shadow. A fleeting vision flickered in the glass, an elderly woman, her smile gentle and knowing. With a blink, she vanished, leaving behind an empty desk adorned with parchment and pen. Seated once more, the room bathed in lunar luminescence, the north wind's whisper a soothing backdrop. I took up the pen, the ink a dark pool of possibility, and began to inscribe, "My dear future grandchild." Story 4. The gentle breeze whispered through the night, carrying the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil and fragrant night blossoms. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I tuned into the rhythmic breath of the aging house enveloping me. The wooden beams murmured softly, as though harboring ancient tales within their grain. Amidst the serene hush, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a steady, measured thumping resonating from the upstairs corridor. It resembled the knock of a door pushed by the wind, yet it possessed an uncanny regularity, almost entrancing. The soft glow of the reading lamp spun playful shadows on the tapestried walls, conjuring fleeting shapes that danced in the dimness. Setting aside my book, I froze in place, captivated by the persistent beat. Far from grating, it carried a melodic quality in its unvarying rhythm. Rising languidly, my slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I embarked towards the staircase. Each creak of the ancient wooden steps seemed to echo a response to my inquisitiveness. The thumping persisted, unwavering in its tempo, beckoning me along the dusky hallway where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. The air upstairs bore a chill, tinged with the fragrance of aged timber and beeswax. Trailing the sound, I reached the weathered library door, perpetually shut, yet the brass knocker continued its rhythmic percussion against the sturdy oak. No draughts stirred the air. All windows in the hallway remained tightly shut. Mesmerized, I observed the weighty knocker sway autonomously, as though an unseen force wielded it with infinite patience. Drawn in a trance, I neared, fixated on its regular motion. The beat grew clearer, faint nuances in rhythm hinting at a cryptic pattern beyond comprehension. Extending my hand towards the brass handle, I felt the cool metal beneath my fingertips, polished by generations of touch. Though unlocked, the door offered resistance, as if an unseen presence gently impeded my entry. The knocker persisted, indifferent to my presence, as though enacting an age-old ritualistic dance. Seating myself on the floor, back resting against the doorframe, I surrendered to the hypnotic beat. Time slipped away as I immersed in the wordless narrative woven by the sound. Eyelids drooping, My consciousness drifted amidst visions of ancient libraries and forgotten lore. The thump melded with my breath, with my pulse, synchronizing with the nocturnal cadence. Awakening, pale dawn painted the hallway in muted light. The knocker lay still, silent as if frozen in time. Rising slowly, limbs stiff from hours spent on the floor, I reached for the handle once more. This time, the door yielded without obstruction. The library stood unchanged from the day prior, each tome in its designated place, dust settling in the morning stillness. Yet upon the antique desk, bathed in the first rays of sunlight, lay an open book I had no recollection of leaving there. Its pages pristine, as if awaiting a story to unfurl upon them. The knocker ceased its beat since that night, but on the quietest evenings, a faint echo of that rhythm seems to linger, as if the house endeavors to recall a forgotten melody. Story 5. The soft, soothing tap of raindrops against my bedroom window had been a gentle lullaby all evening long. As I lay in bed, teetering on the edge between consciousness and dreams, a steady, low hum crept into the symphony of rainfall. Initially, I brushed it off as mere background noise from the nearby road, but the unchanging hum persisted, like a distant heartbeat echoing in the night. The digital clock on my nightstand cast a soft crimson hue, signaling the impending arrival of midnight. Intrigued by the persistent hum, I rose from my bed and was drawn to the window by an inexplicable urge. Peering through the rain-kissed glass, I glimpsed a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights were dimmed, yet a subtle bluish glow emanated from within, the dashboard casting an eerie light. Wisps of exhaust lazily spiraled into the misty air, adding to the mystique of the scene. It felt as if time stood still in the presence of this enigmatic vehicle. No movement, no sign of life emanated from within, only the continuous purr of the engine, a disconcerting sound in the tranquility of the night. The raindrops danced under the soft glow of the street lamp, creating ethereal patterns on the car's sleek surface, morphing it into a liquid mirage in the veil of darkness. My breath fogged the window as I observed, framing the mysterious car in a haze of curiosity. Every detail seemed to captivate me in a dreamlike trance, the way water droplets clung to its exterior, the dance of exhaust fumes blending with the mist, creating fleeting shapes that dissolved into the night. With each passing moment, questions fluttered in my mind like restless birds. Why would someone leave their car running unattended at such an hour? What purpose did it serve on this ordinary street? The engine's tone shifted slightly, resonating in the air with a subtle vibration, almost palpable. The fogged windows concealed any view of the interior, yet an unsettling presence lingered within their opaque barrier. Contemplating whether to reach for my phone and seek answers, a sense of unease crept over me. Was it a harmless scenario, a rendezvous, a tired driver seeking respite, a neighbor preparing for a night shift? Rational explanations clashed with the eerie ambience that enveloped the night. Time seemed to waver as I stood by the window, the rain persisting in its gentle melody, the car holding its silent vigil. The subtle changes in details, condensation patterns shifting, exhaust clouds morphing, only heightened the surreal aura surrounding the vehicle. As weariness tugged at my eyelids, I reluctantly tore myself away from the window, retracing my steps to bed. Yet a compelling force urged me to steal one last glance. The car remained, its engine humming persistently, and in that moment, a flicker behind the fogged windows caught my eye. A shadow, a trick of light, a mystery veiled by rain's embrace. Nestling under my covers, the hum of the engine resonated louder, intertwining with the rain's melody, casting a hypnotic spell. Drifting into slumber, my thoughts lingered on the enigmatic car and the secrets it harbored behind those misted windows. Morning arrived, and I hastened to the window, half expecting the street to be devoid of any trace of the night's intrigue. To my surprise, clear tire tracks etched the wet pavement, a lingering testament to the car's presence. A shimmering pool of water, perhaps mixed with transmission fluid, glistened in the dawn's light, a peculiar beauty amidst the ordinary. The car vanished, leaving behind a trail of wonder and unease. On quiet, rainy nights, when the world hushed to a whisper, a distant hum sometimes reaches my ears, like a phantom echo of that mysterious night. I ponder, wide awake in the stillness, how many others share in this nocturnal vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to uncover the secrets veiled by foggy panes of glass. Story 6. The ocean that night held a rare tranquility. Perched on the veranda of my wooden abode, wrapped snugly in a woolen blanket, I surrendered to the soothing rhythm of the waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast a luminous path upon the water, beckoning me to follow its silver trail to the distant horizon. In that moment of serene contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my attention. A faint green luminescence, almost ethereal, swaying amidst the undulating waves not far from the coast. Rising slowly from the creaking rocking chair, I felt the salty breeze tenderly kiss my face as I descended the weathered steps. The sand beneath my bare feet retained a comforting warmth despite the late hour. Drawing nearer to the water's edge, where the gentle tide met the land, the enigmatic green glow grew more pronounced. An ancient glass bottle, its elegant elongated form enclosing a yellowed piece of paper. Retrieving the bottle with care, I marveled at its unexpected weight and the salt-encrusted patina that veiled it in spots. Moonlight pierced through the glass, casting mesmerizing reflections across its surface. The cork stopper, sealed with weathered black wax, bore cracks from the passage of time, yet remained intact. Examining the bottle closely, I discerned that its glass held tiny crystalline formations, twinkling like miniature stars ensnared within. Returning to the porch, bathed in the glow of an oil lamp, I placed the bottle upon the aged wooden table before settling into my cherished armchair. The ocean's symphony now seemed to speak with heightened intensity, as if harboring a message meant solely for me. With deliberate movements, I began to dismantle the aged sealing wax. The seal disintegrated beneath my touch like ancient ash, unveiling a remarkably preserved cork stopper. Extracting it gingerly, a peculiar fragrance wafted forth, an amalgamation of seaweed, aged ink, and an elusive, indefinable essence. Nestled within was a paper scroll, tied with a faded blue silk ribbon. My hands trembled slightly as I undid the knot. Though aged, the paper proved surprisingly resilient. Unfurling it, I beheld sepia-tinted text, its script rendering some portions nearly illegible. The words danced upon the page, seeming to convey a language familiar yet veiled in obscurity. The script, elegant yet distorted in places, hinted at a sense of urgency in its creator. As my gaze adjusted to the faded text, fragmented phrases emerged. Time flows differently here, and the light is never the same. Amidst the lines, sketches of unfamiliar constellations and lunar phases intertwined with the script. Yet it was a drawing at the parchment's base that seized my attention. A flawless spiral, seemingly an imperceptible motion when viewed askance. As I perused the message, the oil lamp flickered oddly, casting elongated shadows upon the porch that undulated in time with the waves. The sea's melodic cadence had shifted, morphing from a gentle lapping to a rhythmic whisper akin to a chant in a forgotten tongue. The atmosphere thickened, as if time itself had slowed to a standstill. The final paragraphs, clearest on the parchment surface, spoke of a realm where the boundary betwixt dream and reality waned as thin as silk, where time ebbed akin to water slipping through cupped hands. The missive concluded with a phrase that arrested my breath. If you are reading these words, it means you too have been chosen. Look at the sea tonight. You'll see it's no longer the same as before. Raising my gaze from the parchment, I beheld the moon, now seemingly larger, casting a geometric reflection upon the water's surface. The bottle upon the table emanated the same ethereal green light, pulsing languidly like a slumbering heart. Carefully rewrapping the message and returning it to the bottle, I left the cork aside. Pondering the horizon, I mused on the likelihood of others uncovering similar vessels, sensing the silent beckoning of the sea as I had. The night unfolded peacefully, yet an indefinable shift had taken root. Perhaps it was the stars' shimmer upon the water's surface, or perchance it was I who perceived the world through altered perception. I remained upon the porch till daybreak, hearkening to the sea's whispers of ancient enigmas. The bottle lingered upon the table, its green luminescence waning with the advent of dawn. Uncertain if I would ever decipher the message's full import, I sensed a transformation within me that night. Sometimes, beneath the full moon's gaze, I catch a glimpse of that spectral green glow dancing amidst the waves, a tantalizing invitation to unearth mysteries best left entombed in the ocean's depths. Story 7. In the hush of my study, weariness from the day's toil clung to me like a whisper. The soft amber glow of the desk lamp painted gentle shadows across the book-lined walls, enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility. The scent of aged paper and ink, a familiar embrace, welcomed me as I sank into the embrace of my well-loved leather armchair. Resting on the gleaming wooden desk, my grandmother's gift, my old diary, lay in its usual spot, beckoning me. Its weathered brown cover and yellowed pages held the secrets of my heart. But tonight, a peculiar discovery awaited me. As I leafed through the diary, a sight caught my eye. The last page, once blank, now adorned with elegant script unlike my own. The ink glistened fresh, as though penned just moments ago. Leaning in, my breath slowed, entranced by the words that unfolded a tale of an autumn evening, mirroring the very room I occupied. Raindrops tapped a soothing rhythm on the window, blending with the ethereal rustle of pages stirred by an unseen breeze. The flickering lamp cast dancing shadows, weaving a spell of enchantment around me. Mesmerized, I read on. The prose, a mysterious dance of prediction, described my world with eerie accuracy. Curiosity urged him to turn the page. The script beckoned, and as if in a trance, my fingers obeyed. With each turn, new words sprang to life before my eyes, as though a phantom hand inscribed them. The ink flowed, capturing my every sensation, the warmth of the lamp, the weight of my breath, the shiver down my spine in exquisite detail. Startled yet spellbound, I rose only to find myself drawn back to the pages that continued to fill with revelations. The titles of unknown books on the shelves materialized in the narrative, aligning with the reality of my surroundings. The clock's pendulum-like rhythm marked time as the writing wove a tapestry of intrigue, pulling me deeper into its web. Seated on the couch, rain's symphony enveloping me, the room transformed, cocooning me in a bubble of mystery. With eyes closed, I surrendered to the lullaby of the downpour. Upon opening them, the diary beckoned anew, its words now whispering of forgotten memories, intimate and raw. A silent dialogue unfolded, bridging the chasm between past and present. Each word, a stepping stone to understanding, beckoned me closer, unearthing truths long buried. As midnight approached, I realized hours had slipped by, lost in this enigmatic communion with the diary. The final words, cryptic yet profound, echoed in my mind. Some mysteries don't need to be solved to be understood. Gently closing the diary, I felt the leather's familiar touch beneath my fingers. Outside, rain continued its gentle serenade, a companion to my thoughts. Would the words endure till morning, or fade like mist at dawn? With a lingering glance at the study, I retired for the night, the unspoken revelation lingering in the air. Night draped the study in silence, the lamp's glow a silent sentinel to the enigma that lingered. Closing the door, I pondered the newfound depth within me. Some mysteries, I realized, are treasures best left uncharted, their allure in the unknown. And as I drifted into slumber, the diary remained, a silent guardian of secrets untold. Story 8. The gentle glow of my desk lamp caressed the worn wood of my grandfather's ancient writing desk, casting soft shadows that swayed with the rhythm of the raindrops tapping against the window. The night was wrapped in a tranquil melody, each droplet a note in a lullaby that whispered through the quiet hours. Amidst the stack of old letters and faded postcards, a pristine white envelope stood out like a pearl in a sea of memories. Its paper, untouched by time, felt strangely familiar, yet subtly altered, like a dream half remembered. My name, written in deep blue ink, adorned the envelope in elegant cursive, the letters shimmering in the lamplight as if alive with a secret. But it wasn't the absence of a postage stamp or the pristine quality of the paper that made my heart skip a beat. It was the date inscribed in the corner, December 27, 2025, precisely a year from that moment. Turning the envelope in my trembling hands, I beheld a seal of dark red wax, imprinted with an intricate design that seemed to shift and swirl beneath my gaze, like a hidden message waiting to be deciphered. A symphony of scents filled the air, the familiar aroma of old books and leather, mingling with a hint of lavender and a metallic tang, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Placing the mysterious letter on the desk, I watched as the shadows danced upon its surface, painted by the rain-streaked window. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed the hour, each resonant toll lingering in the air, stretching time itself. Amidst the echoes, a subtle sound reached my ears, a whisper of paper brushing against paper, though the envelope remained motionless before me. As I broke the wax seal with cautious fingers, a single sheet of paper greeted me, folded with precision. The same blue ink met my eyes, but the hurried script upon the page bore the urgency of a message untold. The scent of lavender and ozone grew stronger, sending a tingling sensation through my fingertips as they grazed the paper. The letter began with a haunting declaration. By the time you read this, you'll have already made the choice. The words pulsed on the page, each line unfolding a narrative of decisions yet to be made, paths yet to be traversed, and consequences yet to be faced. The future unfurled before me in ink and paper, a world both inevitable and fantastical, written in a voice that was mine yet not quite mine, shaped by experiences yet to come. As I delved deeper into the letter, the lamp's light seemed to ebb and flow in harmony with my reading, a dance of illumination and shadow that mirrored the cadence of the rain against the window. The paragraphs painted a portrait of a future suspended between reality and reverie, a realm where the possible intertwined with the impossible. The final paragraph ended abruptly, as if the writer, my future self, had been interrupted in their confession. Below, a postscript in a different ink, darker and slightly smudged, whispered a cryptic message. Remember, the choice comes at midnight. The door will only open once. Glancing at the grandfather clock, I saw 5 minutes until the stroke of midnight. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a profound silence broken only by the steady ticking of passing seconds. The paper in my hand seemed to grow weightless, ethereal, as if on the verge of vanishing into the night. Rising slowly, I approached the window, the moon's silver beams illuminating the room in a ghostly glow. The ink on the page began to fade, words disappearing like stars swallowed by the dawn. At the stroke of midnight, the paper lay blank in my palm, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lavender and the warmth of endless possibilities. The envelope eluded my search in the following days, though on quiet nights when the rain returned to tap against the window, I caught a whiff of lavender and ozone, and my fingers tingled with the memory of that enigmatic letter. The choice it spoke of lingered in my thoughts. Had I made it already, or was it yet to be decided? Perhaps both truths coexisted, like parallel worlds converging in a single moment, suspended between what had been and what could be. The grandfather clock continued its steady march, each tick a reminder of the relentless passage of time. But on nights veiled in rain and shadow, I found myself gazing at the door, anticipating the stroke of midnight, wondering if in some distant future I would be the one writing a letter to my past self, bridging the chasm between reality and imagination. Story 9. The mysterious journal materialized on my nightstand one chilly winter morning, its rich burgundy cover gleaming under the soft sunlight seeping through my curtains. I hadn't placed it there, yet there was an inexplicable familiarity in the weathered spine and the cream-colored pages. The air outside held the sharp tang of frost, accompanied by a distant wind chime's soothing melody. Running my fingers over the intricate patterns on the cover, I could feel the history etched into the leather, worn smooth by time's gentle caress. How I knew this, I couldn't say. Upon opening the journal, a delicate fragrance of lavender and aged paper wafted out, stirring elusive memories just beyond my reach. The initial pages lay blank, pristine and beckoning. But as I turned them, elegant handwriting shimmered into view, catching the morning light. It was my own writing, unmistakably mine, yet I had no recollection of penning those words. The entries were dated for days yet to unfold. Day after day, I found myself drawn to the diary, reading my own script detailing events that had not yet transpired. Simple predictions at first, a chance meeting with an old acquaintance, the unearthing of a lost ring beneath my dresser, the distant tolling of midnight church bells. Each forecast unfolded with eerie accuracy, like gentle ripples spreading across a tranquil pond. With time, the entries grew more intricate, foretelling conversations down to the very words spoken. Describing sunsets I would witness exactly as depicted, and even predicting the touch of rain on my skin with uncanny precision. Not once did the diary unveil anything distressing or alarming, only enigmatic wonders and subtle revelations that imbued each day with a dreamlike quality. One entry spoke of the aroma of freshly baked bread drifting through my window, followed by a knock at my door. And true to the prediction, a basket of warm rolls awaited me outside, the identity of the anonymous baker a mystery. Another entry hinted at a melody I would hear strolling in the garden, played on an unidentified instrument. When the music reached my ears, it was ethereal, its origin forever concealed from sight. The presence of the diary altered my perception of time. Mornings became tinged with anticipation, evenings suffused with tranquil reflection. I started noticing nuances previously overlooked. The dance of shadows on my walls, the subtle shift in the air heralding rain, the varied shades of silence enveloping my rooms at night. Occasionally, I would discover pressed flowers nestled between the pages, vivid blooms from futures yet to unfold. Their petals were velvety under my touch, their fragrance mingling with the perpetual scent of lavender that clung to the diary. As weeks slipped by, I observed the entries fading after their events had come to pass, dissolving into the pages like mist dispersing under the morning sun. Fresh predictions would emerge in the same familiar handwriting, striking a delicate balance between mystery and comfort. The origin and purpose of the diary remained a mystery, some enigmas destined to remain unsolved, their allure part of their enchantment. The journal taught me to greet the unknown with curiosity rather than trepidation, to find solace in the gentle progression of time. On serene nights, when the moon cast its silver glow through my window, I would glimpse words materializing across the pages, letter by letter, akin to ink drops melding into clear water. I refrained from reading them as they unfurled, preferring to let the mysteries of tomorrow stay veiled until their appointed hour. This diary became my steadfast companion, a link between past and future. It never disclosed grand tragedies or moments of overwhelming joy, but rather the quiet magic woven into everyday life when one learns to look for it. Perhaps its greatest gift was revealing the wonder nestled within life's subtle cadences, in the ethereal spaces where reality and dreams intertwine. As I pen these words, I sense tomorrow's musings taking shape in my mind, poised to ink unnamed pages. The diary rests at my side, its cover warm beneath my touch, poised to unveil another day's worth of gentle mysteries. Beyond my window, the wind chime resumes its enchanting melody, and I smile, aware that its tune was foretold in tomorrow's entry, scribed in handwriting, both mine and not mine, within a journal dreaming of days yet to unfurl. Story 10. The soft patter of rain against the window panes enveloped my grandmother's ancient home in a melodic embrace. My task was to sift through years of memories tucked away in the dusty attic, a duty that carried both weight and a curious peace. Each step on the creaking wooden stairs released a hint of aged cedar and faded recollections. The attic, bathed in a gentle filtered light from a small round window, seemed to breathe with whispers of bygone days. Dust motes danced lazily in the pale beam, crafting mystical patterns in the air. Every box and trunk held fragments of lives long past as my fingers brushed against weathered cardboard. The rain's gentle song provided the perfect soundtrack to my exploration. In a shadowy corner, partially concealed behind leather-bound albums, something caught my eye. A weathered music box, its surface dimmed by time, rested on a worn pink blanket. It wasn't its appearance that intrigued me, but the slow turning of its metal key, as though wound just moments ago. The subtle movement, almost imperceptible, stood out in the attic's silence. As I drew closer, the air seemed to chill slightly. The music box's lid, intricately carved with woodland creatures, bore the marks of loving handling over the years. Curiously, my grandmother had never mentioned this particular piece, a fact that struck me as odd given her usual penchant for sharing stories about her cherished possessions. Lifting the box carefully, I felt its warmth against the attic's coolness. The key continued its unhurried rotation, defying all logic. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, expecting a familiar lullaby. Instead, a different sound emerged. The soft laughter of a distant child, ethereal and haunting, drifting like a forgotten memory. The sound held a poignant loneliness and yearning that stirred something deep within me. Nestled beneath the music box was a tiny porcelain doll, no larger than my palm. Its painted face wore a tranquil expression, one glass eye slightly askew, giving it an eerie, knowing gaze. The doll's dress, once white, now bore the hue of aged ivory, its lace fragile as spider silk. What captivated me were the doll's delicate hands, poised as if reaching out, longing to be held. As I gazed at the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to shift, echoing deliberate footsteps crossing the attic floor. Dust motes twirled in intricate patterns, almost forming tiny handprints before dissipating into chaos. The temperature continued to drop, though not uncomfortably so, more akin to a gentle breeze on a summer's eve. Memories began to surface, not my own, but vivid in my mind's eye. Scenes of a young girl at play in this very attic unfolded before me, her laughter reverberating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These visions, like watercolor paintings, soft-edged and muted in color, carried a profound sense of truth. Somehow I knew I was witnessing my grandmother's childhood, though the certainty of this knowledge eluded explanation. The music box's key finally stilled, and the spectral laughter faded into silence. Holding both objects, inexplicable urge to bring them downstairs tugged at me, to breathe new life into them in the warmth below. Yet a mysterious force held me back. The doll's misaligned gaze seemed fixed on something unseen, a presence beyond my sight. Carefully, I returned the items to their original places, arranging the pink blanket meticulously. A subtle shift in the air, like a sigh of contentment, swept through the attic. The rain resumed its gentle cadence, and the dust settled back into its lazy waltz in the sunbeam. In that moment, I grasped a fundamental truth about this space. Some toys refused to be forgotten, lingering in the realm between memory and reality, past and present, playing with phantom children in the quiet hours when all eyes are averted. As evening descended and I readied to depart, a faint melody from the attic seemed to drift down, accompanied by the sound of tiny feet dancing on creaking floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, residing in the tranquil realm between wakefulness and dreams, where the improbable becomes real and memories dance eternally in the dust-laden light of aging attics. Perhaps this was why my grandmother had never spoken of the music box. Certain treasures are meant to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their magic unveiled only to those who chance upon them at the perfect moment, when the rain falls softly and the world hushes enough to hear the murmurs of the past. Story 11. In the stillness of the night, a shroud of mist enveloped the world outside, casting the streetlights in a soft, ethereal glow akin to distant, muted stars. Nestled in the embrace of my favorite armchair, I found myself lost in a trance, observing the playful interplay of shadows pirouetting across the walls of my study, choreographed by the flickering flame of a solitary candle perched on the side table. The aged wooden floor exuded a comforting aroma, a testament to the history ingrained in the very fibers of the house, while the tranquility was occasionally punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. In a moment of quiet contemplation, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. Amidst the familiar silhouettes cavorting on the wall, there was one shadow that defied the norm. While the others swayed harmoniously in tandem with the dancing flame, this particular shadow moved with an air of autonomy, as if embarking on a clandestine exploration of the wall's surface. Initially dismissing it as a trick of my fatigued mind, worn down by countless sleepless nights of toil, I closed the book resting in my lap and rose to investigate further. As if sensing my scrutiny, the enigmatic shadow timidly recoiled into the room's shadowy recesses. Drawing closer to the wall, I scrutinized the textured plaster surface intently. While the natural irregularities produced subtle shadows, the anomaly that had captured my attention stood out starkly. It possessed a solidity, a definition that belied the mere absence of light. Tentatively, I extended a hand to touch the wall at the precise spot where the shadow had paused. The surface was chillingly cold, a stark contrast to the ambient warmth. In the ensuing days, I began to discern other peculiar occurrences. The shadow materialized at varied intervals, always when solitude reigned, always when the illumination waned enough to permit the existence of shadows, yet persisted sufficiently to prevent their complete dissolution. Sometimes it manifested in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, perpetually exhibiting a curious and almost bashful demeanor. One evening, while engrossed in writing at my desk, a subtle presence brushed against my senses, akin to the silent regard of a feline observer. Slowly pivoting in my seat, I beheld the shadow etched upon the closed door of my study. This time, it did not retreat. Instead, it lingered, seemingly studying me in return. It was then that a fundamental detail, previously overlooked, seized my awareness. The shadow bore no discernible source. Every shadow we encounter is cast by a tangible entity, a person, an object, an animal. Yet this shadow existed in isolation, autonomous, as though a sentient entity in its own right. Engaging in silent communion, I initiated a dialogue with the shadow, not through spoken words, but through gestures and motions. It responded in kind, cavorting on the wall, weaving shapes that almost resembled script, only to dissolve before comprehension could dawn. At times, a semblance of a message seemed within grasp, while on other occasions, they dissolved into mere whimsical arabesques. With the passage of time, its presence grew familiar, almost soothing. On restless nights, I found myself seeking it out, anticipating its distinctive movements amidst the customary shadows. It was akin to a silent companion, a custodian of the nocturnal hours. The origins and nature of the shadow eluded me. Despite delving into research, consulting ancient tomes, and seeking counsel from experts in the realms of the paranormal, no definitive explanation surfaced. Theories were posited, ranging from physical aberrations to residual energy manifestations, yet none encapsulated the essence of this enigmatic presence. Seated once more in my armchair, penning these lines, I spy the shadow's gentle undulations in my peripheral vision. It has seamlessly interwoven itself into the tapestry of my existence, a riddle I have come to embrace without unraveling its enigma. I often ponder if it, too, ponders my essence, whether I am as much a mystery to it as it is to me. The candle on the table flickers, its flame waning. Soon, the shadow will dissolve into the encompassing darkness, only to reappear when fresh light births the requisite conditions for its manifestation. And I shall remain here, an unwavering sentinel, engaged in this tacit exchange between a man and a bodiless shadow. Story 12. The night was draped in a profound silence, broken solely by the rhythmic melody of the train wheels rolling on the tracks. Nestled in the final carriage, I found myself enveloped in a soft glow emitted by the gentle fixtures dangling from above. The air held a comforting warmth, and the ceaseless movement of the train birthed an almost hypnotic trance. Peering through the window, I watched as the mist waltzed lazily in the darkness, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the void. In that moment, I believed I was the sole occupant of the carriage. But appearances can be deceiving. My reflection on the glass fused with the obscurity beyond, conjuring the illusion of an enigmatic presence observing me from the other side. The cadence of the rails possessed a soothing quality, akin to a mechanical lullaby coaxing me toward slumber. It was then, amidst the tranquil symphony of the night, that a peculiar sight captured my attention within the glass. A shadow loomed behind me, a figure seated a few rows away. I had no recollection of their arrival, yet there they sat, distinct and undeniable. As the train pressed on through the nocturnal expanse, the perpetual whisper of the wheels carried echoes of ancient tales long forgotten. With caution, I turned my gaze, attempting to avoid detection. The carriage was bathed in an amber hue, casting elongated shadows across the vacant seats. The enigmatic figure I had glimpsed in my reflection remained unmoving, cloaked in what appeared to be a dark garment, their countenance obscured beneath the brim of a wide hat concealed from my scrutiny. Time seemed to stretch as I observed the silent interloper. A weight hung in the air, laden with memories foreign to me. The passenger sat in silence, a silent sentinel melded seamlessly with the train itself. Compelled by an unseen force, I rose from my seat, feigning a need to visit the restroom at the rear of the carriage. Drawing nearer to the mysterious figure, I noted the peculiar fabric of their coat, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. A chill permeated the air surrounding them, carrying whispers of lavender and aged tomes. Passing by the occupied seat, I felt time stutter, the distant hum of the rails fading into obscurity. It was then that a disquieting truth unraveled before me. The figure beneath the cloak remained eerily still, devoid of the telltale rise and fall of breath. Reaching the end of the carriage, I hesitated, torn between advancing to the next compartment or retracing my steps. The corridor stretched endlessly, bathed in hypnotic patterns cast by the dim illumination. Glancing back, I found the seat once occupied by the mysterious entity vacant. In its place lay an antiquated train ticket, aged and yellowed by time. Trembling, I lifted the token, its date marking a half-century past, precisely the same day. The ticket exuded a residual warmth, as though clutched moments before my own touch. Returning to my seat, I clutched the artifact, my fingers trembling with the weight of the encounter. The train rumbled onward through the night, the wheels offering a familiar solace. Beyond the misted window, shadowy figures seemed to pace alongside the train, companions on its nocturnal voyage. Drifting into weariness, I pondered how many others had crossed paths with the enigmatic passenger aboard the final train of the night. The ticket, my sole tangible proof of the surreal encounter, began to fade like a dream slipping from grasp. As the train bore its secrets and spectral passengers through the night, I succumbed to slumber. A faint whisper of lavender lingered in the air, accompanied by the distant echo of retreating footsteps down the carriage corridor. Story 13. The rain whispered its gentle lullaby against the windows of the cozy establishment, its rhythmic patter blending harmoniously with the soft clinks of cups and the murmurs of the few lingering patrons. Seated at the bar, I observed the play of dim lights pirouetting on the polished surface of the mahogany counter. Jack, the enigmatic bartender, polished glasses with a slow, almost hypnotic grace, his gaze holding a newfound depth that piqued my curiosity. Something mysterious lingered in his dark eyes as he prepared my customary lavender tea, his hands moving with their usual precision, yet betraying a subtle tremor when he set the cup before me. The delicate fragrance of lavender waltzed through the air, mingling with the comforting sense of coffee and aged wood that infused the space. Jack's furtive glances towards a solitary figure nestled in the farthest corner of the bar did not escape my notice. The figure sat motionless, a silent sentinel amidst the ebb and flow of time. With measured steps, Jack refilled my cup, his controlled demeanor belying a tautness in his voice when he inquired if I desired anything more. In that moment, a disquieting detail caught my eye. A faint reddish stain marred the cuff of his typically pristine white shirt, barely discernible in the dim ambience. As hours drifted by languidly, the rain persisted in its hypnotic descent. Patrons bid their farewells one by one, departing and leaving behind vacant chairs and abandoned cups. Solemnly, the enigmatic figure in the corner remained, a silent sentinel in the twilight. Jack meticulously organized the bar with a meticulousness that bordered on obsession, his actions betraying a growing unease as the pendulum clock marked time's relentless march. Another detail caught my attention. Nestled among the bottles beneath the counter lay a weathered notebook, its pages yellowed with age. Intrigued, I perused the meticulous script, a chronicle of names, dates, and places, culminating in a series of cryptic notations and symbols that teased the boundaries of comprehension. A shuffle of footsteps drew my gaze upwards. The veiled figure had at last stirred from their secluded haven, making their way towards the exit. As they passed by the bar, a charged exchange of looks transpired between them and Jack, a fleeting moment pregnant with unspoken tension. A subtle nod from the bartender sealed the enigmatic encounter, and the stranger vanished into the rain-shrouded night. Jack resumed his duties, yet an intangible shift had settled upon his demeanor. His hands, once steady, now trembled imperceptibly as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze adrift in a sea of distant recollections or perhaps haunting regrets. As I readied myself to depart, Jack beckoned me with a gentle gesture. In a hushed voice laden with secrets, he confided, "There are tales that only a bartender witnesses and hears, stories best left cloaked in the veil of these walls. Yet at times, the burden of these hidden truths becomes too weighty to bear alone." A pregnant pause ensued, each word chosen with care. Turning towards him, I observed the flickering lamplight casting ephemeral shadows upon his fatigued countenance. The notebook lay in silent vigil amongst the bottles, a repository of enigmatic truths. A faint, weary smile graced Jack's lips, failing to reach his weary eyes. "Return tomorrow," he murmured, "and perhaps a narrative shall unfold, or perhaps not." Stepping into the obsidian night, the rain's gentle caress persisted. Through the bar's window, I glimpsed Jack resuming his meticulous routine, a silent sentinel in the shifting tides of time. Now aware of the enigma veiled beneath his daily facade, I pondered the hidden narratives concealed beneath other bar counters. How many taciturn custodians of secrets akin to Jack existed, their lips sealed by burdens too immense to divulge. The lights of the establishment dimmed as I ventured forth into the night, allowing the shadows to enshroud the enigmas cradled within those walls. Amidst the nocturnal symphony of rain, I pondered the myriad untold stories that lingered in the embrace of darkness, mysteries whispered only to the night's silent keepers. Story 14. The grandfather clock in the hallway whispered its ancient song as it struck midnight, casting a spell of deep tranquility throughout the old house. Nestled in my favorite armchair, wrapped in the gentle cocoon of a woolen blanket, I surrendered to the symphony of winter winds dancing through the window's embrace. The soft glow of my reading lamp enveloped me in a warm embrace, while the corners of the room lingered in a comforting shroud of darkness. My nightly ritual of reading had become a cherished sanctuary, especially in the hush of these long winter evenings. The house settled into its familiar rhythm of murmurs and sighs, a lullaby of creaks and whispers from bygone years. Yet on this night, a subtle shift in the silence captured my attention. Lowering my book, I raised my gaze, allowing my senses to reach beyond the circle of light. The air bore a hint of change, a delicate shift that tingled the skin with awareness. It carried a chill, akin to the moment before snow graces the earth, though the sky outside remained clear. My eyes gravitated towards the partially open hallway door, positioned just enough to catch the comforting toll of the clock. The door stood unmoved, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. But as I watched, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye within that shadowed slice. It appeared denser, as if the darkness had coalesced into a tangible presence. The longer I stared, the more I discerned a subtle play of depths, like layers of silk swaying in a breathless dance. The radiator's hum filled the room with warmth, yet it seemed to shy away from that particular corner, as if an unseen force redirected its gentle flow. Leaning forward in my chair, not out of fear but curiosity, I fixated on the enigmatic shadow. It seemed to respond to my gaze, morphing into sharper contours while retaining an elusive ambiguity, like a half-remembered dream. Marking my place in the book with a silk ribbon, I set it aside. The leather chair whispered softly as I shifted, but I remained seated, allowing my eyes to fully adjust to the interplay of light and shadow. As I observed, the darkness behind the door stirred with a subtle grace, akin to curtains swayed by a phantom breeze. The room remained still, yet the shadow seemed to possess a gentle motion of its own. The grandfather clock's steady ticks now synchronized with the shadow's shifting shapes, guiding my breath into a tranquil rhythm. The shadow swayed, breathing almost imperceptibly, painting intricate patterns reminiscent of sunlight dancing beneath the surface of a tranquil sea. A comforting warmth embraced the room, distinct from the radiator's artificial heat, akin to the tender presence of a dozing cat. The shadow's movements conveyed a silent language, its gestures akin to whispers through frosted glass, a dialogue of motion and rhythm. Time ebbed and flowed, a languid dance of observation and response, each moment stretching and contracting like honey stirred in warm tea. The shadow's gestures, at times reaching out before gracefully retracting, felt like a silent communion, a sharing of secrets in the language of shadows and stillness. Details within the shadow emerged, defying the logic of ordinary darkness. Swirls and patterns unfurled, hinting at unfathomable depths within that confined space. Shapes materialized and dissolved, like ink dissolving in water, their ephemeral forms challenging my mind's attempts at classification. Yet there was no menace in these manifestations. They exuded a sense of offering, of revelations shared in the sacred realm of shadow and silence. When the grandfather clock chimed one, a subtle shift rippled through the air. The shadow began to thin, not vanishing entirely but receding, akin to a beloved guest preparing to depart after a serene visit. Watching it meld back into the commonplace darkness of the hallway, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment linger in its wake. As the shadow faded, a subtle transformation settled upon the room. Though unchanged physically, it resonated with a newfound significance, as if blessed by the presence that had graced this hour. The door stood as before, framing only ordinary darkness, yet now infused with a quiet reverence. Resuming my book, I held on to the serene essence left by the shadow's visit, welcoming the encroaching tendrils of sleep with gratitude. Dreams embraced me, suffused with memories of the shadow that moved like liquid and whispered like a friend. To this day, I leave the door ajar each night, inviting that familiar darkness to gather once more. On evenings draped in silence, I catch glimpses of the shadow's return, a gentle reminder of our shared hours of peace. With a smile, I sink deeper into my chair, ready to commune with my nocturnal visitor from the depths of shadow, embracing the tranquility that lingers in its silent presence. Story 15. In the quiet embrace of an autumn evening, time seemed to slow to a gentle crawl as rain tapped softly on the roof of the old family homestead. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the tender glow cast by the floor lamp bequeathed to me by my grandfather. This lamp, adorned with a stained glass shade, painted whimsical patterns on the walls with its playful light. Yet on this particular evening, a peculiar allure in the shadows birthed a newfound curiosity within me. The shapes flickering on the walls seemed to waltz with an otherworldly grace, weaving intricate designs unseen before. Initially dismissing it as a fatigue-induced trick of light, I soon discerned a peculiar anomaly in their movements, a defiance of the laws of nature. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, captivated. The colored glass exuded a subtle warmth, as if harboring a clandestine enigma within its geometric hues. Tracing my fingertips along its surface, I noticed a faintly shimmering symbol etched into the lamp's base, a hidden sigil whispering secrets in the soft radiance. The shadows persisted in their silent ballet, unveiling more distinct forms, graceful figures gliding, trees swaying in an unseen breeze, and elusive entities materializing and vanishing like fleeting dreams. It was as though the lamp transcended mere shadow play, unfurling tales of yore through the silent dialogue of light and darkness. Seated on the floor, I found myself ensnared by this surreal spectacle. The shadows seemed to respond to my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding as I withdrew. At times, a distant melody, a faint musical breath, accompanied their mysterious dance, enveloping me in a tender embrace of contemplative wonder. As the night deepened its hues, the projected figures grew more intricate, blending mundane scenes with fantastical vignettes. A child at play morphed into a soaring bird, a seamstress metamorphosed into a dancing butterfly. The lamp spoke in the language of light and shadow, weaving narratives straddling the realms of reality and reverie. And then, a revelation unfolded. Some shadows mirrored fragments of my own childhood, resurrecting memories thought long forgotten. Rain continued its gentle serenade outside, harmonizing with the shadowy performance within. Time dissolved, leaving me adrift in a tranquil reverie. The figures ebbed, their movements languid as if concluding a grand performance. Softened, yet no less mesmerizing, the shadows whispered the final verses of an ethereal lullaby, bidding farewell to their spectral stage. As I rose from my reverie, I noticed the rain had ceased, enveloping the room in a hush of serenity. The shadows, once storytellers, now reverted to mere projections. Yet an ineffable transformation had transpired. Gazing at the ancestral lamp, I realized it held untold narratives, waiting to unfurl on tranquil nights like this one. Drifting onto the couch, I surrendered to the lamp's gentle glow, embracing slumber's embrace. In my waning wakefulness, a final shadow pirouetted on the wall, the silhouette of my grandfather, a silent testament that some mysteries are best cherished, not deciphered. Story 16. Silence wrapped itself around the narrow streets of the quaint hillside town like a velvety cloak, muffling even the faintest of sounds. On this particular autumn evening, the air carried hints of burning wood and decaying leaves, while a misty fog slinked through the alleyways like a silent phantom. From the cozy haven of my third-floor apartment, I peered out at the neighboring windows, each aglow with a soft amber light. It struck me as peculiar to see so many lights still ablaze at this late hour, yet not a soul stirred behind the foggy panes. The distant church bell chimed 10 times, its toll resonating strangely hollow, as though the sound itself was swathed in a cloak of cotton. Although I had only recently arrived in this town, a mere 3 weeks prior, I had never witnessed the streets so eerily deserted. Normally, even at this late hour, a stray dog walker or groups of chatty youths from the corner pub would animate the quietude. But tonight, the stillness remained unbroken. Seated in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea in my hands, I observed the absence of even the familiar stray cat that often prowled Mrs. Miller's windowsill. Wisps of steam spiraled from the cup, waltzing through the air before dissipating into the darkness of the room. Opting to keep only a small reading lamp aglow, its gentle light casting soft shadows on the cream-colored walls, I was suddenly roused by a faint rustling emanating from the hallway leading to the bedroom. Intrigued rather than frightened, I rose from my seat, setting the cup down on the nearby wooden table. As I neared the hallway, a chill pervaded the air, not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of stepping into an ancient sanctuary. The floorboards murmured softly under my weight, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I hesitated. The door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of bluish light seeping through the crack, unlike any illumination I had seen in the house before. Pushing the door open with a gentle creak, I found the window shut tight, yet the curtains swayed as if brushed by a phantom breeze. Nestled on the floor beneath the window lay a single sheet of paper. As I bent to retrieve it, I noticed it was a weathered newspaper page dated October 15, 1954. The headline immediately seized my attention: Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a peculiar night when the townsfolk had collectively retreated into their homes, as if compelled by an unspoken agreement whose origins had faded into obscurity. Engrossed in the text, movement beyond the window drew my gaze. Across the street, the lights in the houses flickered out one by one, resembling candles extinguished by an unseen breath. Yet, within the shadows behind the darkened windows, motionless figures appeared to gaze in my direction. A vibration from my robe pocket interrupted the stillness. A message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, everyone stays indoors. It's crucial. Peering out once more, I noticed that all lights had now dimmed, except for mine. In the deepening hush, my heartbeat seemed to slow, aligning with an ancient, enigmatic rhythm. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper clipping, I marveled at its velvety texture, as though countless hands had caressed it. Beyond the glass, the fog had thickened, enveloping the streetlights in a milky haze. From my vantage point, the main thoroughfare lay deserted, shrouded in a spectral stillness. Recalling the article's accounts, wherein witnesses claimed no memory of the events of that fateful night, I rose and made my way to the light switch. Before plunging the room into darkness, I stole a final glance outside. The mist now contorted into sinuous, almost dancing forms, and for an instant I fancied I glimpsed shadowy figures gliding within, akin to phantoms adrift in a ghostly sea. With the room now cloaked in silence, broken solely by the rhythmic ticking of the bedside clock, I settled onto the bed, fully clothed. As slumber beckoned, I pondered whether the morning light would unveil memories of this peculiar night, or if, like the town's denizens of yore, I would remain oblivious to the cyclical mystery woven into our lives. The toll of midnight bells, their chimes oddly muted, lingered in my mind, resonating from a realm where silence reigned as the universal language of its inhabitants. Story 17. The autumn rain whispered softly, weaving a delicate veil that blurred the boundaries of reality. Night had descended, stretching my work shift beyond its usual limits. My footsteps, mingling with the rain's gentle rhythm on the pavement, led me towards the bus stop. The air was heavy with the unique fragrance only rain can conjure, a blend of damp earth, fallen leaves, and an elusive freshness that accompanies a storm. Approaching the shelter, a solitary figure caught my eye. They sat motionless on the bench beneath the transparent canopy, draped in a dark coat that seemed to meld with the night, a wide-brimmed hat casting shadows over their face. What struck me immediately was the anomaly of their dry coat amidst the downpour. Halting a few paces away, I discreetly observed this enigmatic presence. The dim street lamp light played tricks, casting eerie shadows around the figure. Their form appeared blurred, as if seen through frosted glass. In their proximity, the rain's song softened, enveloping us in an unnatural hush. Glancing at my phone, I noted 20 minutes until my bus arrived. Tentatively, I sought refuge under the shelter, drawn to escape the intensifying rain. The stranger remained still, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Seating myself at a distance, I noticed another unsettling detail. Raindrops near them veered off course, as if repelled by an unseen force. The rain's melody shifted in tone, emitting a subtle hiss as it approached them. Time crawled by, each minute stretching into eternity. Despite attempts to distract myself with my phone, the stranger's aura held me captive. Occasionally, a faint movement of their head caught my peripheral vision, as if gazing at unseen wonders in the distance. A strong gust made the street lamp sway, casting deeper shadows for a fleeting moment. It was then the stranger turned slightly towards me. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes should have been, only two faint points of light shimmered, resembling the moon's reflection on tranquil waters. My heart thudded, a steady yet intense rhythm. Though fear tugged at me to flee, curiosity rooted me to my spot. The stranger slowly shifted back, the moment passing like a receding wave. In the distance, the bus's familiar rumble heralded its arrival. Headlights piercing the darkness. With a hiss, it came to a stop before us. I rose hastily, stealing a final glance at the bench, but the stranger had vanished. No sound of movement, no trace left behind. Boarding the bus on unsteady legs, I chose a seat near the driver. As the bus departed, I peered through the fogged window. The shelter stood empty, yet for an instant I glimpsed a dark figure dissolving into the rain, like smoke carried by the wind. In the ensuing days, that bus stop bore a different aura on rainy nights. The street lamp's glow seemed dimmer, the rain's cadence resonating oddly, as if the very air retained the memory of that mysterious encounter. The stranger never reappeared, yet on rainy evenings since, I've noticed certain raindrops deviating from their course inexplicably, a subtle reminder of that enigmatic presence. Story 18. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, creating a natural lullaby that always brought me a sense of tranquility. It was a place I had returned to after many years, now that Grandma had passed on. The scent of aged wood and weathered books lingered in the air, while the fading light of twilight filtered through the partially closed shutters, casting dancing shadows on the vintage wallpaper. In a neglected corner, veiled in a thin layer of dust, I stumbled upon Grandma's old brass record player, gleaming like a polished mirror. It was a relic from another era, adorned with intricate floral patterns on its mechanical arm, and a turntable that seemed frozen in time. Beside it lay a collection of vinyl records, snugly nestled in weathered cardboard sleeves. As I sifted through the records, my fingertips paused on one in particular. Its cover was pure white, devoid of any title or author, save for a delicate golden border that shimmered in the dim light. The record was unfamiliar to me, a mystery among Grandma Rose's cherished collection. Fueled by an insatiable curiosity, I resolved to play it. The record player hummed softly to life as I placed the mysterious vinyl on the turntable and lowered the arm. Initially, there was only the familiar crackle of vinyl. Then the music began. It was a waltz, a melody I had never encountered, played on a piano. Yet there was an otherworldly quality to it, as if the notes were rearranging themselves with each revolution of the record. Entranced, I closed my eyes, surrendering to the enigmatic composition. Hints of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower seemed to waft through the air, though it was the midst of winter. When I opened my eyes, the shadows in the room had taken on a life of their own, swaying to the rhythm of the mysterious melody. Before me, on the wall, a figure materialized in the dancing shadows, a phantom presence twirling in time with the waltz. Despite being alone, I recognized the laughter intertwined with the music. It was Grandma Rose's laughter, as clear and joyous as ever. A shiver tingled down my spine, not of fear, but of a poignant nostalgia mingled with awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. In the reflection, I caught a glimpse of the room behind me, and for an instant, I thought I saw Grandma Rose, youthful and radiant in her favorite dance attire, spinning gracefully in the heart of the attic. Yet, when I turned around, the room was empty once more. The waltz continued, and within the piano notes, I could discern the soft echo of Grandma Rose's laughter. As the final note faded into silence, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It felt warmer, more vibrant, as if that fleeting musical interlude had stirred dormant memories within the very walls of the house. That night, as I placed the mysterious record back into its white sleeve, I noticed a detail I had overlooked before. Inscribed on the inner edge in Grandma Rose's elegant handwriting was a date, her wedding day. Beneath it, in nearly imperceptible script, a message read, "Music is the key to our most precious memories." Since that momentous discovery, each time I revisited the attic, I sought out that particular record. Sometimes it revealed itself readily, while on other occasions it seemed to play hide and seek among the other albums. And with every listen, the melody held subtle variations, as if it contained infinite renditions of the same cherished memory. I pondered whether it was a special gift from Grandma Rose, or something more mystical. Yet one truth remained steadfast. On those rainy evenings, when the record player spun that enigmatic melody, the attic brimmed with a delicate magic. For a brief spell, the boundary between past and present, reality and memory, blurred like the fragile paper of an old photograph. Perhaps, in those fleeting moments, Grandma Rose danced on, perpetually young and jubilant, caught in an eternal waltz of timeless joy. Story 19. The peculiar doors in the hallway of my new home captured my attention from the start. Each one opened as expected. The bathroom adorned with vintage tiles, the bedroom cloaked in faded wallpaper, the kitchen boasting a worn linoleum floor. But the final door, painted a shade darker than its companions, held a secret beyond imagination. Behind it, a semblance of a basement lay hidden, devoid of any stairs leading down to it. This discovery unfolded in the midst of my first week in the house, as the winter winds whispered through the aged window crevices. Standing at the threshold, peering down approximately 8 feet to the concrete floor below, I was met with the glow of a solitary hanging bulb, its light casting an eerie illumination I never recalled switching on. The space below appeared immaculate, almost unnaturally so, with walls and corners that seemed to blur into darkness despite the luminosity. My real estate agent had made no mention of a basement, and the property listing remained silent on the matter. When I raised this anomaly with her, she sounded puzzled, claiming to have shown me every room in the house. Describing the mysterious door and the enigmatic view below, her confusion only deepened. She vowed to consult the original blueprints and revert to me. In the days that ensued, I found myself inexplicably drawn to that door, compelled to open it at different times of day. The light within remained unwavering, casting a constant glow over the basement floor, regardless of the hour. At times, I would fetch a chair and perch at the doorway, safely anchored on the upper level, observing the interplay of shadows in the basement's corners. The air wafting up from below carried a subtle fragrance, not the expected musty dampness, but a cleaner scent, reminiscent of fresh linen or the crispness of morning frost. One evening, as I sat in my customary spot sipping chamomile tea, a peculiar sight greeted me. Nestled in the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, the kind children delight in, embellished with a faded letter A. The block's sudden presence posed a perplexing question. How had it materialized without a means of descent? Thus began my documentation of the basement's subtle transformations. Some mornings the block had shifted a few inches from its prior position. On other occasions it had rotated to reveal different facets. Yet, not once did I discern any sound emanating from below, not even the creaks typical of aging residences. The light persisted in its vigil, unwavering and undiminished. After 3 weeks of vigilant observation, a call from my real estate agent interrupted the eerie tranquility. Her voice, tinged with unease, relayed that she had uncovered the original blueprints. According to the architectural drawings, there existed no basement door in the hallway, only a solid wall. As I stood at the door, phone pressed to my ear, the dark painted entrance loomed in stark contrast to its surroundings. That night, the block invaded my dreams. Multiplying before my eyes, it coalesced into cryptic words on the basement floor. Words just beyond my grasp of comprehension. Hastening to the door upon awakening, I found the basement floor adorned solely by the original block, yet it had shifted once more. Positioned directly beneath the hanging bulb, it cast a perfect square shadow on the concrete below. While winter deepened outside, the basement remained an enigmatic realm, devoid of warmth or chill, shrouded in neither brightness nor darkness. On hushed nights, a faint humming seemed to emanate from below, only to dissipate when I sought to focus on the elusive sound. The block continued its deliberate migration across the floor, hinting at a concealed purpose that eluded my understanding. Mapping its progress on graph paper, I discerned a shape that felt oddly familiar, yet remained just out of reach. As the months unfurled, I acclimated to the presence of my inexplicable basement. Though a silent warning in my mind dissuaded any attempt to access it, I adhered to my routine of observation. The enigma evolved from a source of unease to a lulling comfort, akin to a tale unfolding at its own leisurely pace, impervious to the reader's curiosity. Spring ushered in longer days and balmy temperatures, yet the basement persisted in its perpetual twilight state. One fateful morning, the block had vanished without a trace. The basement floor stood pristine, untouched since my initial encounter. Hours drifted by as I remained seated, awaiting a shift that never transpired. That night, a dream beckoned me with the vision of stairs, a graceful descent into the basement, crafted from light-absorbing dark wood. With a single step down, the air thrummed with the ethereal melody of distant wind chimes. Upon waking, the basement door stood ajar, a stark deviation from my recollection of closing it before retiring for the night. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision near the door catches my attention. A fleeting shadow, or perhaps something more. The block never resurfaced, yet in the profound stillness of night, the echo of wooden toys tapping against concrete reverberates from the space below. I've learned not to investigate these sounds when they grace my ears. Certain mysteries, it seems, prefer their enigma unsolved, content to dwell in the nebulous realm between reality and dreams. Story 20, the gentle flicker of candlelight cast a soft glow, painting intricate patterns on the walls of my bedroom. It was another evening of solitude, with the rain outside tapping a soothing melody on the window panes, in perfect harmony with my slow, steady breaths. Surrounded by the sturdy embrace of aged wooden furniture and the familiar scent of leather-bound books, I usually found solace in these quiet moments. But on this particular night, there was an undeniable shift in the air. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar sound caught my attention. A faint scratching coming from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as the normal settling of an old house, I couldn't ignore the strange rhythm to the noise. It was as if someone was purposefully marking the wall. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, pressing my ear against the weathered wallpaper. The scratching seemed intentional, almost forming a cryptic language with deliberate pauses and sequences. My fingers wandered over the wall's surface, searching for clues. A spot on the wallpaper felt slightly warmer, prompting me to investigate further. As I peeled back a section of the aged paper, a hidden sight greeted me. Etched into the plaster were mysterious markings, not random scratches but meticulously crafted symbols. Some resembled ancient glyphs, while others hinted at mathematical equations, all waiting to tell a story. In the dim candlelight, I reached for my notebook and began to sketch the enigmatic symbols. A pattern emerged, 12 symbols repeating in intricate arrangements, like a puzzle begging to be unraveled. The more I studied them, the more they felt familiar, like fragments from a forgotten dream. Time seemed to slow down, the rain outside providing a tranquil backdrop to my exploration. The symbols seemed to come alive in the shifting light, morphing into different forms with each glance. At times, they resembled foreign words, while in others, they mimicked constellations in a sky unknown to me. The house murmured softly, the candle flickering in response to unseen whispers. Delving deeper, I discovered more sections with hidden symbols, each unveiling a new layer of the mystery. Tracing my fingers over the markings, I could swear they emitted a subtle warmth, pulsing with an unseen energy. The rain intensified outside, its rhythm syncing with the patterns on the wall. As midnight approached, a sense of anticipation filled the room. The scratching had ceased, replaced by a gentle hum emanating from the wall, akin to a distant choir singing an ancient melody. For hours, I meticulously copied the symbols, filling page after page with their intricate designs. Just when I thought I had captured them all, new ones emerged, as if the wall itself was revealing its secrets gradually. The candlelight cast eerie shadows, making the symbols appear to dance across the plaster, alive with a mysterious energy. Exhaustion eventually overtook me, and I reluctantly retired to bed. The rain continued its gentle serenade outside as I drifted into sleep, the whispers from the wall lingering in my mind like old memories shared between friends. With the first light of dawn, the room transformed, and the symbols seemed to fade into the background, patiently waiting for the night's return. Running my fingers over them one last time before concealing them behind a painting, I understood that some mysteries were not meant to be deciphered, but experienced and pondered. On quiet, rainy nights, the familiar scratching sound would return, a reminder of the enigma that lay hidden within the walls. Though the message remained elusive, I found solace in the idea that some secrets were best left untouched, their allure more profound than any revelation. Behind the painting, the symbols remained, a silent testament to the notion that ordinary walls could hold extraordinary stories, waiting for the right moment to be unveiled. Story 21. Nestled in the embrace of night, the ancient countryside abode exuded a profound calmness. From my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltzing across the walls while the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The snug warmth enveloped me like a cozy quilt, while outside, the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the leaves of the trees. In that moment of utter serenity, a peculiar sound caught my attention. A pure, childlike laughter ringing out from the upper floor of the house. It was a laughter akin to silver bells. Pausing to listen, I allowed the melodious sound to intertwine with the crackling of the fire. There was no hint of menace in it. Instead, it carried a joyous, almost musical quality. However, having dwelled alone in this dwelling for over 2 decades, I had never played host to children. A sense of curiosity began to stir within me like a gentle stream, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had almost overtaken me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the moment my feet met the worn Persian rug. The floorboards whispered softly as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, casting my shadow on the walls in a silent, rhythmic dance. Ascending the stairs, I noticed the air growing cooler with each step. It was not a biting cold, but rather a tender caress on the skin, akin to the breeze near the ocean. Once more, the laughter echoed, now closer, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom frequented, adorned with antique furniture veiled in white sheets that gently swayed, stirred by an unseen draft. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to filter through, distinct from any other illumination in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor electric lamps. It was a light of a different nature, pulsating gently, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. Pushing open the door, the aged wood sang a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture cast soft, comforting shapes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a distinct figure, but a play of light and shadow evoking the form of a child. The laughter echoed anew, clearly originating from that luminous presence. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of awe. The light child seemed to toy with the beams it emitted, painting luminous patterns on the walls as if crafting with light itself. Drawing nearer, I sensed the room's temperature shifting gently between cool and warm, akin to the ebb and flow of ocean waves. As I approached, a sense of familiarity dawned upon me. In the fluid motions of the figure, I recognized echoes of the gestures I once made as a child, playing alone in my room. The realization washed over me with the sweetness of a forgotten memory. That crystalline, pure laughter was my own childhood mirth. Time seemed to stretch as I bore witness to that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, sporadically punctuated by that melodious laughter, now resonating like a reverberation from the past. I refrained from speaking or engaging, fearing to shatter the spell of peace and nostalgia. Gradually, the silvery light began to dim, akin to the setting sun on a winter eve. The childlike figure grew increasingly ethereal until naught remained but a faint glow. The final laughter I heard was a mere whisper, a tender farewell before fading into obscurity. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a soothing silence. The draped furniture ceased its swaying, and the air reverted to its usual temperature. Yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now seemed to harbor a precious secret. Retreating to my armchair beside the dwindling fire, I pondered that I would never truly unravel the events of that night. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perchance something deeper, a message from the past materializing through a child's laughter in the dark? Since that fateful night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest of nights, I swear I catch the faint echo of that crystalline laughter, akin to a gentle lullaby guiding me towards slumber. And with a smile, I leave the mystery untouched, a sweet secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the shadows. Story 22. The tranquility of the night was suddenly pierced by a distant, ethereal melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, draped in a cozy wool blanket, and with a forgotten cup of chamomile tea by my side, I lifted my gaze from the book resting in my hands. The haunting notes floated through the air like whispers of the wind, delicate yet undeniable in their presence. The sound, unmistakably that of a piano, played a tune that felt just beyond the grasp of recognition, like a hazy remnant of a dream long forgotten. Within the dimly lit house, the only source of illumination came from a small lamp beside my armchair, casting a warm circle of light around me. Shadows swayed and danced along the walls in a mesmerizing display, moving in harmony with the mysterious melody that filled the space. Slowly I stood up, the blanket slipping off me with a soft sigh, and my steps on the wooden floor echoed softly as I made my way to the living room window. Outside, the night lay serene and still, bathed in the silvery glow of the full moon. The garden below was a canvas of shadows, with the trees swaying gently in the nocturnal breeze. All around, neighboring houses slumbered in darkness, yet the haunting music persisted, seemingly emanating from every corner and nook simultaneously. Curiosity tugging at my senses, I traversed through the rooms of the house, following the elusive melody as it shifted and twisted with each step. In the kitchen, it whispered from the living room. In the living room, it beckoned from the stairs. On the stairs, it seemed to descend from the upper floor. A hypnotic dance of sound and space guided me through the familiar corridors and chambers of my abode. Upon reaching my bedroom on the upper floor, I noticed the door slightly ajar, a detail that contradicted my memory of leaving it wide open that very morning. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting intricate patterns on the floorboards. The music now rang clearer, more defined, hinting that I was nearing its elusive source. Standing at the threshold, I surveyed the room with a mix of trepidation and wonder. There, on the bedside table, my old music box, a relic from my grandmother, shone faintly in the dim light. Never had I opened it, convinced of its disrepair. Yet in the hush of the night, its tiny ballerina twirled gracefully, casting a mesmerizing shadow on the wall. The melody it played mirrored the one that had drawn me here, but richer, as if the entire house had become a vessel for its sound. Approaching the music box with measured steps, I felt a harmonious pulse in my chest, synchronized with the enchanting music. The box seemed to glow from within, radiating a gentle warmth that enveloped me as I reached out to touch its surface. To my astonishment, the once plain ballerina now bore the features of my grandmother, her kind smile etched in miniature perfection. As the ballerina's eyes met mine, the melody shifted subtly, morphing into a lullaby from my childhood, sung by my grandmother. Enveloped in a cocoon of nostalgia and tranquility, I stood transfixed, allowing the music to wash over me like a gentle tide. Fear was absent, replaced only by a profound sense of peace and longing for days gone by. The notes echoed throughout the room, gradually softening like a departing wave, until with a soft click, the music box closed itself, leaving the space once again in silence. But it was a different silence now, pregnant with unspoken truths and mysteries unveiled. Descending back to my armchair downstairs, I retrieved the fallen blanket, wrapping myself in its comforting embrace. The book lay open before me, its words a blur as my thoughts lingered on the music box and the ethereal visitation of my grandmother. How many melodies, I wondered, lay dormant within its silent mechanisms, waiting for the right moment to be set free. Since that fateful night, during moments of profound stillness and under the watchful gaze of the full moon, a familiar and soothing melody drifts through the house. No longer do I seek its origin. Instead, I close my eyes and listen, understanding that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled. Story 23. The night had enveloped the house in a cloak of profound silence, broken only by the soft drumming of rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls, moving in harmony with the flickering firelight. The warmth enveloped me like a snug embrace, while the fragrance of burning wood intertwined with the soothing scent of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly open door. An antique porcelain music box, a gift from Grandma, seemed to emit a faint bluish shimmer. It was a radiance I had never noticed before. Slowly, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step I took on the floor produced a gentle creak, blending with the rain's rhythm, creating an almost hypnotic melody. As I drew nearer to the door, the glow intensified yet retained its gentle allure, reminiscent of moonlight caressing calm waters. The toy room was a haven of memories and enchantment. Weathered wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls in elegant Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with friendly faces. The music box occupied a prominent spot on the central shelf, encircled by small crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina atop the music box, typically frozen in her perpetual pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if kissed by an unseen breeze. Drawing closer, I noticed the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in the air, forming wispy clouds, while the crystals surrounding the music box seemed to respond to its radiance, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost discern a faint melody in the distance, akin to a musical whisper from a bygone era. I extended my hand toward the music box, and at that instant, the blue light pulsated gently. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have turned their heads slightly towards me, but when I blinked, they remained in their original positions. The melody grew more distinct. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I had believed faded from memory. The music box began to revolve on its own at a languid pace. The ballerina pirouetted with an unearthly grace, her motions fluid like those of a genuine dancer. The crystals now cast intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of eras long past. The room filled with a palpable sense of nostalgia, as if time itself had condensed around that small, enchanted object. I stood transfixed, ensnared by the spectacle unfolding before me. The music harmonized with the rain's cadence, crafting a symphony that spoke of yearning and concealed enigmas. The shadows within the room seemed to sway to the music's beat, and for a fleeting moment, I sensed I was not alone in witnessing this intimate performance. Gradually, the melody began to fade, like a reverie slipping away upon waking. The blue glow of the music box dimmed to a barely perceptible shimmer, and the ballerina halted her dance altogether. Silence descended once more, though it bore a different weight, laden with significance and enigma. Retreating to my armchair, I retrieved my now cooled tea. Gazing at the dwindling embers in the fireplace, my thoughts drifted to Grandma and her fondness for objects imbued with tales. I pondered whether she had ever encountered something akin to this, whether the music box had always harbored that magic, or if it was a special gift reserved for specific moments and select observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Sometimes I fancy I catch a fleeting glimmer of blue, or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet, it might just be memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy eve. Story 24. In the hazy glow of twilight, the wooden floor murmured beneath my feet as I treaded down the hallway of Grandma's house. Each creak a whisper from the past, as if the very essence of the home longed to share its tales. Lavender and aged wood intertwined in the air, a comforting fragrance that had lingered through all the summers of my youth. Yet, on this particular evening, an unfamiliar aura enveloped the house. Pausing before the time-worn attic door, a detail caught my eye, a detail unnoticed until now. The white paint, weathered and chipped, bore peculiar marks upon its surface. Drawing nearer, I discerned these marks were no mere happenstance scratches of time. They formed intricate patterns, as if a message yearned to be revealed from within. The setting sun cast amber ribbons of light through the windows, casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls. Solemn silence embraced the house, broken only by the steady rhythm of the grandfather clock below and the whispering leaves outside, stirred by the wind. My fingertips brushed against the marked wood, tracing the deliberate etchings that seemed almost geometric in their precision. Some grooves were deep, others faint, as if inscribed at different moments in time. How many times had I passed by this door, oblivious to its hidden language? Grandma had never spoken of strange occurrences in the attic, yet a memory surfaced of her avoidance of those stairs. A chill ghosted over my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. The hallway stretched unnaturally long, shadows deepening around me. With trembling hands, I retrieved the aged brass key from its hook, its intricate floral designs worn by the years. Inserting it into the lock, I hesitated, feeling a subtle resistance before turning the key. A soft sound, akin to a slow breath, barely audible, seemed to exhale from the other side. My heart quickened as I froze, the breath dissipating into the void, leaving me with only the solitude of the house. I illuminated the door with my phone's light, revealing hidden intricacies in the wood's grain. The scratches wove a circular motif, a spiral of enigmatic grace. At the center, a series of numbers, delicately etched, caught my gaze, nearly imperceptible. Struggling to decipher their meaning, a distant recollection fluttered to the forefront of my mind. Grandma had once spoken of a secret diary concealed within the house, a repository of ancestral truths. Though she never disclosed its whereabouts, her distant expression hinted at its significance. The wind outside moaned louder, windows rattling with unseen hands. Shadows swayed in the hallway, a spectral ballet to an unseen melody. A connection tugged at me, linking the numbers to the elusive diary, yet an unspoken force held me back from opening that door, a primal intuition, a legacy of wisdom passed through generations of women in my family. Retreating slowly, a faint scratching echoed from the attic, not ominous but methodical, as though a patient hand inscribed a new message. Casting one final glance back, the scratches seemed to radiate a dim light in the fading day. That night, nestled in bed, the numbers haunted my thoughts, transcribed in my journal with a vow to return and unravel their mystery. But come morning, the attic door appeared unblemished, devoid of the cryptic markings. Only the brass key, still aglow with an enigmatic gleam, hinted at a concealed truth not yet ready to be unveiled. Since that enigmatic evening, each visit to Grandma's house beckoned me to the door, where at times the scratches appeared in the dim light, and a faint breath lingered from the other side. Yet I refrained from turning the key once more. Some enigmas, perchance, are best left undisturbed, safeguarded within the silence of an ancient abode, and within the memories of those attuned to its murmurs. Story 25 night draped the house in a hush, the wind whispering softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair of my bedroom, I gazed as shadows swayed on the walls in the flickering lamplight. It was that tranquil hour when sleep beckoned, yet a peculiar resistance lingered within me. For weeks now, a recurring dream had woven its way into my nights with eerie precision. The room's warmth and the rhythmic cadence of the old pendulum clock sought to lull me into slumber. My eyes settled on the open diary resting on the desk, its pages chronicling every detail of that haunting dream. Each entry, penned meticulously in my handwriting, narrated the same sequence. A spiraling staircase of gray stone descending into darkness, the distant melody of water droplets, and a grand wooden door adorned with enigmatic symbols. Leafing through the diary, a subtle detail caught my eye. In every iteration of the dream, the temperature steadily plummeted as I descended the stairs. My fingertips grazed the chill of the stone, my breath forming delicate wisps in the air. Yet what truly set this dream apart was the profound sense of déjà vu that accompanied me on this enigmatic journey. It felt as though the staircase led to a place known intimately, though never traversed in waking life. The door at the staircase's base remained sealed, yet each night I inched closer to deciphering the shifting symbols etched upon it. Fluid shapes that seemed to pulse with life under my gaze. In the dream, my fingers traced the contours of those mystical symbols, eliciting a subtle vibration that rippled through the wood, as if the door itself drew breath. That evening, a peculiar object caught my attention in the room. Nestled beside the lamp on the nightstand, an ancient bronze key glistened, its intricate designs reminiscent of the door's symbols in my dreams. Its weight and icy touch surprised me, Yet its presence felt strangely intrinsic, as though it had always belonged. Retreating to bed, I clutched the key tightly, grounding myself in its tangible reality. As sleep beckoned, a premonition whispered of a night unlike any before. The dream unfurled familiarly. The spiral staircase, the melodic drip of water, the chilling embrace of the air with each descent. Yet this time, as I approached the door, the key nestled in my palm pulsed in harmony with the engravings. Guiding the key to the lock, a hushed symphony unfurled as the mechanism yielded, unveiling not another chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. In the mirror's gaze, the steps ascended instead of descended. Startled awake in the dawn's gentle glow, the key remained clasped in my hand, now radiating a warmth akin to life itself. Upon the open diary lay a new page inscribed not in my script. The characters, akin to the symbols on the door, undulated as if alive, akin to waves upon an inky sea. Since that fateful night, the dream has not revisited. The key rests upon the nightstand, its faint vibrations a reminder of that surreal night. In the quiet of some nights, I ponder the mysteries that lie at the summit of the mirrored staircase, contemplating if courage will one day beckon me to ascend. For now I find solace in the dance of symbols within the diary, their cryptic tale unfurling in the veiled hours of night, a story perhaps not yet meant for my understanding. Story 26. The gentle cadence of raindrops tapping against my window had become a familiar serenade during my late-night writing rituals. Each droplet traced shimmering paths down the glass, weaving an ever-shifting tapestry of liquid light. Bathed in the warm amber aura of my desk lamp, I found solace in the cozy embrace of shadows that enveloped the rest of the room. It had become a habit of mine to lose myself in the intricate dance of raindrops, seeking out hidden stories within their meandering journeys. But on this particular night, there was a subtle shift in the familiar rhythm. The water seemed to flow in mysterious patterns, as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I brushed it off as a trick of my weary mind, on the brink of drifting into the tranquil realm between consciousness and dreams. Yet, the enigmatic patterns persisted, growing more defined with each passing moment. The droplets avoided certain areas on the glass, carving out dry spaces that slowly took the shape of a figure. Intrigued, I leaned in closer, my breath hitching at the sight. Through the reflection on the window, I saw not only the rain outside, but also the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. In that dual world of glass and water, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. My own reflection seemed slightly askew, moving out of sync with my actions, almost as if dancing to an unseen melody. The rain's gentle melody swelled, enveloping me in its soothing embrace. Mesmerized, I observed as my reflection's hand reached out to touch the glass, mirroring a gesture I had not made. The movement was fluid, graceful, as though following a choreography unknown to me. A subtle warmth spread across my skin, a stark contrast to the coolness of the night air near the window. As I continued to watch, the features of my reflection began to shift, undergoing a subtle transformation that rendered it simultaneously familiar and alien. The eyes that met mine held a wisdom that transcended time, depths that seemed to hold the secrets of centuries. Motionless, I bore witness as my reflection morphed into a form beyond gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. The rain painted swirling patterns around this enigmatic figure, defying the laws of gravity as the droplets moved in perfect circles. A flicker of my desk lamp briefly dimmed the room, casting a momentary shadow over the scene. In that fleeting darkness, I felt a presence beside me, as gentle as a whisper carried on the wind. When the light steadied once more, my reflection had reverted to its normal state, mirroring my every move with uncanny precision. Yet the rain continued its dance in those impossible circles, a silent reminder of the extraordinary encounter that had transpired. For hours, I sat by the window, the rain's symphony echoing in my ears as I pondered the inexplicable phenomenon I had witnessed. The lingering presence felt akin to a cherished memory, neither ominous nor intrusive. With the approach of dawn, the rain gradually waned, leaving behind a window adorned with mundane streaks of water. And now, on nights when the rain falls, I find myself drawn to that window, the tools of my trade forgotten on the desk. In those rare moments when the conditions align and the rain forms a perfect mirror, I catch fleeting glimpses of that other self peering back at me through the glass. There exists an unspoken understanding between my reflection and I, acknowledging that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced. The rain continues its eternal descent, each droplet carrying the promise of another encounter. And in the delicate balance between observer and observed, I wonder if in a parallel existence, another version of myself sits by their own window, yearning for a glimpse into my world through the silver threads of rain. Story 27. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I journeyed homeward from the day's toil. The street lights bathed the damp cobblestones in pools of golden light, their radiance dancing upon the glistening puddles like scattered treasures. In the hushed evening, where sounds elongated their echoes and fallen leaves whispered a haunting melody, I encountered him. It was an ordinary Tuesday, devoid of any special significance, yet his presence marked a shift in the ordinary. Stationed at the bend where Main Street curves past the ancient book emporium, he stood cloaked in layers of weathered garments. What struck me was not his stillness or ragged attire, but the peculiar dance of pedestrians around him, forming a perfect ring of emptiness as if under an unseen spell. My usual path led me directly past his corner, and as I drew near, I found myself pulled into that orbit, my steps veering wider without conscious intent. It was then he turned to gaze at me, and I beheld his eyes, not the expected shades of brown or blue, but abyssal blackness. They absorbed the amber glow rather than reflecting it, a sight both captivating and disquieting. Each subsequent evening, he stood there, unmoving and constant. I would sometimes alter my route, straying blocks away to evade that corner, yet I sensed those ebony eyes trailing me, even from afar. Strangely, he never begged for alms or sustenance. No cup extended, no hand outstretched. He simply observed, his obsidian gaze fixed on each passerby with a mesmerizing intensity, simultaneously gentle and unnerving. On tranquil nights, with the wind stilled and traffic ebbed, I fancied I heard him hum. The melody, an unearthly lullaby, resonated deep within me, evoking visions of distant galaxies and primordial songs, of tunes that predated humanity's tread upon the earth. One rainy dusk, a shift occurred. Approaching his corner, bracing for another encounter, I spied a change in his posture. His hand, not beseeching or greeting, but raised skyward, pointing toward the veiled heavens. Impulsively, I paused and followed his gesture. The raindrops felt weightier on my skin, laden with significance beyond mere moisture. Lowering my gaze, I met his stare, and for the first time, his lips moved. His words, soft and barely audible over the rain's cadence, transcended my ears to materialize directly in my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, a phrase that hovered between statement and inquiry. His voice echoed the ancient quality of his humming, otherworldly, comforting, and ageless. That night, I dreamt of dark eyes watching over slumbering cities, of sentinels stationed motionless on myriad corners throughout time. I dreamt of melodies shaping the cosmos and rain bearing messages from celestial realms. Upon waking, my window bore intricate frost patterns, despite the autumnal warmth unsuitable for ice. The following evening, he was absent from his post. Nor did he return the subsequent days, leaving his vacant spot imbued with a significance surpassing the surrounding pavement. Occasionally, on silent nights when the streetlights flickered just so, I glimpsed what might be his reflection in the corner's pooled waters. The black eyes persisted, yet now seemed to peer outward from beneath the liquid surface. Other passers-by continued to skirt that particular space, forming the customary circle of emptiness, unaware of its import. On rare occasions, when the wind carried that familiar melody, I halted to gaze skyward, pondering the enigmatic messages the rain bore. No other beggar with ebony eyes crossed my path, but I comprehend now that he was no mere beggar. He embodied something else, a presence choosing that corner to observe, to wait, and perchance to remind us that certain enigmas are destined to elude our grasp. Each evening I traverse past that corner on my homeward journey. At times I pause to listen for that ancient lullaby, and occasionally when the light kisses the puddles just so, I discern those black eyes peering back at me from every reflection. And somehow it offers solace, knowing that whatever he was, whatever he symbolized, continues to watch over our tranquil streets as the world slowly drifts into night. Story 28. As I awaken, a heavy sensation envelops me, like a leaden shroud. The room is bathed in a gentle, pearlescent light, its origins a mystery. The walls shift in color, ever changing when I look away. The ceiling stretches far above, disappearing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless night sky. My bed, too soft, cradles me in silk sheets that whisper with each movement. A sweet, elusive scent lingers in the air, reminiscent of lavender or vanilla, yet morphing with each attempt to grasp it. Time in this room moves in peculiar ways. Shadows dance, elongating and retracting as if alive, casting a hypnotic rhythm upon the walls. The silence is never absolute, a faint background noise akin to deep slumber or the echo of my own heartbeat fills the void. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a plush carpet, akin to walking on clouds. The room is sparsely furnished, a dark wood desk, a velvet armchair, and a mirror with a golden frame. The mirror remains misted, hinting at recent occupancy, though no bathroom is in sight. Approaching the desk, I find an assortment of items: a worn leather-bound diary, a fountain pen with midnight blue ink, and a steaming cup of tea, unremembered in its preparation. The diary's pages lie blank, yet beneath my touch, phantom words seem to linger, invisible but tangible. Yielding to the armchair's warmth, I sense a strange pulsation in the wall before me, akin to slumbering breaths. Investigating closer, the illusion dissipates, the wall solid and motionless. Searching for an exit, my hands trace the walls, seeking a door that eludes me. Sometimes a handle materializes, only to vanish like mist upon my touch. The misted mirror captivates me, offering a reflection slightly delayed, as if mimicking my movements with hesitation. At times, a fleeting glimpse reveals another figure within the glass, watching me intently. Time ebbs and flows erratically, light shifting independent of day and night. Minutes pass like hours, lost in the diary's empty pages, the room's shadows a testament to time's elusive grasp. Reclining on the bed, the infinite expanse of the ceiling beckons, its sheets cocooning me in a tender embrace. The scent in the air intensifies, evoking memories of grandmother's perfume, freshly baked cookies, or the summer rain on a lawn. As I close my eyes, a knowing settles within me. The cycle will repeat upon awakening. The room ensnares me in a liminal realm where dreams and reality intertwine, time warping like a Mobius strip. Uncertainty lingers. Am I dreaming the room, or is the room dreaming me? Drifting into slumber once more, a question lingers. Is escape possible, or have I become intertwined with this enigmatic space, where reality and imagination meld seamlessly like hues upon a canvas, waiting to dry? Story 29. That snowy night, a hush descended as the snowflakes drifted down, draping everything in a glistening white cover under the soft glow of streetlights. As the night watchman at the ancient museum, I roamed the corridors alone, a silent witness to nature's quiet spectacle. The aged wooden floors murmured beneath my steps, harmonizing with the gentle hum of the heating system. Pausing by a second-floor window, I watched the snowflakes pirouette through the air before alighting on the ground below. Amid this serene scene, a peculiar sight in the museum's inner courtyard caught my eye. A figure moved among the leafless trees, Yet what intrigued me was not its presence, but the absence of any tracks in the fresh snow it left behind. Instinctively, I turned to the security cameras. In the control room, a bluish glow illuminated the walls from the array of monitors. I scrutinized each screen, seeking the elusive figure. Spotting it on a monitor displaying the courtyard, I noticed the image was distorted, as if some unseen force tampered with the recording. Determined to unravel the mystery, I ventured outside. The museum's stillness felt profound as I descended to the ground floor. My footsteps reverberated through the empty halls, reverberating off display cases cradling ancient artifacts. The air hung heavy, charged with an eerie static that often heralds the inexplicable. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, I observed the snow's relentless descent. And there, once more, was the mysterious figure, a man, or a semblance of one, cloaked in darkness that melded with the shadows. He moved with an uncanny grace, gliding noiselessly over the snowy expanse. With quivering hands, I retrieved my flashlight and aimed its beam at him. The light passed through him, casting peculiar reflections on the snow. Slowly he turned toward me, his features indistinct, as if composed of the same ethereal substance as his form. Approaching the courtyard door, torn between duty and primal fear, the icy glass beneath my touch affirmed the reality of the surreal scene unfolding before me. The figure advanced, leaving no trace on the pristine snow. As he neared, the air chilled, my breath forming wispy clouds in the frigid atmosphere. The hallway's temperature plummeted, a thin frost coating the glass door. And then, a peculiar sight, a distortion of reality itself. Objects behind the figure seemed to waver, as if suspended in an unseen current. The leaves rustled unnaturally, defying the laws of nature. Halting a few paces away, the figure, though featureless, exuded a palpable gaze. A sense of familiarity washed over me, a recognition of a stranger as if known for eternity. He raised a hand toward the glass, a gesture devoid of menace, almost welcoming. Frost bloomed on the glass, intricate patterns etching a cryptic message in a forgotten tongue. Before I could decipher the symbols, distant bells chimed, distracting me momentarily. When my gaze returned, the figure had vanished. The courtyard lay undisturbed, devoid of any trace of his presence. The frost melted, droplets of water tracing slow paths down the glass. In the days that ensued, I pored over the security footage repeatedly. No sign of the enigmatic figure, only the snow's solitary descent in the vacant courtyard. Yet on snowy nights, when silence envelops the museum like a shroud, I find myself drawn to that same glass door, awaiting the spectral visitor who leaves no mark. Sometimes, in the perfect interplay of light and snowfall, I glimpse a formless shape amid the flakes. In those moments, I ponder if the encounter heralded a message from realms beyond, a reminder of mysteries veiled to us, truths that leave no tangible imprints, much like the man on the unblemished snow. Story 30. The moonlight filtered through the thin curtains, casting dancing shadows on the old wooden floor. I found myself nestled in my favorite armchair, enveloped by the silence of the night. It was then that my eyes were drawn to the old mahogany box resting on the mantelpiece. This box had been a fixture in the house since my grandmother bequeathed it to me, yet I had never dared to peek inside. Its polished surface caught the moon's glow, and the intricate carvings seemed to sway ever so slightly in the darkness. I couldn't recall ever seeing the box open, not even when my grandmother was alive. It was just there, a silent observer on the edge of my consciousness, much like a painting one passes by daily without truly seeing. But on that particular night, something felt different. Perhaps it was the way the light played upon the intricate details, or maybe it was the profound stillness that filled the room. I rose from my chair with a deliberate slowness, the fabric of my sweater whispering against the armrest in the hushed atmosphere. The wooden floor murmured beneath my steps as I drew closer to the mantelpiece. The air seemed to thicken around the box, a subtle mist enveloping it, invisible yet palpable. My fingertips grazed the warm mahogany surface, almost pulsing with a life of its own. The delicate patterns etched into the wood depicted entwined leaves and branches, their craftsmanship so exquisite that they appeared almost alive. And then, for the first time, I noticed a minuscule detail I had previously overlooked. Nestled among the carvings on the lid was a tiny eye. As I examined the box more intently, an ancient fragrance wafted into the air, a blend of sandalwood with an elusive, enigmatic undertone. I closed my eyes and allowed the scent to conjure up faint memories I didn't realize I possessed, vague recollections of a gentle woman placing something inside the box, her soft words barely audible. The rustle of the wind against the window panes snapped me back to the present moment. My hands trembled slightly as I traced the edges of the box. Though there was no visible lock, I was certain it had never been opened, or had it. Memories of my childhood in this house seemed to blur, as if the pages of a book had been shuffled out of order. Sinking into the couch, I cradled the box in my lap. It felt lighter than expected, as though it held nothing at all. Yet when I shifted it gently, a subtle movement stirred within, as if it contained something ethereal, more akin to a shadow than a solid object. The warmth emanating from it intensified in my grasp, and for a fleeting moment, I sensed the tiny carved eye watching me. A shiver rippled down my spine, not from fear, but from a profound sense of recognition, akin to meeting a familiar stranger in a dream. My grandmother's cryptic words resurfaced in my mind. She had never spoken of the box directly, but before her passing she had uttered a puzzling phrase. Some questions find answers only when we cease to seek them. In that silent night, cradling the mysterious box, I began to grasp the essence of her words. Shadows elongated and waltzed across the walls, mirroring the patterns etched on the box. The scent grew richer, more enveloping, almost trance-inducing. I pondered the countless generations that had passed through this house, all gazing at the box without unveiling its secrets. Did it truly matter what lay hidden within? Gently, I returned the box to its place on the mantelpiece, the tiny eye now appearing to smile as if in approval of my decision. I settled back into my armchair, a peculiar tranquility washing over me. Some enigmas, once understood, do not beckon to be deciphered, but simply safeguarded. The moon's gentle radiance continued to bathe the room, the night's stillness now imbued with a profound significance. I closed my eyes, allowing the lingering scent of the box to lull me towards slumber. In that liminal space between wakefulness and dreams, a faint sound seemed to echo from the mantelpiece, a sigh of relief, or perhaps just the wind toying with the curtains. The box remained there, a silent sentinel of its mysteries, a fragment of a puzzle that may not require solving. And in that realization, a tranquility unlike any other enveloped me, cradling me in its soothing embrace. Story 31. In the dim glow of the flickering candle, shadows danced playfully on the ancient stone walls as I descended into the depths of the cellar. Each step I took echoed softly in the cool, musty air, a sound I had grown accustomed to during my daily visits to retrieve Grandma's preserves. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The candle flame flickered erratically, defying the stillness of the air, and a thin layer of dust seemed to veil every surface, despite my recent presence. As I descended further, the shadows elongated ominously, reaching towards the darkness that lurked at the bottom of the stairs. A peculiar sensation enveloped me, causing me to pause midway down. The wooden shelves, which usually ended after a short distance, now appeared to stretch endlessly into the abyss. The candle's feeble light failed to penetrate the depths, as if the corridor itself was expanding before my eyes. Silence enveloped me like a cloak, broken only by the rhythmic beat of my own heart and the distant sound of water trickling through the ancient stones. Driven by a curiosity that outweighed my apprehension, I pressed on. The jars of preserves, usually a comforting sight, now bore labels with dates long past. 1980, 1960, 1940. Some were so faded that they were barely legible. With each step, the air grew colder, carrying the scent of damp earth mingled with the musty fragrance of ancient parchment. The shelves continued to extend, revealing walls adorned with intricate symbols and patterns crafted from aged bricks, a craftsmanship far beyond the era of the cellar's construction. Pausing before a peculiar shelf, my gaze fell upon a jar unlike the others. Its dark glass seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and the label, bearing the inexplicable date of 1820, remained surprisingly intact. Trembling, I lifted the jar, and in the cellar's profound stillness, a faint whisper, more felt than heard, brushed against my senses, a whisper of time itself unfurling, like ancient pages stirred by a spectral breeze. Turning slowly, I glimpsed blurred figures moving in the shadows, ephemeral memories struggling to take form. Sensing a shift in the very fabric of reality, I resolved to ascend the stairs. However, as I retraced my steps, the distance seemed to multiply, the light above now a distant speck in the velvety darkness. Striving to maintain composure, I counted each step, willing myself to reach the sanctuary of the kitchen. Gradually, the shelves transformed, returning to their familiar state, the dates on the jars shifting to more recent years. The enigmatic jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a tangible reminder of the surreal journey I had undertaken. Emerging into the warm embrace of the kitchen's light, I placed the jar on the stair's first step and glanced back one final time. In that fleeting moment, the cellar's shadows seemed to stir, a whisper of movement hinting at the mysteries concealed within its depths. Sitting at the kitchen table, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I pondered the events of the evening. The jar now bore a mundane label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet when opened, it exuded a fragrance unlike any other, redolent of time itself, both sweet and ancient, evoking memories long forgotten. Since that night, every descent into the cellar carries a whisper of anticipation. Though the stairs remain unchanged and the shelves hold their usual contents, there are moments when the dim light and profound silence hint at a deeper truth waiting to be unveiled. Perhaps one day, I will summon the courage to venture once more into that infinite corridor, to unravel the mysteries that lie where time loses its grasp on reality. Story 32. The rain cascaded relentlessly, crafting a mesmerizing cadence that serenaded my journey homeward. Each droplet pirouetted on the surfaces, mirroring the golden gleam of the street lamps stretching like delicate strokes on a velvety canvas. The air held a chill, saturated with the distinct fragrance of moistened soil seeping through the slender crevices of the slightly ajar window. I traversed the vacant parking lot, a space typically unremarkable, but on that evening it hummed with an enigmatic vitality. Wisps of mist unfurled from the ground, enshrouding the parked vehicles in a gentle and noiseless hug. Pausing before entering my car, I observed the flickering reflections of the street lamps on the puddles. In that moment, I sensed a presence, not menacing, but unquestionably unusual. A faint silhouette lingered a few paces away, scarcely discernible through the veil of mist. Its features eluded me, yet there was a tranquility in its motionlessness that captivated me. I stood transfixed, my breath barely escaping, as the figure seemed to gradually dissipate, melding into the enveloping humidity until it melded with the night. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as though I bore witness to something beyond rationale. Once inside my car, I ignited the engine and meandered homeward. The echo of encountering something extraordinary lingered, an essence beyond comprehension yet strangely familiar. The rain persisted, its melody enveloping me like an eternal lullaby. In the subsequent days, with each rainfall, I found myself scanning the nocturnal expanse for apparitions. Not from dread, but in anticipation of rekindling that sense of awe that serenity that felt as though it belonged to another era, another realm. Even my abode, typically a sanctuary of familiarity, now exuded a subtle veil of enigma. Every creak of the timber, every gentle breeze that nudged the curtains, seemed to murmur a concealed narrative. One twilight, as rain tapped rhythmically against the windows, I opted to leave a lamp aglow in the living space. The flickering radiance cast shifting shadows on the walls, orchestrating a dance of forms that swayed to the breath of the wind. Nestled in my armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I observed these movements with tranquil inquisitiveness. It felt as though I awaited something, though I couldn't pinpoint what. That's when I espied a detail previously unseen. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an eerie luminescence, as if emanating from an unseen origin. Intrigued, I drew nearer and fixed my gaze upon my reflection. Yet it wasn't solely my visage gazing back at me. Looming faintly behind me, a figure materialized from the shadows, nebulous like the one encountered in the parking lot. No fear seized me, solely a serene acceptance, as if that presence had forever loitered, awaiting my acknowledgement. I turned leisurely, but found naught but the rain's susurration and the faint timber creak. Resuming my seat, I sought to rationalize the episode, perhaps a play of light, a reflection birthed by the rain and the capering shadows. Nonetheless, deep down, I sensed there existed more, not menacing, not foreboding, but profound and elusive. Even now, when the rain descends heavily and the hush of night enshrouds all, I find myself seeking traces of that presence. I decelerate when passing vacant parking lots, observing the interstices between the street lamps where the darkness appears to pulse. The figure remains elusive, yet occasionally, under optimal conditions and profound silence, I perceive a whisper of something. It evokes not fear but a peculiar solace, as though that presence were a forgotten aspect of myself, or a recollection unwilling to release its grip. And so, as the rain persists in its descent and the world dissolves into an embrace of sound and shadow, I surrender to that sensation, understanding that certain enigmas necessitate not resolution but experience. Story 33. The autumn garden lay shrouded in a delicate veil of mist that fateful morning as I set out to gather the fallen leaves. The crisp air enveloped my face, carrying the earthy aroma of moist soil and the chrysanthemums I had lovingly planted not long ago. Silence reigned supreme, broken only by the soft rustling of dried leaves underfoot and the occasional serenade of an early bird. Amidst the chore of raking near the weathered stone bench, a glimmer amidst the fallen foliage caught my eye. A subtle, silvery gleam beckoned me, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Intrigued, I knelt down, brushing aside the damp leaves to reveal an ancient necklace. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, boasting an oval pendant adorned with intricate floral motifs and a small azure gem at its heart, radiating a mesmerizing light. As I cradled the necklace in my hands, noting its delicate weight and icy touch against my skin, I knew it belonged to none I knew. Having dwelled in solitude within that abode for over 2 decades, I had never seen such adornment adorning the necks of my neighbors. The azure gem continued to shimmer with a peculiar luminosity, almost as if it held a light of its own. That night, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I placed it on the nightstand beside my bed. Falling asleep, I watched the moon's gentle glow dance upon its metallic surface, casting ethereal shadows upon the walls. Through the night, I stirred from slumber, a distant melody lingering in my ears, akin to a music box serenading from some hidden corner of the house. Sweet and melancholic, the tune dissipated whenever I sought to grasp it. Come morning, I found the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as though moved by unseen hands in the night. In daylight, the azure gem appeared less radiant, yet upon touching it, a faint warmth emanated from the metal, a departure from the coldness of the previous day. Curiosity piqued, I resolved to delve into its origins. In the days that followed, subtle alterations within the house caught my attention. Objects on the kitchen table seemed rearranged come dawn, as if scrutinized in the night. Family photographs on the hallway wall appeared askew each morn, and the nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more recognizable, yet remaining elusive in origin. One evening, as I sat engrossed in a book, the necklace resting on the side table beside me, the sound of light footfalls echoed from upstairs. Treading softly, I ascended the stairs, only to find emptiness. However, in the guest room turned storage space, a forgotten wooden box awaited my discovery. Adorned with the same floral motifs as the necklace, it cradled a time-worn photograph on a faded velvet cushion. The image depicted a young woman donning an identical necklace, with a date and a cryptic phrase inscribed on its back, to remember the happy days in the garden. From that night forth, the music box melody pervaded the air more frequently, its once unsettling aura now comforting. It was as though the house itself sang a lullaby, a soothing symphony that graced the quietest hours of the night. Sometimes, amidst autumn's embrace in the garden, a fleeting figure seemed to flit among the trees, a specter of memory seeking manifestation. The identity of the woman in the photograph remained a mystery, as did the necklace's journey to my garden. Yet, I learned to embrace this enigma in my life, akin to the ebb and flow of seasons and the march of time. The necklace still rests upon my nightstand, and on tranquil nights, when the moon shines full and the wind whispers through the leaves, echoes of laughter intertwine with the music box melody, a reminder of joyous days lost to the annals of time. Story 34. The night held a unique essence, carrying the chill of autumn that seeped into the marrow, whispering of elongated nights. Nestled in the plush armchair of my study, I savored the gentle caress of the wind outside, a lullaby woven by the rustling leaves. Amidst this tranquil moment, a faint noise stirred from the depths of the basement, akin to the delicate shuffle of aged parchment. Initially, I dismissed it as the usual settling of the house, the soft murmurs every abode utters as it readies for slumber. Intrigued more than alarmed, I rose from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp draped me in a gilded aura as I approached the basement door. Each wooden step sighed under my weight, whispering ancient tales. The air grew colder with each descent, carrying a hint of earthy dampness and the fragrance of forsaken books. In the basement, shadows waltzed on the walls to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb. The familiar sight greeted me, neatly stacked boxes and furniture draped in white sheets resembling slumbering specters. Yet on this eve, an unfamiliar detail seized my attention. At the far end, where light struggled to penetrate, stood a door. Simple in its dark wooden form, devoid of adornment, it puzzled me that I had never noticed it before, despite my countless hours spent organizing in that space. The brass handle gleamed as if polished recently. Drawing nearer, I sensed the chill emanating from the door, the floor pulsating beneath my tread. My fingertips grazed the aged surface, feeling its weathered irregularities. The door seemed to tremble faintly under my touch, almost cognizant of my presence. The basement's silence deepened, punctuated only by the echo of my heartbeat. Tentatively, I grasped the handle. Unusually warm against the frigid air, it turned smoothly in my hand. Without a sound, the door swung open, revealing a mesmerizing sight. Not a wall or another room, but a thin, silver mist swaying gently as if stirred by unseen hands. Emitting a soft, hypnotic glow, the mist exuded a welcoming aura, akin to a fading dream upon waking. From within, a delicate sound emerged, resembling a distant piano melody. The air carried a sweet, familiar scent, spring flowers or freshly brewed tea. Caught between curiosity and caution, I lingered in the doorway. The mist wove elusive shapes, flickering into existence and dissolving before I could discern them clearly. Faces, landscapes unknown to me, like peering through a veil that veiled reality from something deeper, more enigmatic. Stepping back, I shut the door gently. The click of the lock broke the enchantment. Familiar sounds of the house returned, the ticking clock, the wind's whispers, a distant dog's bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs slowly, a sense of unearthly discovery lingered. In the days that ensued, I revisited the basement, but the door had vanished, replaced by an unyielding brick wall. Yet, in the quietest nights, suspended between realms of wakefulness and sleep, the echoes of that distant melody lingered. I pondered if that door still lingered, concealed somewhere, awaiting another's discovery. Some doors yield only at certain junctures, where time and space intertwine in incomprehensible ways. Perhaps it is for the best, for the enigma of that basement door taught me that not every query demands resolution, and some mysteries are more exquisite when shrouded in secrecy, like dreams that brush reality fleetingly before dissolving into the silvery mist of memory. Story 35. The night whispered its own tale, a symphony of soft sounds blending harmoniously with the gentle rhythm of rain tapping on the roof. Stirred from slumber in the dead of night, a common occurrence of late, yet this time held a peculiar essence. A mysterious object caught my gaze on the nightstand, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight seeping through the curtains, a weathered brass key, adorned with intricate designs along its edges. Its presence was unfamiliar to my memory, yet it exuded a sense of familiarity, as though it had forever been intertwined with my existence. Grasping it delicately, a chill ran down my spine at the touch of its icy surface. Surprisingly weighty for its modest size, the key bore the aged patina that only time could bestow upon it. Its design, a deviation from the norm, lacked the jagged teeth of modern keys or the traditional grooves of antiquity. Instead, its surface was smooth, as if worn by centuries of handling, while ornate floral patterns intertwined with symbols reminiscent of a long-forgotten script adorned its profile. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, I rose from my bed, beckoned to explore the enigmatic presence of the key. The house, cloaked in nocturnal shadows, seemed transformed, as if the darkness held the power to reshape familiar surroundings. Led solely by the faint bluish radiance emitted by the key, I traversed the wooden floors, each creak beneath my feet echoing in the silence, while the nighttime air carried the scent of ancient wood and aged parchment. Approaching every door, I instinctively brought the key near, though never attempting to insert it into any lock, sensing it wasn't intended for such mundane purposes. Yet, a subtle vibration tingled through my fingertips whenever the key neared a wooden surface, as though it responded to an unseen force. The revelation awaited me in my study. The antique bookcase, a cherished heirloom from my grandfather, resonated subtly with the presence of the key. Drawing closer, I observed as the key's glow intensified, casting a pulsating light that danced upon the walls, animating the shadows cast by the books. Tracing the key along the bookcase's edge, a faint sound, akin to a distant musical note, reverberated through the room. The key's vibration heightened, eliciting a response from the wood itself, as if the bookcase held a hidden secret awaiting discovery. In that suspended moment, time seemed to slow, the atmosphere thick with an ancient aura. Shadows moved with a life of their own, acknowledging my presence in a realm beyond sight. The key's glow pulsed rhythmically, revealing intricate patterns within the wood of the bookcase, previously unnoticed by my eyes. Driven by an inscrutable instinct, I pressed the key against the bookcase's central panel. Though no visible mechanism was present, a sound akin to a sigh resonated, causing the wood's surface to undulate like disturbed water. Briefly, within its polished reflection, I glimpsed faces and landscapes from a bygone era. As morning's light dispersed the shadows, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clutched tightly in my palm. The dawn brought clarity, yet the essence of the night's revelation lingered. The bookcase stood stoic, unchanged in its ancient elegance. However, a shift had occurred. In the ensuing days, I observed the key, its luminance faded, but its weight unchanged. On the quietest nights, a deep resonance seemed to emanate from the bookcase, as though beckoning to the key. Yet I refrained from unlocking its mysteries once more. Some doors, I've come to realize, are best left unopened, even with the key in hand. Perhaps especially so. The key now rests within a velvet-lined drawer of my writing desk, its whispers beckoning in the depths of night. I ponder if it was the key that sought me out, rather than the reverse, and what enigmatic secrets lie within a key without a lock. Story 36. The grandfather clock in my study announced midnight with its familiar deep resonance, each chime echoing through the stillness like gentle ripples on a pond. Nestled in my worn leather armchair, an old book lay open on my lap, and the rhythmic patter of rain against the window panes provided a soothing backdrop. The house settled with soft creaks, its ancient wooden structure embracing the night's tranquility. Amid the peaceful ambiance, my gaze wandered to the hallway door, its dark wooden frame illuminated by the soft glow of my reading lamp. Tonight, a subtle shift seemed to have taken place, although I couldn't quite pinpoint the alteration. Perhaps it was the way the brass handle caught the light differently, or maybe the grain of the wood appeared changed. Despite residing in this house for 15 years, a sense of unfamiliarity enveloped me as I viewed the door. Rising from my chair, I marked my spot in the book with a delicate silk ribbon. The polished wooden floor felt cool beneath my slippers as I approached the door, the temperature dropping noticeably as I neared it, as if a hint of winter had crept into that corner of my home. My fingertips grazed the handle, unexpectedly warm against the cool air. With a smooth motion, I opened the door, revealing the usual hallway beyond. The faded wallpaper, the familiar runner carpet, the collection of framed photographs adorning the walls. Closing the door, I chuckled softly at my own imagination, attributing the peculiar feeling to an overactive mind influenced by my recent reading choices. That night, my dreams were filled with doors. They materialized in improbable locations, nestled within lush gardens suspended in the sky, standing solitary on desolate beaches. Each door bore the same warm brass handle, a stark contrast to its surroundings. Upon waking, I carried on with my daily routines, barely sparing a glance at the hallway door. It wasn't until dusk approached that I noticed a peculiar change. The door appeared lighter in color, as if it had aged decades overnight. The brass handle now bore a patina that hadn't been present before. Intrigued, I scrutinized the door with a photographer's eye, noting the distinct grain pattern of the lighter wood and the transformation of the iron-black hinges into burnished copper. Night after night, the door underwent subtle metamorphoses. Its appearance shifted, at times appearing older, at times younger. The handle would change positions slightly, or the frame would gain or lose intricate carvings. Despite these alterations, the hallway beyond remained constant. The same wallpaper, carpet, and photographs. Intrigued by this mysterious phenomenon, I began documenting each change meticulously in a journal, capturing the nuances with intricate sketches and detailed descriptions. Curiously, the door never transformed when I directly observed it. Instead, the changes occurred during the deepest hours of the night, when the house was enveloped in silence and my attention was elsewhere. Determined to unravel the mystery, I embarked on a night-long vigil, positioning my armchair to face the door directly. As the hours ebbed away, the grandfather clock marked the passage of time with its steady ticking. At 3:17 a.m., a subtle flicker of the lights drew my attention. In that fleeting moment of darkness, a shift occurred in the room's atmosphere. When the light stabilized, I beheld the door's latest transformation. The warm oak now replaced by rich mahogany, embellished with delicate silver inlays that seemed to dance when viewed askance. Compelled by curiosity, I approached the door, its crystal handle beckoning. However, a peculiar realization dawned on me. The door bore no keyhole, not in its current iteration, nor in any previous ones. Yet every morning I had passed through a door adorned with a keyhole just below the handle. Confounded by this revelation, I scoured my journal for references to the keyhole, only to find none. A lingering unease settled within me, akin to a forgotten word lingering on the tip of one's tongue. Now, as I sit in my study each evening, contemplation of the door and its enigmatic transformations consumes my thoughts. At times, I catch fleeting glimpses of alternate hallways through the slender gap beneath the door. Hallways adorned with disparate carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet, each time I open the door, it leads back to my familiar hallway. Tempted to rearrange the photographs to confirm the authenticity of my surroundings, a silent warning restrains me, cautioning against delving too deeply into the unknown spaces between perception and reality. The door persists in its nightly alterations, each transformation a quiet marvel. I have grown accustomed to these subtle changes, finding solace in their mysterious allure. Perhaps the door remains constant, and it is my perception that shifts with each viewing. Or perhaps both realities hold a fragment of truth, or none at all. What remains certain is the anticipation that stirs within me as the grandfather clock announces midnight, and the rain whispers against the window panes, heralding the unveiling of a new incarnation of the door, along with the mysteries it may choose to disclose or conceal in the tranquil hours before dawn. Story 37. The Snowfall's Secret. Snow fell softly that night in my cozy antique shop, a gentle dance of flakes behind the glowing windows lit by vintage lamps. The wooden shelves whispered as I arranged old volumes, harmonizing with the steady tick of the pendulum clock. The air carried the rich scents of aged books and beeswax, a nostalgic aroma that wrapped around me like a comforting embrace. As I busied myself, a crystal chime broke the tranquility, the doorbell announcing a visitor. A tall figure loomed in the doorway, draped in a dark coat that seemed to swallow the light. Their face hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat and a gray scarf, they exuded an aura of mystery. "Good evening," I greeted, attempting to mask the subtle unease creeping up my spine. Wordlessly, the visitor glided through the shop, their gloved hands lightly brushing against the artifacts on display. Each movement held a hypnotic grace, as if they danced to an ethereal melody. I couldn't help but watch, mesmerized by the way light seemed to bend and shift around them, casting deeper shadows that defied logic. Pausing before an ancient mirror, the figure traced the golden frame with a delicate touch, plunging the shop into a heavy silence. The clock's ticking slowed, amplifying the eerie stillness. Straining to see their reflection in the mirror, I was unsettled to find only the shelf behind them, as though they existed in a separate realm. Approaching tentatively, I inquired if they needed assistance. Slowly turning towards me, their obscured features hinted at a hidden truth. Retrieving a yellowed parchment from their coat, they unfolded it carefully on the counter. The list, written in elegant script, detailed enigmatic items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. With each word, the temperature plummeted, my breath forming icy clouds in the frigid air. The shop's artifacts seemed to stir, resonating with an unseen energy in the visitor's presence. "I'm sorry," I murmured, "but these objects are not within my collection." The figure stood motionless, a silent sentinel, before nodding in acceptance. Retrieving the list, they tucked it away with a fluid grace, then made their way to the exit. Pausing before leaving, a whisper emerged from the depths of the scarf, more a reverberation of thought than a spoken word. "You will." The bell tolled as they departed, its resonance lingering, as if carried from a distant realm. Outside, the snowflakes hung suspended in time, a fleeting pause in the night's embrace. Closing up shop, I inspected the antique mirror, its depths concealing untold secrets. The pendulum clock, frozen in time when the visitor arrived, bore witness to a mysterious encounter. Since that night, as twilight descends and shadows lengthen, I find myself drawn to the door, awaiting the haunting chime of the bell. Every object in the shop seems to share in this silent vigil, as if anticipating the enigmatic visitor's return. In an antique shop, where each item holds a tale untold, perhaps some artifacts await their moment to awaken their dormant stories. Story 38. The gentle patter of rain on the roof tiles serenaded the night as I readied myself to embrace the tranquility it offered. Droplets cascaded down the window panes, casting whimsical shadows across the walls of my cozy study. The remnants of a fire lingered in the air, a subtle reminder of warmth, while the soft glow of the desk lamp enveloped the room in a reassuring embrace. In the hush of that perfect moment, a singular sound pierced the stillness, the unmistakable ring of a phone. A sound out of place, considering the old rotary phone on the shelf had long been disconnected in favor of modern technology. Yet its crystalline chime resonated through the air, drawing me from my reverie. Setting aside my book, I rose from the plush armchair, the Persian rug absorbing the sound of my footsteps as I approached the antique phone. The black device, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, gleamed faintly in the dim light, its presence an enigma. The ringing ceased as my hand neared it, the receiver chilling my fingertips with its touch. A scent of aged bakelite wafted from the instrument, igniting memories of childhood days spent watching my grandmother dial numbers on its rotating disc. Shaking off the odd occurrence as a trick of the mind, a product of weariness, I turned to return to my seat. Yet, the phone rang once more, its tone more insistent, as if demanding attention. Curiosity mingled with unease as I faced the vintage phone, its receiver vibrating subtly with each ring, catching the light in a dance of reflections. Counting each ring in a trance-like state, I found myself drawn to answer on the fifth. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the persistent rhythm of raindrops on the window panes. Bringing the receiver to my ear, I was met not with the expected dial tone, but with a haunting emptiness, a void of sound. Then a breath, slow, steady, and distant, reached me through the receiver. It held a familiarity, stirring memories long dormant in the recesses of my mind. It mirrored the cadence of my grandmother's breath as she drifted into slumber in her cherished armchair, always within reach of the phone. "Hello?" I murmured, barely audible over the rain's symphony. The breath on the other end paused, as if awaiting my next move. Gradually, it morphed into a prolonged sigh, heavy with a poignant sorrow that tugged at my heartstrings. Motionless, I listened as the breath intertwined with the rain's melody, evoking a sense of peace tinged with nostalgia. It was a moment suspended between reality and reverie, a wordless tale unfolding in the unseen spaces of the mind. The breathing continued, punctuated by pregnant pauses, pregnant with unspoken significance. Surrendering to the ethereal experience, I closed my eyes, allowing the sound to envelop me like a familiar embrace. Time lost its grip as I drifted in that timeless embrace. When I opened my eyes, the room had shifted subtly. The lamplight was warmer, more embracing, and the air carried a hint of lavender, my grandmother's cherished scent. Reluctantly, I returned the receiver to its cradle, the phone now exuding a comforting presence, as if it had imparted its message to me. Sinking back into the armchair, I gazed at the antique phone in a new light. The rain's serenade continued, mingling with memories of bygone days. Since that enigmatic night, the phone has remained silent, a silent sentinel in my study. Yet, on rainy evenings when the silence deepens, a faint echo of a familiar breath, a ghostly sigh from another time, brushes against my senses. In those fleeting moments, a knowing smile graces my lips, acknowledging that some connections transcend the physical realm, enduring beyond the constraints of time and technology. Story 39. The weight of silence hung heavy that autumn night. As I strolled down the graveled driveway toward the ancestral home, the crunch of my footsteps reverberated in the shroud of darkness. Dry leaves twirled lazily around my feet, guided by a gentle breeze that murmured through the ancient tree's branches. The house had stood empty since Aunt Mary's departure, and I was tasked with ensuring all was well. With a metallic echo, the antique key turned in the lock, piercing the quiet of the porch. An aroma lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and a hint of something elusive that whisked me back to childhood days spent within those walls. Stepping inside, the twilight seeped through lace curtains, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. The silence felt deeper indoors, broken only by the steady heartbeat of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Yet, there was an oddity to that silence, like it cloaked an unseen presence. Progressing down the main hallway, my steps sang a familiar tune on the hardwood. The family portraits still adorned the walls, gazing at me with a newfound intensity. Halting before my grandmother's portrait, a peculiar detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly altered, more mysterious. And then I heard it, a faint sound, initially mistaken for a figment of my imagination. A distant echo, as if a lullaby drifted from a far-off chamber. The melody, though recognizable, eluded my grasp. Intrigued, I traced the source of the sound, seemingly emanating from upstairs. Each stair whispered a tale with its creak as I ascended. The melody grew clearer, yet just beyond reach, like a dream slipping away at dawn. Reaching the landing, I pinpointed the origin in the old playroom, where childhood memories had taken root. The door, slightly ajar, allowed a ribbon of moonlight to slink through. Pushing it open gently, I found the room unchanged. The rocking horse, the bookshelf, the toy chest. But a new addition caught my eye, a music box resting on the windowsill, unfamiliar to me. I approached cautiously. Crafted from tarnished brass, adorned with delicate floral engravings, the music box sat silent, yet the elusive melody lingered in the air, as if the very walls hummed it. A peculiar sight greeted me as I noticed its reflection in the window. The dancer atop it appeared to twirl, though the box remained motionless. A blink dissolved the illusion. Recognition dawned, the lullaby my grandmother often sang, though she had long departed before this room transformed into a play space. How could her voice echo so vividly here? Taking the music box, its warmth surprised me. On its base, a nearly faded engraving revealed a date, coinciding with my grandmother's birth. The melody began to fade, melding with the house's silence until it vanished entirely. Seating myself on the toy chest, the music box in hand, I watched as the moon painted dancing shadows on the floor. Since that night, I bring the music box on every visit. It remains silent, yet on tranquil evenings, a faint echo of that lullaby whispers through the house, as if the walls cradle the memories of bygone melodies. Perhaps, as I close the door, some places hold on to the love and care they've known, resonating softly through time, an eternal echo reminding us that nothing truly fades away. Story 40. The soft glow of my reading lamp bathed my private library in a gentle light, casting shadows that danced along the mahogany shelves. Outside, the rain tapped against the window panes, its rhythmic melody a lullaby to my restless mind. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I inhaled the comforting aroma of ancient paper and polished wood that enveloped the room like a familiar embrace. Yet, on this particular evening, a subtle shift in the air hinted at an unspoken change, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. My gaze wandered over the meticulously arranged books, their leather-bound spines standing proudly in the soft illumination. Each volume held a story, a world unto itself, meticulously organized according to my precise system. But as my eyes skimmed the row of treasures, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A gap between two books, a void where a volume should have resided. It was as if a single book had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a silent echo of its absence. Curiosity tugged at my senses, urging me to investigate. Rising from my creaking chair, I approached the vacant space, feeling the cool emptiness brush against my fingertips. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, their titles gleaming in the lamplight, but the missing volume, a rare acquisition from a month past, had vanished without a trace. Puzzled, I pondered the enigma before me, a solitary figure in a room meant for solitude. A closer inspection revealed a peculiar detail. The books flanking the gap were pristine, untouched by the dust that clung to their companions. Intrigued, I leaned in, catching a whisper of a delicate fragrance lingering in the air, a blend of old parchment and elusive notes that defied my attempts at recognition. Was it vanilla, or perhaps the scent of aged leather, intertwined with a floral essence that teased my senses? With trembling hands, I reached for a nearby book, hoping to unveil the missing volume hidden behind its neighbors. But my efforts were in vain, for only solid wood met my touch, denying access to the mystery that lay beyond. As I withdrew my hand, a flicker of movement drew my eye back to the gap, a shimmer of light, ethereal and fleeting, like a moonbeam reflected on still waters. Yet the source of this illumination remained a secret, a puzzle without a solution. Intrigued by the inexplicable warmth that emanated from the void, I lingered by the empty space, entranced by its silent invitation. The rain outside continued its gentle symphony, weaving an unseen tapestry of whispers that brushed against my consciousness like half-remembered dreams. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn to the gap, a portal to the unknown, where reality blurred and imagination took flight. Throughout the night, I remained in my chair, a silent sentinel in a room veiled by shadows and secrets. The rain softened to a hushed murmur, the night deepening around me as I surrendered to the quiet enchantment of the library. The shifting shadows seemed to converge towards the empty space, a gravitational pull that defied logic, a dance of darkness and light. As weariness weighed upon my eyelids, I reluctantly prepared to retire for the night. Yet, as I reached to extinguish the reading lamp, a vision stopped me in my tracks. A single page materialized within the gap, its ancient surface aglow with a spectral radiance. Words, elegant and unknown, adorned the parchment, beckoning me to decipher their cryptic message. But before comprehension could dawn, the text dissolved into wisps of memory, leaving behind only the echo of a forgotten tale. The mystery of the missing volume remained unsolved, a haunting enigma that lingered in the spaces between reality and imagination. Night after night, I returned to the library, my gaze drawn to the void where a book once dwelled. The whispers of turning pages teased my ears, the scent of a mysterious perfume drifting through the air, a ghostly reminder of the unseen presence that haunted the room. The empty space defied all attempts at closure, rejecting any book placed within its confines with a silent insistence. It was as if the void itself longed for the return of its lost occupant, a story untold, a chapter unfinished. And so I learned to embrace this lingering mystery, a fragment of uncertainty in my meticulously ordered world, a reminder that some tales are meant to wander beyond the confines of comprehension. In the quiet solitude of my library, I sit and watch the empty space, where shadows and light converge in a dance of eternal longing. The rain whispers its secrets against the window panes, a symphony of hidden truths that elude my grasp. And in those moments of stillness, I find solace in the unknown, in the gaps between what is and what could be, in the endless possibilities that lie within the pages of my unending story. Story 41. The night draped the ancient house in a soft cloak of stillness, broken only by the gentle patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea, my gaze drifted absently to the painting hanging on the wall across from me. An heirloom from my grandmother, it depicted a woodland scene at dusk. Though not a piece of great value, its charm lay in its ability to stir a bittersweet tranquility within me. As the golden glow of the floor lamp cast dancing shadows around the room, a peculiar realization dawned on me. The painting appeared askew, leaning slightly to the right, a deviation from its usual straight alignment. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose slowly, the old wooden floor whispering under my cautious steps. With a gentle touch, I straightened the painting, feeling the rough texture of the aged frame beneath my fingertips. Resuming my seat, I lost myself in the pages of the book I had momentarily abandoned, the tea's warmth and the rain's soothing rhythm lulling me into a peaceful haze. Only after a while, when I lifted my gaze, did I notice the painting had shifted once more, this time leaning to the left. A subtle chill traced my spine as I pondered whether it was mere fatigue or a trick of light and shadow. Rising again, I approached the painting, now more alert. To my surprise, I beheld details previously unseen. The sunset hues glowed with newfound intensity, the tree shadows elongated as if time within the canvas held a different pulse. Trembling, I reached out to touch the warm surface, noting a peculiar luminosity in the paint. In the days that followed, my focus gravitated towards the painting. Each visit revealed a subtle alteration in its position or composition, sometimes imperceptible, other times strikingly obvious. The tilt varied, the details shifted. I began documenting these changes through photographs, meticulously comparing each evolution. Within the painted woods, ephemeral elements emerged and vanished. A nest hidden among branches, a secluded glade, a faint path that materialized out of nowhere. The sunset's progression seemed fluid, as though time moved at its own cadence within the frame. One serene evening, ensconced in my armchair, a movement caught my periphery. The painting swayed, a gentle, almost imperceptible motion. Curiosity eclipsed fear as I approached, witnessing the canvas shift as if by unseen hands. A surreal calm enveloped me as I drew closer, the surface seeming to pulsate under my gaze. In the glass's reflection, a fleeting image flickered, a blurred likeness of my grandmother, a ghostly smile as she righted the painting. Since that moment, I've embraced these changes as the house's enchantment. Each night before retiring, I devote a few quiet minutes to the painting, seeking out its hidden revelations. Perhaps it is my grandmother's silent communication, a spectral presence guiding me through this enigmatic artwork that breathes and moves like a living entity. This tale remains mine alone, a cherished secret tucked within my heart. The painting shifts less frequently now, as if finding equilibrium between revelation and mystery. And so I linger in my armchair each evening, tea in hand, the rain's lullaby against the windows, sharing a silent communion with the painting that dances to its own tune, a dialogue understood only by us. Story 42. The gentle moonlight seeped through my bedroom window, painting soft shadows on the wooden floor. I've always been a light sleeper, attuned to the hushed whispers of the night. On this particular evening, the autumn breeze danced through the trees, creating a tranquil melody against the window pane. It was during one of my midnight explorations through the old house that I first noticed it. A curious alteration in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I brushed it off as a play of light, a trick of the shadows in the dim hours. But as my fingers grazed the wall, I felt a shift in texture, a smoothness like aged wood rather than the familiar textured wallpaper. This discovery became a nightly ritual. Every dusk, as the world quieted and the sun dipped below the horizon, I awaited the transformation. It always began subtly, with a change in the atmosphere, a drop in temperature, accompanied by hints of cedar wood and something ancient, reminiscent of dusty leather-bound books and forgotten chambers. The door materialized gradually, like a photograph developing before my eyes. First, a faint outline against the wallpaper, then intricate details emerged. An ornate wooden door with ever-shifting carvings that defied focus. The brass doorknob radiated a warm, internal light, inviting and comforting. Night after night, I sat in the hallway, observing the door taking form. Sometimes I brought a cup of chamomile tea, its aroma mingling with the mysterious scents that enveloped the doorway. Though tempted, I never touched the doorknob, sensing that crossing that threshold would alter everything, and I wasn't prepared for such a change yet. As I kept vigil in the night, I began noticing subtle shifts in the house. Shadows deepened, moving with purpose. The usual creaks and groans of the old house transformed into a soothing rhythm, akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew pregnant with possibility, laden with untold stories waiting to be uncovered. On quiet nights, I swore I could hear faint sounds from beyond the door. The rustle of pages in an unseen book, the gentle tick of a phantom grandfather clock, and occasionally a distant hum of an unfamiliar melody. Delving into the house's history yielded no clues about the door, but unearthed tales of past residents speaking of strange dreams and tranquil nights. An elderly former owner chronicled a path to peaceful sleep that manifested only in the darkest hours. Her accounts were dismissed as the musings of a lonely widow, yet they resonated with me now. The door became my nocturnal companion as weeks turned into months. When sleep eluded me, I sought solace near it, feeling its presence like that of an old friend. Sometimes I read by its gentle glow, other times I sat in silence, absorbing the enigmatic sounds emanating from within. The door exuded no malice or threat. Instead, it exuded a sense of serenity, as if safeguarding something precious rather than concealing something sinister. One memorable night, as I sat by the door, I noticed a new revelation. The carvings on the wood seemed to narrate a story. Figures traversing forests, scaling mountains, voyaging across seas. Yet as I tried to follow their journey, the patterns shifted, weaving new tales. It was as if the door itself was a storyteller, sharing endless narratives with those patient enough to watch and listen. Years have drifted by since the door's discovery, and I've never turned its knob. I ponder if that's why it continues to materialize, because I've honored its enigma, allowed it to harbor its mysteries. The door serves as a reminder that some queries are better left unanswered, some wonders more exquisite when left unexplored. On restless nights, I still find myself in the hallway, tea in hand. The door appears right on cue, enveloping me in its familiar embrace. And in that soft glow, I realize that perhaps the door's essence lies not in what lies beyond, but in the tranquility it imparts to those who cherish its presence in the silent hours. When morning arrives, casting sunlight through the windows and the door fades into ordinary wallpaper, I sometimes question its existence. Yet night descends once more, bringing that subtle shift in reality, that change in the air, affirming that some marvels in this world are reserved for those willing to sit quietly in the darkness and await the magic that unfolds. Story 43. The rain fell softly that evening, draping a glistening curtain over the pavement, reflecting the glow of the streetlights. After a lengthy day at work, I strolled homeward, relishing the earthy fragrance in the air and the soothing pitter-patter of raindrops on the rooftops. And then, there it was, a petite book with a mysterious dark cover, abandoned on the sidewalk. Despite the rain, it appeared untouched, as though it had been left there mere moments ago. Stooping down, I picked it up, noting its supple feel and the exquisite leather binding. The cover bore no markings, no hint of its origins. Only a black satin ribbon as a bookmark, nestled midway through the yellowed pages. The diary felt oddly weighty for its size, hinting at secrets beyond its pages. Sheltered beneath a nearby balcony, I gingerly opened it, shielding the delicate paper from the rain. The script was elegant and precise, inked in black that seemed freshly penned. The date atop the page indicated the present day, yet the year was 1887. The opening lines seized my attention. I have unearthed something that defies logic. Shadows have transcended their nature, and time has lost its way. I must chronicle all before it's too late. A shiver ran through me, not of fear but of profound intrigue. Turning the page, the narrative unfolded, recounting increasingly enigmatic occurrences. The author described moments repeating, objects shifting in the night, mirrors reflecting with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper, the rain seemed to adopt a melodic cadence, each drop falling in harmony as if guided by an unseen symphony. Surveying my surroundings, I realized the street lay deserted, bathed in the ethereal glow of the street lamps. Perfect circles of light overlapped on the wet asphalt, forming intricate patterns previously unseen. The diary mirrored these revelations, hidden patterns in plain sight, unveiled only at specific junctures when perception expanded to embrace the extraordinary. The author's observations began after encountering a peculiar object, an ancient brass key adorned with cryptic etchings. Just as I read about this key, I felt a metallic object in my jacket pocket. Retrieving it, I beheld a key identical to the one described in the diary, aged brass, engraved with enigmatic symbols. My heart beat steadily as I examined it under the lamplight. The subsequent pages spoke of a door, not a physical portal, but a threshold between realms, visible only when light intersected reflective surfaces at a precise angle. The key, it seemed, wielded a power beyond conventional locks, shaping reality around its possessor. Glancing up from the diary, I beheld the shadows cast by the lamps contorting into impossible forms, resembling ancient glyphs. The rain's lullaby grew more hypnotic, a distant voice whispering in the night. The final page bore a caution. If these words meet your eyes, the diary has chosen you. No mere chance, for coincidence holds no sway in this reality. The key shall reveal truths, but remember, some doors once opened remain so. With a reverent touch, I closed the diary, the key's weight a constant reminder in my pocket. Each raindrop now carried a fragment of a grander melody, the street lamp's glow painting a dance of shadows on the walls. Embracing the diary, I resumed my journey home, the key's faint pulse a reminder of its presence. Reality had taken on a dreamlike hue, caught between wakefulness and slumber. I pondered how many others had stumbled upon this enigmatic diary, how many had discovered the key in their possession. Approaching home, the shadows on my building's wall coalesced into the outline of a door unseen until this moment. Or had it been there all along, hidden from sight until now? The key in my pocket seemed to stir, as if recognizing its purpose. Standing before that spectral door, rain's nocturnal melody weaving around me, I knew the diary had found a new guardian, perhaps heralding a new chapter. But that tale belonged to another night, another moment suspended in the realm between reality and dreams. Story 44. The autumn wind whispered softly through the leaves as I meandered down the quiet country road, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. The GPS had long given up, but I felt no sense of urgency. This familiar terrain held a mystery I was eager to uncover. Rolling hills, draped in vineyards stripped bare, framed the road in a tranquil embrace. The crackling air seeping through the window carried the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and moist soil, inviting me to linger in the moment. Turning right at the weathered wooden sign, a sense of unease crept in as I realized this path didn't align with my mental map of the area. Halting briefly, I gazed at the elongating shadows, weaving intricate patterns amidst the trees. The road beneath my wheels betrayed its hidden nature, its flawless surface hinting at a forgotten past. No imperfections marred the asphalt, just a seamless trail vanishing into the encroaching twilight mist. Dancing leaves pirouetted lazily through the air, as if time itself had slowed within this enchanted realm. Progressing cautiously, I found myself captivated by the shifting scenery. The ancient, gnarled trees lining the road exuded a wisdom beyond their years, their interconnected canopies forming a natural tunnel that filtered the fading light. In the distance, flickering lights akin to misplaced fireflies beckoned, teasing my senses with their ephemeral dance amid the tree trunks. The silence enveloped me like a soft blanket, broken only by the gentle purr of my engine and the rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. The road subtly transformed, its boundaries blurring as if painted by an unseen hand. The encroaching shadows, though deepening, bore no menace but rather a comforting softness, blurring the edges of reality. A brass mailbox, gleaming with ageless luster, caught my eye by the roadside. Intricately engraved with a compass rose, it exuded a peculiar warmth as my fingers brushed its metallic surface, defying the cool evening air. Continuing along the winding path, I observed peculiar details emerging, small milestone stones emitting a faint inner glow, their ethereal luminescence puzzling yet mesmerizing. Above, the sky donned a hue beyond description, a color unique to this forgotten realm. Stars timidly emerged, their presence altered as if glimpsing a celestial canvas from a bygone era. Ascending what seemed a hill's apex, I entered a circular clearing adorned with ancient stone paving. In its heart, an aged lamppost cast a warm, inviting glow, beckoning me to pause and embrace the profound stillness. Surveying the distant city lights, now distant and alien, I realized the road behind me had metamorphosed into a time-worn path of ancient stones, etched by countless journeys. Yet moments ago, it had been a modern thoroughfare. Consulting my map under the lamppost's radiance, I confirmed my suspicions. This mystical road existed solely in the realm of dreams, evading conventional cartography. A sudden gust made the map quiver in my hands, momentarily revealing gilded pathways tracing a faintly luminous route before vanishing. Lingering in this surreal oasis, I embraced the tranquility it exuded, reluctant to depart. Upon my eventual decision to leave, the lamppost extinguished silently, veiling the road ahead in darkness. Yet an instinctual reassurance whispered that it would guide me home. Embarking towards the city, I stole glances at the receding lamppost in the rearview mirror. Its light flickered, a distant beacon bidding farewell. A golden luminescence danced in the air, as if celestial stardust graced the uncharted road, unseen on any map. In the days that followed, my quest to rediscover that elusive road proved futile. Every twist and turn led me astray, leaving me with only a faint golden trace on my weathered map. A silent secret awaiting its next unveiling under the right light, a dream reborn. Story 45. The whispers of autumn rain softly brushed against my office window as I delved into my work within the cozy confines of my study. On nights like this, it felt as though the world itself had slowed down, cocooned in a quilt of raindrops that weaved a natural, almost hypnotic melody. The gentle glow of my desk lamp bathed the weathered pages of ancient manuscripts I meticulously cataloged for the city's historical archive. And then she appeared. A lone figure emerged, traversing the square beneath a vibrant scarlet umbrella, a striking contrast against the backdrop of autumnal grays and browns. There was something enchantingly peculiar about her movements, a rhythmic cadence to her steps that harmonized seamlessly with the falling rain. Each evening, like clockwork, the woman with the red umbrella graced the square with her presence. Her nightly passage became a ritual I eagerly anticipated, a moment steeped in intrigue. Yet, her face remained shrouded in the shadows cast by her umbrella and the misty rain that faithfully trailed her every step. One fateful night, as I observed her customary journey, a subtle shift caught my attention. She paused at the square's center, briefly turning towards my window. In that fleeting moment, my heart skipped a beat as I thought I detected a faint smile playing upon her pale visage, illuminated by the dim streetlight. But as quickly as it appeared, she resumed her path and vanished into the night's embrace. In the ensuing days, subtle disturbances began to unsettle my surroundings. Watermarks materialized on the documents I handled, as if a phantom had brushed them with rain-dampened fingers. The delicate yet persistent fragrance of antique roses permeated the study during twilight hours, defying the closed windows. One evening, a forgotten black and white photograph surfaced on my desk, depicting the square as it stood 50 years prior, with a solitary figure wielding a red umbrella amidst the throng, a splash of color in a sea of faded memories. The reverse bore an elegant script marking a date, October 15th, 1973. Delving deeper into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who once graced the halls of my very building half a century ago. Renowned for her scarlet umbrella and fervor for ancient tomes, her life met a tragic end in that very square, on a rainy night much like any other. As I pored over her history, the scent of roses intensified. The patter of rain metamorphosed into a dulcet tune, as if a forgotten lullaby murmured softly in the background. Pages of the documents I perused fluttered gently, as though kissed by an unseen breeze. Raising my gaze to the window, I saw her, closer now than ever before. The red umbrella was folded, revealing her countenance. Her eyes exuded kindness, her smile exuding tranquility. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of wistfulness and comprehension. Following that encounter, the woman with the red umbrella ceased her nightly sojourns across the square. Yet, on rainy evenings, when silence enveloped the archive and shadows waltzed upon the walls, remnants of her presence lingered. Amidst the hush, I could still discern the echo of her footfalls and the faint perfume of antique roses. Occasionally, as I perused ancient texts, fresh droplets of water adorned the pages, as if a spectral hand had just grazed the paper with rain-kissed fingers. I often pondered whether Sarah still safeguarded her cherished volumes, whether her spirit wandered in the rain clutching her red umbrella. This tale remains my silent treasure, shared solely between myself and the library's spectral shadows. With every raindrop's gentle tap against the window panes, I find myself smiling, cognizant that somewhere within the tapestry of time, a woman with a red umbrella treads her eternal path. Story 46. As the autumn fog draped itself over the city streets like a soft gray shroud, each streetlight became a hazy halo in the darkness of the night. It was on my way home from a long day at work that I first noticed it, a pair of headlights cutting through the mist, trailing behind me at a steady distance. There was a curious sensation, a whisper in the back of my mind, hinting at something peculiar about the way that car stuck to me, matching my every move with eerie precision. The gentle hum of the engine trailing behind me seemed to breathe in sync with the rhythm of my journey, a silent companion in the night. When I slowed down, it slowed down. When I accelerated, it matched my pace effortlessly. Through the foggy veil of the rearview mirror, I could only discern a dark shape, a sedan, its headlights resembling vigilant eyes never breaking their gaze upon me. The road twisted through the quiet neighborhood, the houses standing like sentinels of serenity on either side, casting a peaceful aura that clashed with the growing unease in my chest. A decision sparked within me, an urge to test the waters. Instead of turning onto my usual street, I ventured straight ahead, taking a longer route, and the mysterious car followed suit, maintaining that hauntingly familiar distance. The patter of rain on the windshield added a soothing rhythm to the unfolding mystery, the droplets tracing paths down the glass, distorting the view of the persistent presence behind me. I made a series of turns, leading us in a nocturnal dance through the silent streets, connected by an invisible thread. The headlights remained steadfast, a constant in the ever-shifting night, never too close, never too far. The neighborhood slumbered on, oblivious to our peculiar waltz under the veil of night. At a red light, a fleeting glimpse through the rain-splattered rear window revealed a figure in the motionless driver's seat, a statue in the shadows. Finally reaching my destination, I parked in my driveway and shut off the engine, enveloped in an abrupt silence broken only by the rain tapping on the car roof and the thud of my own heart. Through the rearview mirror, I watched as the car behind me came to a gentle stop a few yards away, its headlights piercing the darkness. Minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity, until the headlights blinked out, plunging the street into obscurity. Squinting into the night, I could still discern the silhouette of the vehicle. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the rain, shielding myself with my jacket. But when I turned back to look, The street lay empty, devoid of any trace of the car that had trailed me for so long. Since that fateful night, whenever I drive after dark, my eyes are drawn to the rear-view mirror more often than before. And on those misty nights when the fog hangs heavy, I catch glimpses of those familiar headlights in the distance, patient and poised. I wonder if that elusive car still prowls the night, trailing someone else in its enigmatic dance, or if it bides its time, waiting for the perfect moment to return and resume our nocturnal journey through the city's shadowed streets. Story 47. The ancient house had always murmured its secrets to me, but that particular winter night carried a different tune. Outside, the snow fell soundlessly, each delicate flake glistening under the watchful eye of the pale moon. Nestled in my cozy reading chair, a threadbare wool blanket draped over my shoulders, I savored the soft crackling symphony of the fireplace. The familiar sounds of the house settling, the gentle creak of the floorboards, had long been a source of solace for me. Yet on this night they bore a whisper, a murmur that beckoned my attention. At first, it was a mere whisper, a faint rustling that could easily have been mistaken for the wind weaving through the time-worn walls. Setting my book aside, I held my breath, straining to decipher the elusive voices. They wafted through the air like distant echoes muffled by velvet curtains, indistinct in words, but undeniably human in cadence. Tentatively, I reached out and pressed my palm against the rough surface of the vintage wallpaper, tracing the intricate patterns with my fingertips. Beneath the layers of time, I felt a subtle vibration, akin to a contented cat's purr. The wall seemed to radiate warmth, a stark contrast to the wintry chill that enveloped the rest of the house. Leaning closer, I pressed my ear against the wall, shutting my eyes to better tune into the enigmatic sounds within. The voices grew clearer, though their message remained shrouded in mystery. They meandered through the house like a hidden current, flowing effortlessly from one room to another, their direction ever changing. There was no menace in their tones, only a sense of intimacy, like a familial gathering unfolding in the dead of night. Driven by curiosity, I embarked on a silent journey through the house, guided by the whispers that led me from one room to the next. My bare feet glided noiselessly over the ancient carpets, following the ethereal trail of voices. In the kitchen, they emanated from behind the gleaming copper pots adorning the walls. In the hallway, they reverberated beneath the faded landscapes that adorned the walls, scenes from distant lands I had never trodden. Each time I felt on the verge of deciphering their words, the voices would morph and shift, slipping through my grasp like elusive dreams at daybreak. The stroke of midnight from the grandfather clock in the study mingled with the mystifying murmurs, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls in the dim light filtering through the window from the street lamp outside. It was in the study, amidst the play of shadows, that I noticed a peculiar anomaly in the wallpaper, a subtle bulge, as if a hidden presence pressed against it from within. As I drew nearer, the voices swelled, and the wallpaper rippled faintly, as if stirred by a breath behind a thin veil. Trembling, I extended a hand to touch the protruding surface. The wallpaper felt alive, pulsating beneath my touch, and for a fleeting moment, I could swear I heard my name whispered with tender affection. Slowly, the bulge receded, leaving the wall smooth once more, yet the residual warmth lingered, a reminder of the unseen presence that had momentarily revealed itself. Throughout the night, I discovered more of these mysterious bulges, each one a transient ripple in the fabric of the walls, accompanied by a symphony of whispers that ebbed and flowed like the tide. Laughter, fragments of lullabies in foreign tongues, the gentle hum of conversations. The voices wove a tapestry of unseen memories that crisscrossed the rooms, weaving a spell that held me captive in its embrace. As dawn approached, the voices gradually dwindled, dissipating like morning mist, leaving behind a hushed tranquility that enveloped the house. The last vestiges of whispers seemed to converge from all directions, enveloping me in a cocoon of sound before fading into the ether. The walls cooled, returning to their silent vigil as the first light of day tiptoed through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon the room. The source of the voices remained a mystery, their origins shrouded in the veil of the night. On subsequent quiet nights, when the snow descended in soft whispers, the voices would return, a spectral choir that serenaded the stillness. Perhaps the house harbored the echoes of those who had once dwelled within its walls, their memories interwoven with the very fabric of its being. Or perchance, on certain nights, the veils between realms grew thin, allowing us a fleeting glimpse into the unseen. One thing remains certain: the voices, with their enigmatic allure, have become a peculiar comfort, a lullaby from a bygone era that cradles me in its embrace. They serve as a reminder that within the solitude there exists a silent communion, a thread connecting us to the unseen spirits that linger in the interstices of our world. The walls of my ancient abode hold their secrets close, divulging them only in whispers on winter nights when the boundary between reality and reverie blurs, and the pulse of the past beats in harmony with the present. Story 48. The grandfather clock in my study tolled midnight, its resonant chimes enveloping the room in a familiar embrace. Peering up from my weathered journal, I anticipated the customary single strike, yet the echoes lingered. Each note cascaded seamlessly into the next, crafting a timeless melody that seemed to elongate the very essence of time itself. The soft glow of the lamplight caressed my antique desk, casting a warm aura over the steam swirling from my cup of chamomile tea. Tonight held a subtle shift, not unsettling, but rather a delicate tilt of reality, akin to a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness outside the window appeared denser than usual, almost viscous, as if it could seep through the glass at any given moment. Compelled by an unseen force, I rose from my chair and drifted towards the enigmatic shadows beyond the pane. The aged floorboards whispered beneath my wool-socked feet, guiding me closer to the window. My reflection in the glass sharpened, yet a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. The mirrored image of myself seemed to lag behind, a fraction of a second delayed, as if time itself struggled to keep pace with my existence. A fragrant veil of night-blooming jasmine enveloped the air, though no such blooms adorned my study. Its sweet intoxication danced on the edge of memory, evoking elusive recollections of childhood's summer nights, just beyond grasp. Meanwhile, the clock persisted in its ethereal tolling, the intervals between each note expanding like honey dripping from a spoon. Turning back to my desk, intent on recording these peculiar occurrences, I found my journal's words in a state of flux. Ink flowed like liquid darkness across the pages, weaving intricate patterns and narratives that eluded my memory. Among them, descriptions of this very night unfurled, penned in my own hand, but from a future yet to unfold. A subtle undulation in the room's temperature ensued, gentle waves of warmth and coolness embracing me in tandem with every breath. The shadows in the room ebbed and flowed with a hypnotic rhythm, synchronizing with my very essence. As I reached for my teacup, a paradoxical sensation enveloped me. The liquid simultaneously warm and cool to the touch, its surface mirroring the lamplight in a celestial dance of reflections. Each sip refilled the cup inexplicably, the liquid remaining constant despite my consumption. The rhythmic ticking of my wristwatch harmonized with the grandfather clock's timeless chimes, weaving a tapestry of temporal lullabies. Remarkably, the hands on my watch moved in opposing directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand retraced its path, a paradoxical ballet that felt strangely harmonious. Words materialized on the journal's pages without my hand guiding them. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In that moment of clarity, I grasped the profound verity of those words. This night was not interminable because it refused to conclude. Rather, it spanned all moments concurrently, like a dream enfolding past, present, and future within a singular breath. The darkness beyond the window transmuted into a tranquil void, not menacing but beckoning, akin to a tender embrace awaiting the world. Through its depths, glimpses of alternate versions of my study flickered, other fragments of this eternal night existing in parallel. My reflection in the glass moved independently, engaging in different activities, reading different tomes, savoring tea at disparate moments, a silent testament to the boundless possibilities encapsulated within this singular night. Acknowledging each other with serene nods, my mirrored self and I shared a profound connection as voyagers traversing the same space in divergent epochs. Settling back into my chair, a serene tranquility enveloped me. The grandfather clock's chimes stretched so far apart that each resonant sound embodied a lifetime, encapsulating realms of experience in the silence between echoes. The night enveloped me in a cocoon of infinite instants, each one pristine and whole in itself. I began to comprehend that this night would never truly conclude, not because time had halted, but because it had expanded to unveil its genuine essence. Somewhere I perpetually inhabit this study, witnessing the pulsating darkness, listening to the eternal tolling of the clock, existing in this immaculate moment that encompasses all moments. And so I remain, within this night that defies closure, inscribing these words that have forever existed, sipping tea that remains perpetually warm, observing as time unveils itself not as a sequence of instances, but as an infinite waltz of the present. The darkness outside continues to throb with potential, the clock intones its ceaseless melody, and I dwell in this timeless moment, serenely at ease within the infinite night. Story 49. The night held its breath, broken only by the gentle hum of the fridge and the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the kitchen. In the hush of 2 a.m., I sat on the couch, enveloped by a world seemingly crafted just for me. The soft glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea waltzed lazily in the air. It was in this tranquil moment that my gaze drifted to the apartment next to mine, a place previously overlooked in the tapestry of my existence. For 6 months, not a soul had crossed that threshold. No noises had escaped, no lights had flickered. Yet, on this particular night, a faint light seeped through the crack beneath the door, a subtle glow akin to a flickering candle. Intrigued, I abandoned my spot on the couch, setting down my cup on the coffee table, and approached the dividing wall. I pressed my ear against the cool surface, straining to catch even the slightest whisper. Silence embraced me, but an unspoken weight lingered in the air, a presence felt but not heard. Returning to my routine, a newfound curiosity took root, urging me to observe the enigmatic apartment more closely. Details once dismissed now beckoned for attention. No mail cluttered the doorstep, the doorknob gleamed amidst the settling dust, and on nights of profound quiet, a phantom rustling, akin to soft footsteps, teased my senses. Like a creeping vine, curiosity entwined itself around my thoughts. I delved into the building's history, unearthing a shadowy past where tenants passed like whispers in the wind. The elderly janitor, a guardian of secrets, revealed only that rent arrived like clockwork in an anonymous envelope. One night, a haunting melody, as delicate as a sigh, drifted through the walls, its origins shrouded in mystery. Intrigued, I pressed closer, the music halting abruptly, leaving my heart to echo its fading cadence in the void. A chance encounter with a woman from the upstairs apartment unveiled a startling truth. Her father, the architect, had designed the building, and that peculiar apartment was crafted without space for a piano. Her words, laced with a gentle sadness, kindled a fire within me, igniting a fervor to unravel the mysteries veiled behind closed doors. Winter nights brought no warmth from within. Rainy days left the doormat dry, a silent testament to the anomaly that dwelled next door. And on that fateful evening, the door stood ajar, a silent invitation tinged with foreboding. Heart racing, I stood at the threshold, the ethereal glow beckoning me closer. Yet, a primal instinct held me back, a whisper of caution urging restraint. With a heavy heart, I retreated to the safety of my own abode, leaving the secrets of the mysterious apartment undisturbed. Since that night, a silent vigil has taken root within me. Each late return home is marked by a moment's pause before that enigmatic door. Sometimes a distant melody lingers in the air. Other times, a flicker of light dances on the periphery of my vision. I have chosen to embrace the enigma, finding solace in the presence that dwells beyond the threshold, a silent companion in the night, a reminder of the mysteries that still elude our understanding. In a world consumed by explanations, perhaps there is a quiet comfort in the unknown, a gentle reassurance that some secrets are best left undisturbed. Story 50. I awoke to the gentle, rhythmic ticking of a pendulum in the darkness, its sound piercing the quiet like a whispered secret. Each tick seemed to echo through the stillness, a mechanical heartbeat guiding me through this mysterious realm. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open, revealing a room bathed in the soft, ethereal glow of twilight. Nothing in this space felt familiar to me. I found myself reclined on a weathered burgundy velvet couch, its plushness a comforting contrast to the wear of time. The air carried a delicate fragrance, a blend of aged wood, dried flowers, and a hint of something elusive. Light filtered through heavy brocade curtains, casting intricate patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper that adorned the walls. As my vision adjusted to the dimness, I began to absorb the intricate details of the room. Antique dark wood furniture stood stoically in the corners, silent witnesses to the passage of time. A towering bookshelf dominated one wall, its shelves adorned with leather-bound tomes untouched for what seemed like an eternity. On a small table beside me, a delicate porcelain teacup held steaming liquid, its aroma tantalizing. With aching muscles protesting every movement, I rose from the couch, my steps muffled by the softness of the Persian rug beneath my feet. Approaching the window, I drew aside the heavy curtains, revealing a mist-shrouded garden where shadows of trees and bushes danced in the evening breeze. A startling realization struck me as I caught my reflection in the glass. I was clad in attire that belonged to another time. A white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers, all tailored with precision in a style long forgotten. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye drew my gaze back into the room, but there was nothing but stillness. Only the pendulum continued its unwavering dance, a constant reminder of the elusive nature of time in this enigmatic place. Determined to unravel the mysteries that surrounded me, I ventured beyond the room. The door groaned open, revealing a dimly lit hallway stretching into obscurity. Portraits of unfamiliar faces lined the walls, their eyes seemingly tracking my every move as I tread cautiously forward. Each creak of the wooden floor beneath my feet reverberated in the silence that enveloped me. Ascending a chilling staircase to the upper level, I felt a sense of déjà vu as my hand grazed the cold banister. Upstairs, a row of closed doors awaited me, each adorned with brass nameplates bearing inscriptions obscured by the dimness. It was then that a haunting melody reached my ears, a delicate piano tune, barely audible, drifting through the air like a wistful memory. The music seemed to emanate from the last door at the end of the hallway, drawing me closer with its ethereal allure. Pushing open the final door, I found myself in an empty room save for a grand piano veiled in white. No musician graced the stool, yet the air hummed with the fading echoes of the haunting melody. Approaching the piano, I lifted the sheet to reveal a cascade of dust illuminated by the dying light of day. Resting on the ivory keys lay an aged photograph, its yellowed edges hinting at a distant past. Studying the image, I was confronted with a startling revelation. The room depicted in the photograph was the very room I stood in, but from a bygone era. Seated at the piano was a figure that mirrored my own reflection, clad in the same antiquated garments I now wore, though the image itself seemed to belong to a time long past. Descending the staircase once more, an eerie calm settled over me despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's steady pulse now seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of my own heart. Settling back onto the velvet couch, I noticed that the teacup still retained warmth, as if untouched by the passage of time. Gazing into the amber liquid within the cup, a realization washed over me. I may have never truly awakened, or perhaps I had stepped into a dream woven by another soul in a distant era. The pendulum's ticking persisted, a metronome for a time that may have never existed, within a house that seemed to hold secrets of my very being. Sipping the tea, its familiar taste grounding me in this ethereal realm, I observed as the fog outside enveloped the garden, blurring the lines between reality and reverie. And in that moment, a profound certainty settled within me. I belonged here, in this enigmatic house that had beckoned me through the mists of time, waiting patiently for my arrival. Story 51. The autumn fog draped the park in a gentle cloak of gray, as leaves pirouetted lazily in the damp twilight breeze. Meandering along the gravel path, I relished the aroma of damp soil and savored the hushed cadence of my footsteps. The misty glow of the street lamps cast soft halos around me, barely illuminating the path ahead. And there it was, beckoning to me, an enigmatic presence amidst the solitude. A dark coat, meticulously folded upon a weathered wooden bench. No soul stirred in the park at that late hour, and the garment appeared to have been placed with deliberate intent, exuding an air of mystery. Drawing closer, I observed the woolen fabric absorbing the mist's dew, its elegance palpable. Mother-of-pearl buttons shimmered faintly in the fading light, hinting at a story untold. The warmth lingering in the fabric, as though just shed by its wearer, sent a tremor of intrigue through me, not of fear, but of fascination. Exploring the coat's pockets in search of clues, my fingers met emptiness, save for a solitary bus ticket from the year 1985. Time seemed to wane as I scrutinized this relic from a bygone era, its yellowed paper remarkably preserved. Seating myself beside the coat, my mind wandered freely as the fog thickened its embrace. A delicate fragrance of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the fabric, conjuring memories of yesteryears, of faded photographs in monochrome hues. Upon closer inspection, a faded detail caught my eye, a golden threaded embroidery inside, bearing the initials JM, almost vanishing into obscurity. A distant melody broke the park's silence, an echo of antiquity, perhaps from a forgotten gramophone, drifting like a distant dream. Rising from the bench, I sought the music's source, but its origins remained elusive, surrounding me from all directions and none simultaneously. Returning my gaze to the coat, I noticed a subtle shift in its position, as though moved in my distraction by the haunting melody. The fold was no longer pristine, a button catching the light in a different manner. Yet the park's solitude persisted, enshrouded in an ethereal stillness. Time meandered languidly, shadows waltzing upon the fallen leaves cast by the flickering street lamps, the music fading into the mist. Contemplating the enigma of JM and the abandoned coat, I felt a gentle touch upon my shoulder, akin to a breeze's caress. Startled, I turned, only to find the fog swirling in a ghostly dance. The coat appeared aged, the fabric weathered, hues further muted by an unseen passage of time. Respecting the mystery, I left it undisturbed, departing as the music briefly swelled, a waltz unfamiliar yet hauntingly familiar. The following day, curiosity led me back to the park, eager to unveil the coat's fate. The bench stood empty, but a fresh bus ticket dated that very day lay upon the dew-kissed wood, marking the spot where the coat had rested. Even now, on misty evenings passing by that bench, echoes of the distant melody linger, interwoven with the scent of lavender and tobacco. Sometimes, as the streetlights weave patterns with the fog, a shadow of a refined gentleman wandering the park flits by, vanishing upon closer inspection, leaving only the leaves dancing in the evening breeze. Story 52. The mist clung to my ankles as I strolled through the unkempt path behind my grandmother's abode. The dawn had barely cracked, yet darkness persisted in this realm, defying the natural rhythms. The air carried a heaviness, laden with moisture and the sweet, musty aroma of decomposing leaves, intermingled with something ancient and enigmatic that eluded my senses. I had recently come into possession of this estate, but while the house exuded a sense of warmth, it was this enigmatic garden that beckoned to me from the very start. It sprawled behind the Victorian manor, encircled by weathered stone walls draped in ivy as dark as night. What captivated me most was how the towering trees surrounding it seemed to lean inwards, creating a canopy so dense that even the brightest sunlight struggled to pierce through. This garden had been under my grandmother's care for over 6 decades, yet in all my visits as a child, I had never seen her tend to it. In fact, I had never witnessed her set foot within its confines. Once, I inquired about it, and she simply smiled and uttered, "Some places prefer to tend themselves, dear." In my youth, I brushed off her words as the whimsical musings of an elderly woman. But now, as I wandered through the perpetual twilight of this sanctuary, her words carried a gravity that had eluded me before. My footsteps were silent on the damp ground, as if the earth itself absorbed any sound. The flora here grew in peculiar ways unlike any I had encountered. Pallid roses bloomed devoid of any trace of red or pink, their petals emitting a faint luminescence in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in intricate patterns, their fronds extending like delicate tendrils whenever I drew near. Most mesmerizing were the mushrooms arranged in perfect circles throughout the garden, their azure-gray caps pulsing with a soft, ethereal glow. Venturing further into the garden, I observed a curious phenomenon. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass seemed to shy away as I approached, only to gradually turn towards me once I had passed by. It was not the wind at play. There was no breeze in this sheltered haven. The movement was deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to children peeking around a corner at a stranger. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, long dry yet untouched by moss or vine. Its basin bore inscriptions that eluded my comprehension, with curves and lines that appeared to shift with each viewing angle. As I traced one with my fingertip, the stone exuded warmth despite the cool ambient air. A gentle vibration hummed through my touch, and for a fleeting moment, I fancied I heard a distant melody. It was then that I espied the butterflies. These were not the vibrant, flamboyant creatures typical of ordinary gardens. They were pure white, with wings seemingly translucent, resembling snowflakes caught in morning light. They flitted amidst the pale blooms, leaving trails of what appeared to be silver dust in their wake. The dust did not descend to the ground, but lingered in the air, forming patterns reminiscent of constellations. As I gazed transfixed, I realized that these patterns were not random. They were crafting a message in a script that felt almost familiar, like words glimpsed in a dream only to fade upon waking. The temperature began to plummet, prompting me to draw my sweater closer. It was then I noticed that my timepiece had ceased ticking, though I could not discern when it had occurred. The light remained constant, it never fluctuated in this garden, yet an intuition told me that I had spent hours here. Time flowed differently in this realm, akin to honey, viscous and unhurried. In my grandmother's diary, discovered in her study after her passing, there was but a single entry regarding the garden. It existed before us, and it will endure long after. We do not own it, it possesses us. Some gardens cultivate flowers, this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying vegetation, I finally comprehended. Other subtleties emerged, the absence of birds overhead, the shadows that moved independently of any light source, the fleeting blossoms that would bloom and wither within moments only to bloom anew. The garden pulsed with life in a manner that defied natural laws, governed by its own enigmatic principles. As twilight approached, how I discerned this in the unchanging light I could not articulate. I retraced my steps towards the manor. The path seemed altered, yet my footprints from earlier remained etched in the soil. Fresh blossoms had unfurled where none had existed before, their petals tightly sealed around mysteries they were unready to divulge. Before departing the garden, I cast a final glance backwards. In the distance, near the fountain, a figure akin to my grandmother appeared to be tending to plants that defied logic. Yet with a blink, all that remained was the mist, the pallid blooms, and the everlasting twilight that seemed to murmur, "Welcome home." That night, as I readied for slumber, a solitary white butterfly alighted upon my windowsill, casting shadows that morphed into words upon my wall. Drifting off to sleep, I pondered whether the garden had chosen me as it had chosen my grandmother decades prior. In my dreams, I heard the fountain's melody and comprehended why certain places never require the sun. They possess their own form of illumination, born of secrets older than time itself. Story 53. The hotel corridor basked in a gentle amber glow filtering through glass lampshades like liquid honey. The hour was late, and the stillness of the night was only disturbed by the soft hum of air conditioning units. I made my way towards the elevator, pulling my suitcase noiselessly over the deep burgundy carpet. The wariness of a day filled with business meetings weighed heavily on my shoulders. Pressing the elevator button, I stood there, gazing at my blurred reflection in the metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked down slowly, 6, 5, 4. Casting a soft green light that played on the walls, the display hinted at the elevator's gradual descent. With a gentle chime, the doors slid open, beckoning me into the small space adorned with mirrors and rich dark wood. My destination was the 7th floor, the pinnacle of the building. Pressing the button, I leaned against the back wall, shutting my eyes for a fleeting moment. The elevator began its ascent smoothly, moving with a quiet, steady rhythm. The sound of the mechanism was a subtle murmur, akin to a deep, unbroken breath. When I opened my eyes once more, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection before me. It seemed as though my image lagged slightly behind my movements, as if mimicking me with a fraction of delay. Shaking my head, I attributed this odd sensation to exhaustion. As the elevator glided to a stop and the doors parted, I stepped out into the hallway, sensing immediately that something was amiss. The carpet beneath my feet had transformed from burgundy to a deep forest green, and the wall lamps exuded an antique charm, their Art Deco design catching my eye in a way I hadn't noticed before. Glancing at the elevator display, it confirmed my arrival on the 7th floor, yet the ambience was entirely altered. The hallway appeared elongated, constricted, and the air carried a strange scent, reminiscent of aged books and ancient timber. The room doors bore unusual numbering, 7A, 7B, 7C, diverging from the standard sequence I had seen during booking. Turning to retrace my steps to the elevator, I found the doors had already sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response. The display above the doors remained blank, as though the elevator had never existed. Silence enveloped me, thick and almost tangible. Moving cautiously down the hallway, I endeavored to familiarize myself with this new environment. The light seemed to pulse gently, as if drawing breath. Each door I passed appeared identical, yet each exuded a distinct aura, as though concealing a unique tale behind its somber wood facade. At the far end of the hallway, a figure caught my attention, a man seated in an antique armchair. Clad in a vintage doorman's uniform, his snow-white hair impeccably groomed, he peered up from the book he cradled, offering a kind smile. "Are you adrift?" he inquired with a serene, almost familiar tone, as though anticipating my arrival. I believe I might be, I responded. I was en route to the 7th floor, but this setting... Ah, this is indeed the 7th floor, he interjected with a cryptic grin. Just not the one you sought. You see, this elevator possesses a quirk. At times it transports weary travelers to where they need to be, not necessarily where they intend to go. Surveying my surroundings anew, I discerned subtler nuances. The gilded frames adorning the walls housed monochrome photographs of smiling figures in period attire, while the clock on the wall displayed an improbable time, its hands tracing a contrary path. Fret not, the doorman continued, gently closing his book. The elevator shall return when the moment is apt. Meanwhile, why not take a seat? Time is but a fleeting concept here. Settling into the armchair beside him, I felt the wariness ebb away gradually. The silence, once disquieting, now enveloped me like a warm embrace. Resuming his reading, the doorman engrossed himself in his book, while I found myself captivated by the shadows dancing across the walls, weaving mesmerizing patterns. Time became elusive, slipping through my grasp like sand through an hourglass. It might have been moments or hours that drifted by. The backward ticking of the clock birthed a soothing melody, akin to a lullaby. At some indeterminate juncture, the familiar chime of the elevator sounded. There you go, the doorman remarked without lifting his gaze from the pages. I believe it is time for you to return to your designated floor. Rising to my feet, a curious sense of rejuvenation pervaded me. Advancing toward the elevator, I turned to express gratitude to the doorman, only to find the armchair vacant. His book lay upon the armrest, its time-worn leather cover gleaming faintly in the ambient light. The elevator doors slid open soundlessly. Stepping inside, the journey this time proved brief. As I emerged, I found myself back in the familiar corridor, with its burgundy carpet and contemporary wall fixtures. Approaching my room, I inserted the key into the lock. Before entering, I cast a final glance toward the elevator. For an ephemeral moment, the digital display flickered, revealing not a numeral but an unfamiliar symbol. Then, returning to its original state, it simply read 7. Since that enigmatic night, whenever I embark on an elevator within a hotel, I ponder whether it will transport me to my intended destination or to where the universe deems I should be. And on the hush of tranquil nights, I swear I catch the whisper of pages turning in an ethereal hallway, suspended between one floor and the next, a realm existing beyond the confines of ordinary perception. Story 54. In the hush of a tranquil autumn twilight, a peculiar phenomenon caught my attention. Nestled in my study, engrossed in the yellowed pages of an ancient tome, I became aware of a subtle shift in the natural light seeping through the window. Looking up, I beheld a marvel. The sky above my abode was slowly cloaking itself in darkness, while the world outside bathed in the golden hues of sunset. A mysterious contrast unfolded, as if an unseen veil had chosen to drape solely over my rooftop. The air carried the scent of moist earth and fallen leaves, a gentle breeze causing the lace curtains to dance in a mesmerizing rhythm. Their soft whisper harmonized with the unfolding spectacle of nature. As days drifted by, the enigma persisted, faithfully unveiling itself each evening. With the sun's descent, that portion of the heavens above my dwelling would deepen into shades of dusk, unlike the rest of the sky. It appeared as though a celestial artist had brushed strokes of charcoal and midnight blue onto a canvas of azure, crafting a surreal juxtaposition. I found myself captivated, often seated in the worn velvet armchair by the window, the creaking floor echoing my movements as I tracked the progression of this celestial anomaly. The room grew cooler, a delicate mist forming on the window panes, casting ephemeral patterns that danced with the shadows. In the midst of my contemplation, a new revelation unfolded. Amidst the darkened expanse, pinpricks of light flickered into existence, twinkling like stars performing a private ballet. Their erratic dance, devoid of pattern, held a hypnotic allure, amplified by the silence pervading the house. The ticking of the hallway clock seemed to sync with their celestial waltz. In the passing weeks, I noticed subtle reactions from the objects within my home to this mysterious display. The antique mirrors reflected a softer, more embracing light. Shadows contorted into intricate shapes reminiscent of ancient symbols, and the plants on the windowsill flourished under this selective dimness, as if nourished by the twilight itself. One evening, as I sat in my study, a gentle touch grazed my shoulder, like a whisper carried on the breeze. Startled, I turned, finding emptiness where a presence seemed to linger. The fragrance of aged books and weathered wood intensified, and for a fleeting moment, time appeared to halt. The clock's ticking felt distant, as if from another realm. I commenced a diary to document these occurrences, detailing every nuance of the evolving darkness and its accompanying phenomena. My script flowed elegantly, as if guided by an unseen hand. On tranquil nights, a melody seemed to emanate from the darkened sky above, a cosmic symphony that resonated within me, defying verbal description. With time, I embraced this mystery, realizing my home had transcended the mundane, becoming a conduit to the ethereal. While the world went about its daily affairs, I found myself enveloped in shadows and light, a dance meant solely for my eyes. Night after night, I gazed at the darkening sky above my sanctuary, understanding that some enigmas need not be unraveled, but simply cherished. My abode had transformed into a haven of marvels, where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined in a perpetual ballet of light and shadow, of reality and reverie. Story 55. The rain's gentle rhythm on the roof of the ancestral home created a soothing lullaby as I sifted through the final remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia hung heavy in the air, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust basking in the dwindling sunlight that seeped through the cream curtains. Every item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of days long gone, painting vivid memories in my mind. It wasn't until I reached the bottom of the last box that I stumbled upon a weathered photo album bound in dark leather. The cover bore the marks of time at its edges, yet the leather retained a softness that only years could bestow. Running my fingers over the worn surface, I laid the album gently on the weathered oak table in the living room. The pages exuded a faint musty scent, a blend of aged paper and memories locked in monochrome frames. Each photograph within captured snippets of family history, weddings, birthdays, lazy summer days. Smiling faces of long-lost relatives stared back at me, hinting at resemblances that echoed through generations. The rustle of turning pages melded seamlessly with the rain's persistent cadence on the window panes. Pausing at a particular snapshot taken in the garden, I spotted my grandmother, radiant in a floral dress, surrounded by her siblings at a sunlit table. Yet my gaze was drawn to a solitary figure standing apart from the group. Clad in a pale ankle-length dress and partially concealed by a wide-brimmed hat, she remained a mystery. I had never heard of her in the family lore recounted during festive gatherings. Retrieving the photo from the album, I scrutinized it closely. On the back, a solitary inscription in my grandmother's elegant script read, "Summer 1956. No further clues were offered. The room grew colder as a draft brushed past, setting the curtains aflutter. Twilight descended, casting a veil of uncertainty over everything. Flicking on the antique table lamp, its soft glow bathed the room in a warm embrace. Peering at the photograph anew under the gentle light, a disquieting detail struck me. The enigmatic figure's shadow defied logic, casting in a divergent direction from the rest, as though bathed by an unseen source of light. A shiver traced my spine as a long-forgotten conversation between my mother and aunt floated back to me, speaking of a woman who had briefly crossed paths with the family before vanishing without a trace. No one knew her identity or origins. The rain's melody swelled, weaving a hypnotic tapestry. Fixated on the photograph, the mysterious figure seemed to sharpen in focus, while the background blurred slightly, as if she harbored a message waiting to be unfurled. Turning the photo, I discerned faint markings in the bottom corner, barely legible. Squinting under the lamplight, I deciphered the faint phrase, "She always sees." Returning the photo to its place, I couldn't bring myself to close the album. An inexplicable urge drove me to linger over that image, as if it held a cryptic secret yearning for revelation. How many untold stories lay hidden within these walls? How many mysteries lay frozen in time's embrace? Night descended, cloaking the house in a tranquil hush as the rain's gentle caress continued. Settling into the armchair by the window, the album cradled in my lap, I delved into contemplation. Who was she, truly? What had she witnessed? And most intriguingly, did she still watch over us? Leaving the album open on the table, I readied for bed, stealing a final glance from the threshold. In the flickering lamplight, a fleeting sensation swept over me. Did the figure shift as if meeting my gaze? Or was it a trick of light, a mystery destined to linger, nestled within the faded pages of a family heirloom? Story 56. The winter twilight cast a spell on my bedroom, painting the walls in shades of royal purple. Outside, a gentle rain tapped against the window panes in a hypnotic rhythm, creating a soothing lullaby. The flickering candle on my antique vanity, a cherished heirloom from my grandmother, cast dancing shadows that waltzed across the reflective surface. The room was filled with the comforting aroma of melting wax mingling with the distant scent of crackling firewood downstairs, cocooning me in a blanket of warmth and tranquility. In that moment of serene contemplation, a flicker of movement caught my eye. As I absent-mindedly styled my hair in the mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, an ethereal presence moving with silent grace. Startled, I turned, but the room remained empty save for my own reflection. Returning my gaze to the mirror, I dismissed it as a mere trick of light and shadow, a figment of my imagination. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to the reflections around me, as if seeking out glimpses of that mysterious figure. Whether it was the gleaming surface of a polished table, the evening glow captured in the window glass, or the small mirror in my car, each reflection seemed to hold a hint of that enigmatic presence. It was as though a hidden world of mirrors existed, where this spectral being observed me with quiet curiosity. The figure, lacking distinct features, exuded a soft, silvery radiance that bathed its form in a gentle glow. Sometimes, a faint smile seemed to ghost across its face, or a subtle gesture hinted at a desire to communicate. Rather than fear, a sense of familiarity washed over me, as if this presence had always lingered on the periphery of my awareness, waiting to be acknowledged. One tranquil evening, while lost in a book in my favorite armchair, I noticed the figure in the window's reflection sharpened into focus. Unlike before, it did not fade when I met its gaze directly. Instead, it lingered, a tangible presence in the quiet room. A rustle, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, whispered through the stillness, prompting me to rise and approach the window. As I drew near, the figure mirrored my movements from the other side of the glass, its form swathed in flowing, ethereal garments that billowed with each graceful step. Extending a hand towards me, I mirrored the gesture, drawn by an invisible thread connecting us. In that moment, a realization dawned upon me. The figure carried with it a profound sense of peace, a tranquility that permeated the very air around us. Sounds dulled, colors softened, and time itself seemed to slow to a leisurely pace whenever the figure appeared. It was as though a fragment of a serene and dreamlike world accompanied its presence, blurring the lines between reality and reverie. I no longer sought out reflections out of fear or curiosity, but to bask in the serenity that enveloped me in its embrace. The figure became a silent companion, a gentle guardian of tranquility in my daily life. I refrained from probing its origins or purpose, content to let its mystery linger in the corners of my mind. Some enigmas, I reasoned, were meant to be cherished rather than unraveled. To this day, as the sun dips below the horizon and shadows lengthen, I pause to seek out the reflections that harbor the luminous figure. In those hushed moments, when the world holds its breath in anticipation, I catch a glimpse of the figure dancing among the mirrors, its presence a beacon of peace and a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced, not solved. Story 57. The gentle radiance of sunset seeped through the sheer curtains, enveloping my study in a warm embrace of shadows. This room, with its collection of aged books and treasured memories, had always been my sanctuary. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the air. It could have been the unusual hush that blanketed the room, or the way the autumn light draped everything in hues of amber and gold, refusing to fade. My gaze wandered to the recently acquired portrait above my antique writing desk. A striking piece it was, a Victorian-era painting of a woman in a rich burgundy gown, her countenance veiled in a mystery I could never quite unravel. The elderly dealer who sold me the portrait had spoken of its intriguing past, but I had been too engrossed in its extravagant price to heed his words. Settling into my plush leather armchair with a cup of fragrant Earl Grey tea, tendrils of steam swirling upwards, I noticed a peculiar anomaly about the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed slightly to the left, now seemed to pierce directly into mine. Dismissing this as a trick of shifting light and a weary mind after a day spent writing, I immersed myself in my work. The grandfather clock in the corner hummed its rhythmic tick-tock, usually a source of solace for my restless mind. However, this evening, each tick tugged my attention back to those painted eyes. I found myself stealing glances at the portrait between paragraphs, each time convinced of subtle alterations, a tilt of her head, a curl of her lips, a shift in her gaze. As night draped the room and I illuminated the old brass lamp on my desk, the portrait assumed a life of its own. Shadows danced across its surface, lending depth to the painted folds of her dress. The backdrop, once a simple drawing room, now extended into an abyss of darkness. The warm glow of the lamp teased out reflections in the gilded frame, creating illusions of movement within the painting itself. Gradually, I noticed other small anomalies in my study. Books I swore I had closed were found open to pages detailing tales of vanished artwork and enigmatic disappearances. My fountain pen would roll across the desk unaided, and the room's temperature would inexplicably fluctuate, chilling near the portrait and warming as I distanced myself. On a particularly hushed evening, as I prepared to depart my study, a peculiar detail seized my attention. In the portrait's background, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I discerned what appeared to be another canvas on an easel. Drawing closer, squinting in the dim light, the inner painting depicted a study strikingly similar to my own. My heart quickened as I leaned in, nearly touching the canvas. Within the miniature study, a minuscule desk, a leather armchair, and a figure seated at the desk came into focus. The longer I scrutinized, the more familiar the scene grew, until the realization struck me. The figure was me, captured in intricate detail, leaning forward to inspect a painting. Retreating, breath caught in my throat, I noticed a shift in the woman's expression, knowing, almost amused. Her eyes tracked my movements across the room, shedding the facade of a static portrait. The corners of her lips lifted imperceptibly, and a faint echo of laughter, like the rustle of aged parchment, teased my ears. That night I firmly shut the door to my study, yet I sensed her gaze trailing me through the house. Lying in bed, I pondered the past custodians of the portrait, their narratives, their encounters. Had they too witnessed these subtle metamorphoses? Had they too felt the weight of those watchful eyes? Come morning, my study mirrored its nighttime state, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, adorned with elegant Victorian script foreign to my hand. Art is never truly static, dear observer. Sometimes the boundary between viewer and viewed blurs, wouldn't you say? It read. I refrained from removing the portrait from its place on my wall. Perhaps I should have, but curiosity has always been my downfall. Now, as I pen this narrative in my study, I frequently catch her gaze upon me, that enigmatic smile lingering on her lips. And occasionally, when the illumination is just so and the house is draped in silence, I discern alterations in the painting within the painting, fresh details emerging, the scene subtly shifting. The portrait remains an enigma, one I've come to embrace. For in the quietude of my study, as the grandfather clock maintains its steady cadence and dusk paints shadows on the walls, I've realized that perhaps we are both, the observer and the observed, intertwined in an eternal waltz of perception and reflection. Story 58. In the heart of our cozy residential neighborhood, autumn nights weave a tapestry of enchantment. The crisp air carries whispers of fallen leaves and the gentle echo of footsteps on the dampened streets. Lately, on my evening strolls back from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. It revolves around the streetlight stationed at the junction of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, an anomaly amidst its glowing brethren. Unlike its steadfast companions, this particular light harbors a secretive demeanor. As I draw near, its luminance begins to wane, as though concealing a hidden truth from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, a neglected relic in need of repair. Yet, a pattern emerged. The light dimmed solely in my presence, a phenomenon absent when others passed beneath its glow. Intrigued, I embarked on an experiment one twilight, pausing 60 feet away against the weathered facade of an Art Deco building at the corner. The streetlight cast long shadows, painting the sidewalk with a soft glow, while dew-kissed grass shimmered in the nearby garden. Advancing, the light flickered subtly, diminishing as I drew closer, almost as if it held its breath in anticipation. At 15 feet, it emitted a faint radiance, barely sufficient to discern shapes. Standing beneath it, enveloped in a halo of twilight, the night's hush deepened, as though even the city sounds withdrew in reverence. Gazing at the streetlight's glass, faint marks etched an enigmatic pattern, barely visible in the dimness. An attempt to illuminate it with my phone was thwarted by a sudden gust, stirring unease within me. Subsequently, I altered my route to pass beneath that enigmatic light each evening, observing the ritual of its dimming, the thickening silence, the sensation of unseen eyes above. Subtle shifts in color during the dimming process hinted at a hidden language, imperceptible messages conveyed through nuanced shades. One moonlit night, within the streetlight's twilight circle, a peculiar sound reached my ears, a metallic hum, almost musical in cadence, resonating from within the pole. Placing my hand upon the cold metal, I felt vibrations coursing through me, a fleeting sense of communication. Documenting each encounter meticulously, I discerned a correlation between the dimming intensity and lunar phases. New moon nights plunged the light into near darkness, whereas full moons sustained a steady glow. The light always returned to full brightness after my passing in precisely 23 seconds, a consistent rhythm unfathomable yet undeniable. Curiously, the streetlight's behavior began to influence my own actions, guiding me into a silent communion. I found myself slowing, pausing beneath it, absorbing the faint hum that seemed to whisper tales of ages past. Resisting the urge to seek a rational explanation, I embraced the mystery, content in the knowledge that this enigma chose to reveal itself solely to me. Nightly, as I make my way home, I sense the streetlight's silent vigil, beckoning me into our shared twilight sanctuary. Engaged in this mysterious dance of light and shadow, I find solace in the fleeting darkness, where whispers of secrets untold linger. Whether electrical anomaly or cosmic enigma, the truth eludes me. Yet in that suspended moment of dimness, I feel connected to a grander mystery, a narrative woven in shadows and light, waiting to be unraveled in the stillness of the night. Story 59. The grandfather clock in my study had always been a steadfast companion, its rhythmic ticking filling the room like a gentle lullaby. But on this particular morning, as I sat amidst my papers, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The familiar cadence of the clock seemed to falter, stretching seconds into elongated whispers that lingered in the stillness. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind, a fleeting notion that defied rational explanation. The sunlight filtered through the curtains, painting the room in a soft, golden hue. My cup of tea sat serenely next to my journal, and the autumn breeze whispered through the window, yet an unspoken unease hung in the air. Reaching for my pocket watch, I felt a peculiar heaviness in my hand, as though submerged in a tranquil sea. To my astonishment, the second hand quivered in place, trapped between moments, refusing to move forward. I blinked in disbelief, but the surreal sight remained unchanged. Rising from my chair, I noticed the suspended dust motes frozen in midair, the tendrils of steam from my tea forming delicate sculptures that defied gravity. The curtains hung motionless, captured mid-sway by an unseen force that held time itself in its grasp. Silence enveloped the room, not oppressive but sacred in its tranquility. The usual sounds of life had faded, leaving behind a serene stillness that whispered of mysteries untold. Each step I took sent ripples through the air, as if disturbing the delicate fabric of frozen time. Approaching the window, I beheld a world suspended in a timeless tableau. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched against a canvas of clouds. Below, leaves paused in their descent, creating a symphony of suspended motion that transcended reality. Even a neighbor's cat perched on the garden wall, tail frozen in a graceful arc that defied completion. Rather than fear, a sense of wonder seized me as I wandered through the frozen moments. Water droplets hung in space, clocks stood still, yet there was no urgency to break the spell. In the kitchen, the morning newspaper lay frozen, its headlines fading into insignificance in this realm where time held no sway. What meaning did deadlines and schedules hold in a world where time itself had lost its grip? Returning to my study, I noticed a subtle anomaly that sent a shiver down my spine. My reflection in the old mirror moved in perfect harmony with me, yet there was a depth to its gaze, a knowing smile that hinted at a reality beyond my own. The mirror beckoned, its surface warm to the touch, a portal to a world where time danced to a different tune. Hours might have passed, or mere moments. Time was a fluid concept in this suspended reality. Seated once more at my desk, I pondered the enigma of frozen time. The journal lay open, the pen poised, but what words could capture a world where time had ceased its relentless march? Slowly, imperceptibly, the world began to stir. Dust motes trembled, steam dissipated, and the curtains stirred with renewed life. The grandfather clock's pendulum hesitated, then resumed its steady rhythm, marking the return of time's flow. The bird completed its flight, the cat stretched, and the leaves drifted to the ground. Normalcy restored, yet a lingering sense of the extraordinary lingered in the air. To this day, the mystery of that morning remains unsolved. The grandfather clock ticks faithfully, life follows its predictable course. But in quiet moments, when the mirror catches the light just so, I glimpse that other self, the one who dwells in a world where time stands still. And I wonder if, in some distant dimension, that version of me still wanders through a frozen realm, discovering the beauty of each suspended moment. Story 60. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a serene melody that harmonized with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, my gaze drifted towards the latest edition adorning the wall, an antique painting capturing an autumn landscape. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, its warm hues and enigmatic aura had beckoned me. Despite the weather's tempestuous turn outside, the golden frame, weathered by time, gleamed in the flickering firelight, casting dancing reflections around the room. That particular evening, as the storm's intensity grew, a peculiar sight unfolded within the painting. The leaves depicted seemed to sway gently, as if brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially dismissing it as a trick of the light from the fire's glow, I soon realized a subtle shift in the painting's essence. The colors appeared richer, more profound than my initial impression. The pathway winding through the canvas, once obscured by trees, now extended further, curving beyond the painting's confines. Rising from my seat, I drew closer to the painting. A coolness enveloped the air around it, contrasting sharply with the fireplace's warmth. Running my fingers lightly across the canvas, I encountered an unexpected smoothness, almost silk-like to the touch. A faint scent of damp earth and wet leaves wafted from the frame. So authentic, it blurred the line between reality and artistry. Amidst my scrutiny, movement in the upper corner of the painting seized my attention. Within the branches of an aged tree, something stirred. Not a mere play of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as though a presence lurked among the painted foliage. A flutter of curiosity quickened my pulse rather than fear. Stepping back for a better view, I observed the brushstrokes shifting direction autonomously, crafting new pathways and forms in the landscape. Trees appeared to sway as if propelled by an unseen force. In the distance, previously shrouded in mist, the faint outline of a small structure emerged. The rain's rhythm outside transformed into a soft whisper, synchronized with the painting's movements. Reclining once more in my armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room seemed to expand, the painting's boundaries merging with reality. Through the night, the painting metamorphosed gradually. Autumnal hues pulsed in a hypnotic cycle, unveiling shades hitherto unseen. The distant stone house became clearer, its chimney emitting smoke, windows aglow with a golden light. I pondered if inhabitants resided within that painted dwelling, if they could peer back at me, an observer from their enchanted window masquerading as art. Surprisingly, the notion didn't unsettle, but rather imbued me with tranquility, as if I had stumbled upon a clandestine portal where reality and fantasy intertwined seamlessly. Hours drifted by as the painting divulged its mysteries with patience. Figures seemed to traverse the path at times, their shadows dancing among the trees. Yet, when I focused on these apparitions, they dissolved like wisps of a dream upon awakening. With the dawn's pink hues painting the sky, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, colors normalized, and the distant house faded into the morning mist. Only the lingering scent of damp leaves bore witness to the nocturnal revelations. Since that night, I sit in my armchair each evening, watching the painting, awaiting revelations. At times, it unveils its secrets. At others, it remains silent like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am aware that beyond that canvas lies a realm that awakens when the world slumbers, a realm accessible only to those patient enough to observe. Story 61. The November breeze whispered through the dry leaves scattered on the driveway, casting a spell of tranquility over the deserted mansion looming against the somber sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, a misnomer for it had harbored a resident long ago, a memory faded into obscurity. As I approached the weathered gate, its iron bars chilled my touch. The air carried a hint of moss and damp stone, enveloping me in a cloak of nostalgia. The garden, a wilderness of brambles and nettles, embraced the cracked walls in a loving embrace, nature's attempt to reclaim its territory. Yet amid the neglect, the mansion exuded a poignant grace, a relic of bygone elegance. In my role as a real estate agent, I ventured to conduct an initial assessment of the property. The absentee owner, a distant gentleman residing overseas, sought to divest himself of the ancestral home he had never set foot in. The overgrown garden hinted at recent activity, faint paths meandering through the undergrowth, a mystery begging to be unraveled. The entrance yielded with a soft groan, unveiling a world veiled in bluish dusk, the shutters guarding the interior from prying eyes. The air hung heavy with dust and the essence of aged timber, the floor sighing beneath my cautious steps. Traversing the main salon, I encountered furniture draped in yellowed shrouds, their ghostly contours dancing in the dim light. Veiled mirrors adorned the walls, distorting reality with their cloudy reflections, a silent testament to forgotten splendor. Ascending the staircase, my fingers grazed the polished handrail that bore witness to generations past. Along the upper corridor, a procession of closed doors beckoned, each concealing a silent narrative waiting to be unveiled. Pushing open each door, I documented the vacant chambers, frozen in a state of abandonment save for a few remnants of a bygone era. It was in the final room that the atmosphere shifted, a bedroom suffused with a feminine aura. Dust cloaked every surface, yet a subtle disturbance lingered, as if a presence had stirred the stagnant air. A silver brush lay abandoned on the dresser, strands of dark hair entwined within, a stark contrast to the surrounding neglect. The bed, meticulously arranged, bore the imprint of a recent visitor, a phantom lingering in the shadows. A fleeting movement in the mirror caught my eye, a specter of a woman seated on the bed, her form dissipating as swiftly as it appeared. Descending the stairs with a newfound urgency, the salon enveloped me in a shroud of shifting shadows, the mirrors casting watchful gazes upon my retreat. A haunting melody, ancient and forlorn, echoed through the stillness, a soft hum that tugged at my senses. Was it the wind playing tricks, or a lingering spirit serenading the empty halls? Closing the door behind me, I emerged into the tranquil garden, the once restless wind now hushed. Glancing back at the mansion, a flicker of movement behind an upstairs window caught my gaze, a fleeting glimpse of ethereal light. In the days that followed, I compiled my report, omitting the spectral encounters, but hinting at the property's enigmatic allure. The house lingered on the market, a beacon for those attuned to its silent whispers and hidden echoes. Returning sporadically to the rusted gate, I beheld the mansion standing stoic against the passage of time. Each visit unveiled a spectral figure flitting through the upper chambers, a phantom waiting in the twilight, a guardian of secrets untold. Perhaps the true essence of the never-inhabited house lay not in its emptiness, but in the timeless presence that dwelled within, a soul bound to its hallowed halls, forever haunting the corridors of memory. Story 62. The gentle breeze whispered through the evening air, carrying the delicate perfume of night blooms from the garden. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I found myself entranced by the flickering shadows dancing across the walls, painted by the soft glow of a lone candle. Beside me, my ancient Polaroid camera lay dormant, a relic from my grandmother that held a special place in my heart. Though long neglected, a mysterious urge stirred within me on that particular night, compelling me to reach for it once more. The familiar weight of the camera brought a sense of solace as I inspected it in the dim light, my fingers instinctively gravitating towards the shutter button, a motion engraved in muscle memory. With a casual air, I aimed the lens towards the shadowed recesses of the room and clicked. The sudden flash illuminated the space briefly, followed by the familiar whir of the photograph materializing. As I patiently awaited the image to take form on the blank canvas, a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. Nestled in the corner of the captured frame was a hazy figure, ethereal and indistinct, hovering as if suspended in a dreamlike state. A surge of curiosity overtook me, prompting a second shot in the same direction. This time the figure appeared more defined, its presence seemingly drawing closer to the camera. Though the features remained obscured, the outline of a face began to emerge, shrouded in a veil of ambiguity. A subtle chill traced down my spine, not born of fear, but of a profound intrigue. Compelled by an unseen force, I continued to snap photo after photo, each unveiling a clearer image of the enigmatic figure. With each exposure, the spectral presence in the photographs seemed to solidify, as though using the Polaroids as a conduit to our world. The amorphous shape gradually took on a distinct form, resembling a bygone era's attire, reminiscent of the 1940s. A profound stillness enveloped the room, the silence heavy with an unseen entity that lingered just beyond perception. The atmosphere thickened, the air charged with a presence unfelt yet undeniable. A subtle shift occurred, the room's temperature dropping imperceptibly as the candle flame danced in a breathless waltz. Captivated by this silent communion, I clicked the shutter more deliberately, savoring each fleeting moment. In the final photograph of that extraordinary evening, the figure loomed so near that it almost engulfed the frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's countenance, her gaze seemingly piercing through the glossy surface to meet mine. A sense of familiarity washed over me, stirring dormant memories from the depths of my past. With trembling hands, I rose to retrieve an aged photo album, each page a portal to bygone days. There, amidst the yellowed snapshots, I found the missing link, a photograph of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid. The identical smile, frozen in time, mirrored the one immortalized in the last image. Arranging the photographs in a solemn row, a silent narrative unfolded, a bridge spanning two realms, forged by the lens of an ancient camera. I refrained from repeating the peculiar experiment, returning the Polaroid to its rightful place on the shelf. Yet, on tranquil evenings when the sunlight bathed the room in a golden hue, I would revisit those photographs. At times it seemed as though the smile captured within them subtly shifted, as if my grandmother sought to convey a message from beyond. In those fleeting moments, the boundary separating memory from reality blurred, akin to the delicate surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 63. The night lay hushed, cloaked in a delicate mist that swirled like a waltzing spirit. Nestled in my cherished armchair, a plush burgundy velvet piece beside the grand antique mirror, I lost myself in a book under the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock echoed through the room, weaving a hypnotic melody, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace encased me in a cocoon of comfort. Amid this symphony of tranquility, a peculiar sensation stirred within me. Initially fleeting, akin to catching a glimpse of movement in the corner of one's eye, it beckoned my attention. Lifting my gaze from the book, I met my own reflection in the ancient mirror. The golden frame, adorned with intricate floral motifs, shimmered softly in the flickering firelight. Yet, as I studied the mirrored image before me, a subtle chill crept down my spine. Something felt amiss, an imperceptible discordance. Tilting my head ever so slightly, I noticed a peculiar delay in my reflection's response to my movements, as if it strived to mimic rather than mirror my actions naturally. Attempting to dismiss it as mere fatigue or a trick of the flickering flames, I found myself increasingly unsettled by the uncanny reflection. With each gesture I made, the mirrored image hesitated momentarily before replicating it. The ambience of the room shifted, the crackling of the wood in the fireplace now carrying a sinister undertone, as though harboring a hidden message. The air thickened, charged with an unspoken tension, urging me to breathe in a measured cadence. A blend of candle wax and an ancient aroma, reminiscent of aged books and faded memories, wafted around me. Rising from the armchair with deliberate slowness, I observed my reflection mimicking my every move, its motions unnaturally fluid, as though performing a choreographed dance rather than reflecting my spontaneous gestures. The mirrored eyes appeared to hold depths beyond my own, concealing secrets unknown to me. Drawing closer to the mirror, I discerned further unsettling anomalies. The reflected room differed subtly from my own reality. The books on the shelves stood in a different arrangement, and unfamiliar objects caught my eye. An old framed photograph, depicting a serene seascape in my physical space, now revealed a blurred countenance, seemingly observing me from the reflection. While the pendulum of the clock maintained its steady beat, in the mirrored realm, its swing seemed leisurely, as if time flowed at a different pace beyond the looking glass. Shadows cast by the fireplace cavorted upon the walls, crafting ethereal shapes hinting at silent observers. Tentatively reaching out to touch the cold surface of the mirror, my reflection mirrored my gesture with an almost inviting demeanor. Our fingertips met against the icy barrier, yet while I sensed the chill of the glass, the expression on my reflection's face hinted at an entirely different sensation. Retreating from the mirror, I watched as my reflection hesitated momentarily, as if deliberating whether to follow. When it finally moved, its actions grew increasingly independent, as if gradually asserting its own volition. Retrieving an old velvet cloth from a nearby drawer, I draped it over the mirror, obscuring that disquieting doppelganger of myself. Since that fateful night, I have left the mirror veiled, yet in the stillness of the darkest hours, faint sounds seem to emanate from behind the velvet, as though echoing the movements of an unseen presence in a parallel realm. And during the most serene moments, when the house is steeped in profound silence, I find myself pondering whether that reflection lingers still, suspended in a mirrored existence, leading a shadowed life parallel to my own in a realm of glass and silver. The veracity of what transpired that night remains shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, whenever I pass by a mirror, a lingering doubt nags at me, whether the reflection I behold is truly my own, or if it is something else, adept at mirroring me, to the point of blurring the lines between reflection and reality. Story 64, The Rain's Whisper. The rain whispered against the windows of my quaint country abode, weaving a gentle lullaby that harmonized with the soft creaks of the wooden floor beneath my feet. It was a hushed autumn evening, where reality and fantasy intertwined like tendrils of mist. Outside, the leaves pirouetted in the darkness, casting elusive shadows on the walls of the hallway through the misty panes. Seated in my beloved armchair, a cup of chamomile tea now forgotten in my hands, I gazed absently at the golden halo cast by the floor lamp's light. An unfamiliar aura lingered that night, a subtle yet persistent feeling that eluded my grasp. The air felt denser, the silence of the house almost palpable. I rose languidly, drawn by a flicker at the edge of my vision. The hallway leading to the bedrooms seemed elongated, stretching beyond its usual boundaries. The shadows lurked in the corners, deep and alive. As I hesitated at the threshold of the living room, the darkness ahead seemed to thicken, beckoning me further. With each step, the temperature dropped imperceptibly. The floor whispered beneath my feet, as though it belonged to a different house. The family portraits on the walls bore unfamiliar gazes, their smiles subtly altered. Midway down the hallway, a scent caught my senses, musty books and damp wood, foreign to my home. I turned to the window, where rain had painted intricate patterns on the glass, cryptic designs that defied logic. And there, amidst the shadows, I saw it, a silhouette darker than the rest, gliding with an ethereal grace along the opposite wall. It bore no tangible source, its form solid yet insubstantial like condensed mist. It moved with a hesitant elegance, as if acknowledging my presence. My breath deepened as I watched, not with fear, but with a strange sense of recognition, as though it had always lingered, unseen. The shadow paused near the guest room door, shaping itself vaguely human. Stepping closer, I sensed a subtle response to my proximity, a slight waver in its outline. The rain's murmur transformed into a persistent whisper, as if carrying a message. I strained to listen, catching fragments of an unknown tongue that resonated oddly within me. The chill in the air enveloped me like a cool embrace on a balmy night. The shadow resumed its movement, gliding towards me in a slow, fluid dance. I stood transfixed as it neared, each motion deliberate and mesmerizing. When it halted mere steps away, the house fell silent save for the steady beat of my heart. The shadow inclined slightly, a silent greeting. Moved by an inexplicable impulse, I raised my hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to extend a hand of its own, a fleeting warmth bridging the space between us. Then, as gracefully as it had appeared, the shadow began to dissipate, vanishing into the air like dissipating smoke. In its wake lingered a faint scent of jasmine and a profound tranquility that settled within me. Lost in a timeless moment, I stood in the hallway, the rain's melody ebbing away. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, untouched by the passage of time. Since that enigmatic evening, on rainy nights, I tread the hallway with a keen eye on the shifting shadows. Sometimes in the periphery of my vision, I catch a glimpse of that familiar form, dancing just beyond reach. The mystery of the shadow remains unsolved, yet it left behind not fear, but a profound understanding that some enigmas defy explanation. The hallway now guards its secret, and on tranquil nights when rain taps at the windows, I await with a blend of curiosity and peace, anticipating a new encounter with the shadow that dances beyond the veil of the hallway. Story 65. In the quiet of the night, my footsteps whispered through the ancient wooden corridor. Each step echoed softly, harmonizing with the gentle patter of rain on the window panes. The air held a comforting fragrance, a blend of aged wood and weathered paper. Pausing before the door at the hallway's end, a room unopened for months beckoned me. The lock shimmered faintly in the dim lamplight, a subtle invitation drawing my gaze. I vividly recalled securing it last, the ritual of turning the key thrice and testing the handle, a familiar routine that brought reassurance. Yet, on this particular evening, an unfamiliar aura lingered. A chill hung around the door, a delicate coat of dust adorning the brass handle in intricate patterns that seemed to dance. Drawing nearer, I marveled at the concentric circles traced by unseen fingers in the settled dust. The wood exuded a subtle warmth, a sensation only detectable through touch. An anomaly, for the room had remained sealed, devoid of any heating source. Pressing my palm against the door's surface, a gentle heat met my skin, perplexing yet strangely inviting. Placing my ear to the wood, a distant murmur, akin to slumbering breaths, teased the silence. Retrieving the key from my robe's pocket, its warmth surprised me as I inserted it into the lock with deliberate care, mindful of any noise. The key glided smoothly, but when I attempted to turn it, resistance met me, as if the lock had been altered from within. My heart quickened, not in fear, but in a blend of curiosity and anticipation, akin to the brink of a profound revelation. Trying the key in the opposite direction, it yielded with a soft click, unlocking a world of mystery beyond. Upon swinging the door ajar, a waft of warmth and fragrance, reminiscent of vanilla tea, embraced me. Moonlight filtered through gossamer curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room. Familiar yet transformed, the books on the shelves wove new tapestries. The velvet armchair subtly shifted toward the window, an empty porcelain cup resting on the adjacent table, an object misplaced in my memory. Drawing close to the mahogany desk, my fingers traced the uneven dust, as if ghostly words had been inscribed and erased. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet bearing a single sentence penned in a handwriting mirroring my own, though alien to my recollection. Time flows differently here. As I absorbed the cryptic message, my breath synchronized with the curtain's languid dance, a breezeless choreography. The room's silence seemed pregnant with whispers, a symphony of voices too faint for mortal ears. Nestling into the velvet armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window, a fleeting blur hinting at a phantom presence. Yet upon turning, only the moon's playful shadows met my gaze. Eyes fluttering shut, I surrendered to the room's embrace, its enigmatic pulse palpable in the stillness. Upon reopening my eyes, a subtle shift had transpired, every object minutely rearranged. The once cold cup now radiated warmth, tendrils of steam rising skyward. Rising from the chair, a weighty mystery draped over me, guiding me back toward the door. Each footfall, now soundless on the wooden floor, carried me to the threshold. Pausing, I cast a final glance, the room exhaling like a slumbering entity. With a gentle click, I closed the door, securing its secrets within. Since that fateful night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers near the door, accompanied by the whisper of pages turned by unseen hands. The room remains untouched, its clandestine existence veiled in silence, a sanctuary of enigmas best left undisturbed. Story 66. The doorbell remained silent on that autumn afternoon, not daring to intrude on the tranquil atmosphere. Instead, a gentle knock echoed through the house, as delicate as a whisper carried by the wind. I sat on the couch, enveloped in a cozy blanket, engrossed in a book, while the rain outside tapped a soothing rhythm against the window panes. Rising from my comfortable nest, I strolled towards the door, suspecting it was just the breeze playing its games. Upon swinging the door open, an empty porch greeted me, save for a neatly wrapped brown parcel resting on the doorstep. There were no markings or addresses adorning the package, only my name elegantly inscribed in a calligraphy that seemed to belong to a bygone era, inked in black with remarkable precision. The cardboard exuded a smooth, dry texture, unaffected by the rain that persisted outside. Curious, I picked up the package, finding it surprisingly light, and carried it inside, where the silence enveloped me like a comforting cloak. The only sounds punctuating the quiet were the steady tick-tock of the pendulum clock and the soft pitter-patter of raindrops accompanying the fading daylight. Settling back on the couch, I scrutinized the enigmatic parcel from all angles, noting the absence of any visible seams or openings. The edges appeared flawlessly folded, as if crafted by a skilled origami artisan. An elusive fragrance wafted from within, a blend of ancient books, black tea, and a hint of sandalwood, stirring a sense of vague familiarity. Cradling the box in my lap, a subtle movement seemed to ripple through it, a sensation akin to the caress of a gentle breeze. It was as though the very air inside the package was alive, swirling in silent currents that teased the senses. The waning afternoon light cast elongated shadows across the room, creating a tranquil ambience that I preferred over artificial illumination. The package seemed to possess a peculiar quality, absorbing and refracting light in a mesmerizing dance of reflections. After a contemplative pause, I resolved to unravel its mysteries. Tracing my fingers along the edges, I noticed certain spots that emitted a faint warmth, following an enigmatic pattern of their own. A distant memory stirred within me, a hazy recollection of a similar package encountered in my youth, bearing only a name inscribed in that same elegant script. The rain outside intensified slightly, its rhythmic cadence mirroring the subtle warmth patterns on the package's surface. Lost in speculation, the room's temperature subtly shifted, settling into a state of perfect equilibrium. The familiar scent emanating from the box mingled with the earthy aroma of rain, permeating the air with a sense of calm intrigue. As I touched the cardboard, ethereal impressions glowed briefly where my skin made contact, like fleeting stars in a twilight sky. Engrossed in this mystifying phenomenon, I lost track of time, only to realize night had descended upon the world outside. The room bathed in a serene blue twilight, with the package emitting a barely perceptible glow, casting a soft halo around it. Opting to postpone further exploration, I gingerly placed the package on the coffee table and illuminated the room with a warm lamp. In the ensuing days, the enigmatic parcel remained a silent presence in the room, occasionally revealing hints of its inner magic, a faint glow or a subtle stirring, like a silent waltz in the shadows. The elusive scent evolved subtly with each passing hour, an ever-changing melody that lingered in the air, defying identification. The origin of the mysterious gift remained a puzzle, its true contents shrouded in secrecy. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in unveiling its mysteries, but in embracing the enigma it embodied, a perfect riddle that beckoned contemplation rather than solution. Even now, as rain whispers against the window panes on autumn evenings, my thoughts drift back to that unassuming package and its silent allure. I ponder whether, in some distant abode, another soul gazes upon a similar parcel, bearing their name in that timeless script, pondering the same choice to unravel its secrets or let the mystery dance undisturbed in the shadows. Story 67. In the dusky embrace of twilight, the antique shop exuded a captivating allure. Wandering along its narrow pathways, I reveled in the soothing creak of weathered floorboards beneath my steps, and the enchanting dance of dust motes swaying in the soft glow of Victorian lace curtains. A symphony of scents enveloped me, the essence of aged leather-bound books, gleaming polished wood, and whispers of memories nestled within forgotten treasures. It was then, amidst this realm of antiquity, that a delicate melody tiptoed into my awareness, a mere whisper riding the air like a clandestine secret. The notes, crisp yet distant, evoked a bygone era when music was etched onto vinyl and set free into the world through brass horns. Intrigued, I trailed the elusive melody, drawn by its haunting familiarity, though the tune eluded my grasp. At the farthest corner of the shop, past shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with watchful eyes, stood a majestic mahogany gramophone, its brass horn arched elegantly towards the heavens, capturing the dying light of day. The turntable spun languidly, devoid of any visible record gracing its surface. As I approached, the music neither swelled nor faded, maintaining its ethereal presence in the air. Beside me materialized the shop's owner, a silver-haired lady with kind eyes that mirrored the gentleness of the phantom melody. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice a soft echo of the ethereal music. "It arrived last week as part of an estate collection. Quite peculiar, though. We've never wound it up." I scrutinized the gramophone's mechanism, noting the dormant winding key juxtaposed with the hypnotic rotation of the turntable. The music, a waltz or perhaps a nocturne, wove a spell around us, beckoning me deeper into its enigmatic embrace. My fingers danced over the smooth wood, encountering a warmth that seemed to pulse beneath the polished surface. "Would you care to take it home?" the shop owner inquired, her gaze carrying a knowing gleam that eluded my comprehension. Certain objects choose their companions, you see, and this one appears quite smitten with you. That very evening, the gramophone found its sanctuary in my study, nestled beside the window where moonbeams could caress its brass horn. Hours slipped away as I delved into every intricacy, from the ornate scrollwork adorning its base to the faded maker's mark etched smooth by the hands of time, and the meticulously balanced arm meant to cradle the needle. The music persisted, a soft and intermittent presence akin to a spectral radio broadcast from a bygone era. Each night, it regaled me with a medley of classical compositions and jazz standards, each melody laden with emotions, joy, yearning, sorrow, and hope, as if the gramophone had imbibed the sentiments of all who had ever lent it their ears. Slowly, imperceptibly, my abode began to undergo subtle transformations. Books would shift as if read by unseen hands in the dead of night. Curtains fluttered on breathless evenings, and whispers of lavender and vanilla perfume wafted through the air, though I dwelled alone. One hushed eve, raindrops tapped a gentle lullaby against my window, and the music altered its cadence. No longer a distant reverie, it manifested with crystalline clarity, weaving Debussy's Clair de Lune in a rendition unfamiliar yet achingly poignant. The notes painted ethereal images, moonlit waters, leaves pirouetting in midnight zephyrs, lovers strolling through gaslit avenues. Surrendering to the melody, I felt a subtle weight upon the cushion beside me, as though a spectral companion had settled in to partake in the symphony. The perfume intensified, and the air thickened with a portentous stillness akin to the hush preceding a snowfall. When I dared to open my eyes, Shadows danced across my furnishings, yet the spectral presence lingered, a silent witness to the music's enchantment. Though the melody receded to its former ethereal distance, a shift had occurred. The gramophone ceased to be a mere relic. It emerged as a conduit between realms, a custodian of tales longing to be unfurled. Now, as twilight descends, I ensconce myself in my study. Some nights I lose myself in books, others I merely listen. The gramophone spins its mystical melodies, and on occasion I sense that tender presence beside me. I eschew the urge to capture the music on any device, for some mysteries are meant to be savored, to be felt rather than fathomed. The shop owner's words ring true. Certain objects select their stewards, and in choosing me, the gramophone imparts a precious gift, the revelation that music, memory, and magic intertwine in ways beyond our ken. As another melody unfurls into the ether, I smile, cognizant that within those transient notes lies a truth that speaks directly to the soul, transcending the confines of language and logic. Story 68. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, weaving a gentle melody that harmonized with the hushed hum of the surrounding crowd. Perched on my cherished bench in the park, I watched as people meandered along the paved pathways. The air held a crispness, redolent with the fragrance of damp soil and moist wood. Though a book lay in my hands, my focus was drawn to a subtle, nearly imperceptible feeling that had lingered with me for days. It all commenced with a whisper. One morning, en route to work, a tingling sensation prickled at my neck, as though eyes unseen were fixed upon me. I turned, only to find the usual throng of commuters hastening toward their destinations. In the days that followed, the sensation grew more frequent, more tangible. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, and moments at my favorite cafe, it persisted. As people streamed past my bench, some solitary, others accompanied, a woman in a scarlet coat paused to check her phone, and an elderly gentleman sauntered with a polished cane. Yet amidst the familiar faces, a subtle shift lingered, a change I couldn't quite pinpoint. I closed my book, rising to take a stroll. The sky transitioned into amber hues, as streetlights flickered to life one by one. I ambled down the main boulevard, the sound of my footsteps mingling with the gravel's soft crunch. The sensation lingered, akin to an unseen shadow trailing at a fixed distance. Halting before a storefront window, feigning interest in the wares on display, I peered at the passers-by reflected in the glass. And there, amidst the throng, I discerned something peculiar. A face that seemed ever present, a flickering apparition that weaved among the crowd with fluid grace. Resuming my walk, now more attuned, I turned down side streets and alleys. The crowd thinned, yet the presence endured. Seated on a bench in a tranquil square, encircled by illuminated windows of aged edifices, I felt the chill of evening settle in. It dawned on me then, it wasn't a solitary gaze tracking me, but many. A rotation of gazes, passing an invisible baton in a silent ballet. Some faces recurred more frequently, a young woman in a cobalt scarf, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a boy with a backpack. Rising slowly, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of those unseen eyes upon my back. The streets now nearly deserted, the sensation only deepened in the evening stillness. Upon reaching my abode, I perched by the window, observing the street below. People traversed, some pausing briefly, others continuing their journey. I pondered how many were mere passers-by, and how many were players in the enigmatic choreography where I unwittingly took center stage. Most unsettling was their utter normalcy, blending seamlessly with the crowd. As the city lights flickered to life, I contemplated the essence of this covert surveillance. Who were they, these observers? What drove their scrutiny? And above all, why me? Queries hung in the air as night draped the city in its somber cloak. Since then, I've adapted to this vigilance. At times, I endeavor to discern my watchers. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet they persist, akin to shadows flitting at the periphery of my daily existence. And in the nocturnal quiet, As I gaze from my window at the dwindling streets, I wonder if they, too, contemplate me from their abodes, preparing for another day of this enigmatic waltz of gazes and apparitions. Story 69. The gentle symphony of raindrops on the roof enveloped me as I settled into another solitary evening at my quaint country abode. Serpentine patterns formed on the window panes, illuminated by the flickering candlelight that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. Outside, the wind whispered through the garden trees, their leaves rustling in a soothing cadence, a natural lullaby for the night. Nestled in my favorite armchair, cradling a steaming cup of tea, I watched the tendrils of vapor dance lazily in the air. The old house murmured its familiar sounds, the creaking of aged wood, the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock in the entryway, the soft whistle of the wind finding its way through unseen crevices. Amid this semblance of normalcy, a subtle unease crept into the tranquil atmosphere. It was during a quiet moment, with the tea warming my hands, that I detected a peculiar occurrence. In the hallway mirror's reflection, the upstairs bedroom window glowed with an otherworldly light, as though a phantom candle flickered within. Yet, I knew well that no such light should be present in that vacant room. Setting down my cup with deliberate care, I rose from my seat and made my way towards the staircase. Each step protested with a familiar groan, but on this night, their voices seemed to convey a message, a subtle warning carried on the air. Ascending, the chill in the atmosphere deepened, a fine mist clinging to the walls of the upper hallway. Pausing before the bedroom door, I hesitated, feeling the unnaturally cold touch of the brass handle. With a slow, deliberate motion, the door yielded to reveal the room shrouded in shadow. The window, the source of the mysterious glow, remained tightly shut. Yet as I watched in astonishment, the lock began to turn of its own accord, guided by unseen hands. Inch by inch, the window creaked open, defying rational explanation. The breeze that wafted in carried with it a scent of antiquity, a delicate blend of dried flowers and aged wood. Approaching cautiously, I observed raindrops entering the room, their descent defying gravity as they twirled in midair before alighting gently on the floor. A mesmerizing sight, yet my attention was soon drawn to the window itself. Invisible fingers seemed to etch words onto the fogged glass, their message obscured by the haze. The curtains stirred, as if stirred by a breath unseen, their languid movement akin to the rhythmic rise and fall of slumbering breaths. Shadows danced upon the walls, weaving silent tales under the moonlit veil cast by the rain-laden clouds. Reaching out, I felt the cool breath of the night brush against my fingers, only for the window to close with a hushed finality, the lock clicking softly into place. The lingering fragrance dissipated, leaving me rooted in place, a witness to the inexplicable. In the hush that followed, the rain continued its gentle descent outside. The room appeared unchanged, yet a subtle shift had taken place. It was as though the house had granted me a glimpse into a realm beyond, a world existing parallel to our own, unveiled in those rare moments when reality and mystery converged. Since that enigmatic night, I find myself drawn to my armchair whenever the rain falls. I gaze at the reflection of the upstairs window in the hallway mirror, waiting to see if it will remain still or open once more in a silent ritual. The source of this phenomenon remains a mystery, a secret shared only between myself and these ancient walls. On the quietest of nights, when the wind whispers through the trees and the rain murmurs its gentle song, I sense a presence, a silent guardian, a spectral companion sharing this space with me, manifesting through a window that opens on its own accord. Story 70. The rain whispered its lullaby on the rooftop, a soothing symphony that embraced the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now cold chamomile tea, I found myself entranced by the tranquil melody, until a subtle shift in the rhythm captured my attention. Beneath the gentle patter of rain, a faint echo emerged, delicate footfalls, as if tiptoeing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as the house settling, for old dwellings possess a language of their own, a symphony of creaks and murmurs that resonate in the night, especially amidst the rain's caress. Yet there was an uncanny precision to these sounds, a cadence that mirrored human steps too closely for comfort. Slowly rising from my seat, I set the cup down on the nearby table, feeling the warmth lingering in the wooden floor beneath my feet. With each step towards the basement door, a chill crept through the air, a ghostly draft ascending from below. The icy touch of the brass handle sent shivers down my spine as I turned it, the click reverberating through the silent house. Descending the staircase, shadows danced along the walls in the fleeting light of distant lightning. The musty scent of the basement, a blend of aged wood and earth, grew denser with each step downwards, enveloping me in its ancient embrace. In the darkness below, illuminated only by a faint bluish glow, I noticed peculiar imprints on the dusty floor, ethereal remnants of moisture, as if someone with damp feet had wandered in circles. Intrigued, I drew closer to examine the mysterious traces, when a subtle movement in the shadowy corner seized my gaze. A slow, deliberate motion unfolded where light dared not tread, stirring a blend of curiosity and familiarity within me. As I approached the obscure recess, the air turned colder, the phantom footsteps echoing around me, a spectral dance that seemed to encircle the very air. Amidst the shadows, a revelation unfolded. The footprints formed a meticulous spiral, converging towards the heart of the room. Following the trail with intent, I noticed the freshest prints, glistening with moisture, as though freshly etched into the dust. Time seemed to stand still as I watched these ephemeral imprints fade, dissolving into the frigid basement air. The phantom footsteps faded into the symphony of rain, merging with its timeless cadence. Ascending the staircase once more, a tranquil serenity lingered in my wake, a sense of having glimpsed an ancient enigma, a ritual woven into the tapestry of the house's history. That night, as I prepared for slumber, the rain's melody took on a new depth, a harmony that mirrored the elusive footsteps from below. Drifting into dreams, I pondered the possibility of their return, wondering if I would muster the courage to unveil the mystery of those enigmatic footprints in the dust.